I am never at my best in the early morning, especially a cold morning in the Yorkshire spring, with a piercing March wind sweeping down from the fells, finding its way inside my clothing, nipping at my nose and ears. It was a cheerless time, and a particularly bad time to be standing in this cobbled farmyard watching a beautiful horse dying because of my incompetence. It had started at 8 o'clock. Mr. Kettlewell telephoned me as I was finishing my breakfast. "I have a fine big cart horse here, and he's come out in spots." "Oh, really? What kind of spots?" "Well, round and flat, and they're all over him." "And it started quite suddenly?" "Aye. He were right as rain last night." "I'll have a look at him right away." I nearly rubbed my hands. Urticaria. It usually cleared up spontaneously, but an injection hastened the process, and I had a new antihistamine drug to try out. It was said to be specific for this sort of thing. Anyway, it was the kind of situation where it was easy for the vet to look good. A nice start to the day. In the 50s, the tractor had taken over most of the work on the farms, but there was still a fair number of draft horses around, and when I arrived at Mr. Kettlewell's place, I realized that this one was something special. The farmer was leading him from a stall into the yard. A magnificent Shire, all of 18 hands, with a noble head that he tossed proudly as he paced towards me. I appraised him with something like awe, taking in the swelling curve of the neck, the deep-chested body, the powerful limbs abundantly feathered above the massive feet. "What a wonderful horse," I gasped. "He's enormous." His owner smiled with quiet pride. "Aye, he's a right smasher. I only bought him last month. I do like to have a good horse around. He's kind, too. Right quiet." Kettlewell was a tiny man, elderly but sprightly, and one of my favourite farmers. He had to reach high to pat the huge neck, and was nuzzled in return. "Ah, well," I said, "it's worth a lot when a horse is good-natured as well as good-looking." I ran my hand over the typical patches in the skin. "Yes, this is urticaria, all right." "What's that?" "Sometimes it's called nettle rash. It's an allergic condition. He may have eaten something unusual, but it's often difficult to pinpoint the cause." "Is it serious?" No. I have an injection that'll soon put him right. He is well enough in himself, isn't he?" "Oh, aye. Right as a bobbin." "Good. Sometimes it upsets an animal, but this fellow's the picture of health." As I filled my syringe with the antihistamine, I felt that I had never spoken truer words. The big horse radiated health and well-being. He did not move as I gave the injection, and I was about to put my syringe away when I had another thought. I had always used a proprietary medicine for urticaria, and it worked unfailingly. Maybe it would be a good idea to supplement the antihistamine, just to make sure. I wanted a good, quick cure for this splendid horse. I trotted back to my car to fetch the old standby and injected the usual dose. Again the big animal paid no attention, and the farmer laughed. "By God, he doesn't mind, does he?" I pocketed the syringe. "No. I wish all our patients were like him. He's a grand sort." This, I thought, was vetting at its best. An easy, trouble-free case, a nice farmer, and a docile patient who was a picture of equine beauty. A picture I could have looked at all day. I didn't want to go away, though other calls were waiting. I just stood there, half listening to Mr. Kettlewell's chatter about the imminent lambing season. "Ah, well," I said at length, "I must be on my way." I was turning to go when I noticed that the farmer had fallen silent. The silence lasted for a few moments. Then he said, "He's dothering a bit." I looked at the horse. There was the faintest tremor in the muscles of the limbs. It was hardly visible, but as I watched, it began to spread upwards, minute by minute, until the skin over the neck, body, and rump began to quiver. It was all very slight, but there was no doubt it was gradually increasing in intensity. "What is it?" said Mr. Kettlewell. "Oh, just a little reaction. It'll soon pass off." I was trying to sound airy, but I wasn't so sure. With agonizing slowness, the trembling developed into a generalized shaking of the entire frame, and this steadily increased in violence as the farmer and I stood there in silence. I seemed to have been there a long time, trying to look calm and unworried, but I couldn't believe what I was seeing. This sudden, inexplicable transition. There was no reason for it. My heart began to thump, and my mouth turned dry, as the shaking was replaced by great, shuddering spasms that racked the horse's frame. His eyes, so serene a short while ago, started from his head in terror, while foam began to drop from his lips. My mind raced. Maybe I shouldn't have mixed those injections, but he couldn't have this fearful effect. It was impossible. As the seconds passed, I felt I couldn't stand much more of this. The blood hammered in my ears. Surely he would start to recover soon. He couldn't get worse. I was wrong. Almost imperceptibly, the huge animal began to sway. Only a little at first, then more and more, till he was tilting from side to side like a mighty oak in a gale. Oh, dear God, he was going to go down, and that would be the end. And that end had to come soon. The cobbles shook under my feet as the great horse crashed to the ground. For a few moments he lay there, stretched on his side, his feet pedalling convulsively. Then he was still. Well, that was it. I had killed this magnificent horse. It was impossible. Unbelievable. But a few minutes ago that animal had been standing there in all his strength and beauty, and I had come along with my clever new medicines, and now there he was, dead. What was I going to say? "I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Kettlewell. I just can't understand how this happened." My mouth opened, but nothing came out, not even a croak. And, as though looking at a picture from the outside, I became aware of the square of farm buildings with the dark, snow-streaked fells rising behind, under a lowering sky, aware of the biting wind, the farmer and myself, and the motionless body of the horse. I felt chilled to the bone and miserable, but I had to say my piece. I took a long, quavering breath, and was about to speak when the horse raised his head slightly. I said nothing, nor did Mr. Kettlewell, as the big animal eased himself onto his chest, looked around for a few seconds, and got to his feet. He shook his head, then walked across to his master. The recovery was just as quick, just as incredible, as the devastating collapse, and he showed no ill effects from his crashing fall onto the cobbled yard. The farmer reached up and patted the horse's neck. "You know, Mr. Herriot, them spots have nearly gone." I went over and had a look. "That's right. You can hardly see them now." Mr. Kettlewell shook his head wonderingly. "Aye. Well, it's a wonderful new treatment. But I'll tell thee summat. I hope you don't mind me saying this, but—" He put his hand on my arm and looked up into my face. "I think it's just a bit drastic." I drove away from the farm and pulled up my car in the lee of a dry stone wall. A great weariness had descended upon me. This sort of thing was not good for me. I was getting on in years now, well into my 30s, and I couldn't stand these shocks like I used to. I tipped the driving mirror down and had a look at myself. I was a bit pale, but not as ghastly white as I felt. Still, the feeling of guilt and bewilderment persisted, and with it, the recurring thought that there must be easier ways of earning a living than as a country veterinary surgeon. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, rough, dirty, and peppered with traumatic incidents like that near catastrophe back there. I leant back against the seat and closed my eyes. When I opened them a few minutes later, the sun had broken through the clouds, bringing the green hillsides and the sparkling ridges of snow to vivid life, painting the rocky outcrops with gold. I wound the window down and breathed in the cold, clean air, drifting down, fresh and tangy, from the moorlands high above. A curlew cried. breaking the enveloping silence, and on the grassy bank by the roadside I saw the first primroses of spring. Peace began to steal through me. Maybe I hadn't done anything wrong with Mr. Kettlewell's horse. Maybe antihistamines did sometimes cause these reactions. Anyway, as I started the engine and drove away, the old feeling began to well up in me, and within minutes it was running strong. It was good to be able to work with animals in this thrilling countryside in northeastern England. I was lucky to be a vet in the Yorkshire Dales. There is no doubt that a shock to the system heightens the perception. With my heart still fluttering as I drove away from Mr. Kettlewell's to begin the rest of my morning round, it was as though I was seeing everything for the first time. In my daily work, I was always aware of the beauty around me. I had never lost the sense of wonder that had filled me when I had my first sight of Yorkshire. But this morning, the magic of the Dales was stronger than ever. My eyes strayed again and again over the towering flanks of the fells, taking in the pattern of walled green fields won from the yellow moorland grass. And I gazed up at the high tops with the thrill of excitement that always came down to me from that untrodden land. After visiting one isolated farm, I couldn't resist pulling my car off the unfenced road and climbing with my Beagle Diner to the high country that beckoned me. The snow had disappeared almost overnight, leaving only runnels of white lying behind the walls. It was as though all the sense of the earth and growing things had been imprisoned, and were released now by the spring sunshine in waves of piercing sweetness. When I reached the summit, I was breathless and gulped the crystal air greedily, as though I could never get enough of it. Here there was no evidence of the hand of man, and I walked with my dog among the miles of heather, peat marshes and bog pools, with the black waters rippling and the tufts of rushes bending and swaying in the eternal wind. As the cloud shadows flew over me, racing on the wind, trailing ribbons of shade and brightness over the endless browns and greens, I felt a rising exhilaration at just being up there on the roof of Yorkshire. It was an empty landscape where no creature stirred, and all was silent except the cry of a distant bird. And yet I felt a further surge of excitement in the solitude, a tingling sense of the nearness of all creation. As always, the siren song of the lonely uplands tempted me to stay, but the morning was wearing on, and I had several more farms to visit. It was with a lingering feeling of fulfillment that I finished my last call and headed for my town of Darrowby. Its square church tower pushed above the tumbled roofs of the little town as I came down the dale. Soon I was driving through the cobbled marketplace with the square of fretted roofs above the shops and pubs that served its 3,000 inhabitants. In the far corner I turned down Trengate towards the surgery and drew up at the 3 stories of mellow brick and climbing ivy of Skeldale House, my workplace, and Happy Home, where Helen and I had brought up our children. The memories came back of the unforgettable times when my partner Siegfried Farnan and his brother Tristan had lived and laughed there with me in our bachelor days. Now they were both married with their families in their own homes. Tristan had joined the Ministry of Agriculture, but Siegfried was still my partner. And for the 1000th time, I thanked heaven that both the brothers were still my close friends. My son Jimmy was 10 now, and my daughter Rosie 6, and they were at school. But Siegfried was coming down the steps, stuffing bottles into his pockets. "Ah, James," he cried, "I've just taken a message for you. One of your esteemed clients, Mrs. Bartram. Puppy is in need of your services." He was grinning as he spoke. I smiled ruefully in reply. "Oh, fine. You didn't fancy going there yourself, did you?" No. My dear boy, wouldn't dream of depriving you of the pleasure." He waved cheerfully and climbed into his car. I looked at my watch. I still had half an hour before lunch, and Puppy was only walking distance away. I got my bag and set off. The heavenly aroma of fish and chips drifted out on the summer air. I felt a quick stab of hunger as I looked through the shop window at the white-coated figures with their wire scoops, lifting out the crisply battered haddocks and laying them out to drain by the golden mounds of chips. Those enticing morsels lovingly known in America as French fried potatoes. The lunchtime trade was brisk, and the line of customers moved steadily round the shop, gathering up the newspaper-wrapped parcels. Some hurrying home with them, others shaking on salt and vinegar before an alfresco meal in the street. I always had my gastric juices titillated when I visited Mrs. Bartram's dog in the flat above the fish and chip shop, and I took another rewarding breath as I went down the alley and climbed the stairs. Mrs. Bartram was in her usual chair in the kitchen. Fat, massive, deadpan, the invariable cigarette dangling from her lips. She was throwing chips from a bag in her lap to her dog, Puppy, who was sitting opposite her. He caught them expertly, one after the other. Puppy belied his name. He was an enormous, shaggy creature of doubtful ancestry and with a short temper. I always treated him with respect. I said, "He's still rather fat, Mrs. Bartram. Haven't you tried to change his diet as I advised? Remember, I said he shouldn't really be fed solely on fish and chips." She shrugged, and a light shower of ash fell on her blouse. "Oh, I did for a bit. I cut out the chips and just gave him fish every day, but he didn't like it. Loves his chips, he does." I see. I couldn't say too much about the diet because I had a feeling that Mrs. Bartram herself ate very little else. It would have been tactless to point out that big chunks of battered fried fish didn't constitute a slimming regime. Her figure, like her dog's, bore witness to the fact. In fact, as I looked at the two, they had a great similarity. Sitting there, bolt upright, facing each other. Both huge, immobile, but giving an impression of latent power. Fat dogs are often lazy and good-natured, but a long succession of postmen, newsboys, and door-to-door salesmen had to take desperate evasive action as Puppy turned suddenly into a monster, baying at their heels. I had one vivid memory of a brush vendor, cycling unhurriedly down the alley with his wares dangling down from the handlebars, slowing down outside the flat. Then, when Puppy catapulted into the street, taking off like the winner of the Tour de France. "Well, what's the trouble, Mrs. Bartram?" I asked, changing the subject. "It's his eye. It keeps running." "Oh, yes. Yes, I see." The big dog's left eye was almost completely closed, and a trickle of discharge made a dark track down the hair of his face. It made his appearance even more sinister. "There's some irritation here. Probably an infection." It would have been nice to find the cause. There could be a foreign body in there, or just a spot of conjunctivitis. I reached out my hand to pull the eyelid down, but Puppy, without moving, fixed me with his good eye and drew his lips back from a row of formidable teeth. I withdrew my hand. Yes. I'll have to give you some antibiotic ointment, and you must squeeze a little into his eye 3 times a day. You'll be able to do that, won't you?" "'Course I will. He's as gentle as an old sheep." Without expression, she lit another cigarette from the old one and drew the smoke down deeply. "I can do anything with him." Good. As I rummaged in my bag for the ointment, I had the old feeling of defeat. But there was nothing else for it. It was always long-range treatment with Puppy. I had never tried anything silly like taking his temperature. In reality, I'd never laid a finger on him in my life. I heard from Mrs. Bartram again 2 weeks later. Puppy's eye was no better. In fact, it was worse. I hurried round to the flat, inhaling the delicious vapours from the shop as I went down the alley. Puppy was in the same position as before, upright, facing his mistress, and there was no doubt there was an increased discharge from the eye. By this time, I fancied I could see something else, and I leant forward, peering closely into the dog's face, as a faint but menacing growl warned me not to take any more liberties. And it was there all right, the cause of the trouble, a tiny papilloma growing from the margin of the eyelid and rubbing on the cornea. I turned to Mrs. Bartram. "He's got a little growth in there. It's irritating his eye and causing the discharge." "Growth?" The lady's face seldom registered any emotion, but one eyebrow twitched upwards and the cigarette trembled briefly in her mouth. "I don't like the sound of that." "Oh, it's quite benign," I said. "Nothing to worry about. I'll be able to remove it easily, and he'll be perfectly all right afterwards." I spoke lightly because, indeed, these things were quite common. A little injection of local anesthetic and a quick snip with a pair of curved scissors did the trick effortlessly. But as I looked at the dog regarding me coldly with his one eye, I felt a twinge of anxiety. Things might not be so easy with Puppy. My misgivings proved to be well-founded when Mrs. Bartram brought him round to the surgery next morning and left him in the small consulting room. He would obviously have to be tranquilized before we could do anything. There was, however, the small matter of one of us grasping the leonine head while the other lifted a fold of skin and inserted the needle. Puppy made it very clear that such things were not on the agenda. Being on strange ground and feeling threatened, he came at Siegfried and me, roaring, open-mouthed, as soon as we tried to enter the room. We retreated hastily and locked the door. "Dog catcher?" Siegfried suggested, without conviction. I shook my head. The dog catcher was a snare of soft cord on the end of a long pole. It was a handy instrument to slip over a difficult dog's head and steady it while the injection was made. But with Puppy, it would be like trying to lasso a grizzly bear. If we ever managed to get the loop over his head, it would be the prelude to a fearsome wrestling match. However, we'd had tough dogs before, and we had a little trick in reserve. "Looks like one for the Nembutal," Siegfried murmured, and I nodded agreement. For unapproachable cases, we kept a supply of succulent minced beef in the fridge. It was a delicacy no dog could resist, and it was a simple matter to break a few capsules of Nembutal among the meat and wait while the animal drifted into a state of blissful somnolence. It always worked. But it was time-consuming. Removing the tiny growth should have been a few minutes' job, and we'd have to wait for 20 minutes or so until the stuff took effect. I tried not to think of the urgent cases all over the countryside needing our attention as I prepared the medicated mince. The consulting room opened into the garden through a sash window, which was open a few inches at the bottom. I threw the meat through the aperture, and the two of us went into the office to prepare for our rounds. When we came back, we expected to find Puppy slumbering peacefully. But when we peered in, he threw himself at the window, snarling like a starving wolf. On the floor, the meat lay untouched. "Look at that!" I cried. "I don't believe it! No dog's ever refused that lovely stuff before." Siegfried slapped his forehead. "What a damn nuisance. Do you think he can smell the Nembutal? Better try him with a bigger proportion of mince." I made up another supply and again threw it through the opening. To allay the dog's suspicions, we retreated. But when we crept up 10 minutes later, the picture hadn't changed. Puppy had not eaten a single mouthful. "What the hell are we going to do?" Siegfried burst out. "It's going to be lunchtime before we get out." It was indeed getting on towards lunchtime, because a gentle breeze was carrying the first fragrance from the fish and chip shop down the street. I said, "Just hang on for a moment. I think I know the answer." I galloped along Trengate and returned with a bag of chips. It was a moment's work to insert a capsule in a chip and flick it through the aperture. Puppy was on it like a flash and swallowed it without hesitation. Another chip, another capsule, and so on until he had received the requisite dose. Even as we watched, the big dog's ferocity was gradually replaced by an amiable goofiness, and when he took a few uncertain steps, then flopped onto his side, we knew we had won. When we finally unlocked the door and entered the room, Puppy was in a happy trance, and we performed the operation in a couple of minutes. He was still dopey and unusually peaceful when his mistress came to collect him later that day. When she brought him into the office, his huge head was level with my desk, and he almost smiled at me as I sat down. "We've removed the little thing, Mrs. Bartram. His eye will be fine now, but I'm prescribing a course of Lincosin tablets to stop any further infection." As I reached for a pen to write the instructions, I glanced at the other labels I'd written. In those days, before injections became the general procedure, many of our medicines were given by mouth. The instructions on the other labels were varied. Mixture for bullock, to be given in a pint of treacle water, or perhaps drench for calf, to be given in half a pint of flour gruel. I poised my pen for a moment. Then, for the first time in my life, I wrote, "Tablets for dog. 1 to be given 3 times daily, inserted in chips." My throat was killing me. 3 successive nocturnal lambings on the windswept hillsides in my shirt sleeves had left me with the beginnings of a cold, and I felt in urgent need of a packet of Jeff Hatfield's cough drops. An unscientific treatment, perhaps, but I had a childish faith in those powerful little candies that exploded in the mouth, sending a blast of medicated vapor surging through the bronchial tubes. The shop was down a side alley, almost hidden away, and it was so tiny, not much more than a cubbyhole, that there was hardly room for the sign, Geoffrey Hatfield, confectioner, above the window. But it was full. It was always full, and, this being market day, it was packed out. The little bell went ching as I opened the door and squeezed into the crush of local ladies and farmers' wives. I'd have to wait for a while, but I didn't mind, because watching Mr. Hatfield in action was one of the rewarding things in my life. I had come at a good time, too, because the proprietor was in the middle of one of his selection struggles. He had his back to me, the silver-haired, leonine head nodding slightly on the broad shoulders as he surveyed the rows of tall glass sweet jars against the wall. His hands, clasped behind him, tensed and relaxed repeatedly as he fought his inner battle. Then he took a few strides along the row, gazing intently at each jar in turn. It struck me that Lord Nelson, pacing the quarterdeck of the Victory and wondering how best to engage the enemy, could not have displayed a more portentous concentration. The tension in the little shop rose palpably as he reached up a hand, then withdrew it with a shake of his head. A sigh went up from the assembled ladies as, with a final grave nod and a squaring of the shoulders, he extended both arms, seized the jar, and swung it round to face the company. His large Roman senator face was crinkled into a benign smile. He held out the glass vessel with both hands, inclining it slightly with all the grace and deference of a Cartier jeweller, displaying a diamond necklace, and boomed at a stout matron, "Now, Mrs. Moffat, I wonder if I can interest you in this." Mrs. Moffat clutched her shopping basket, peered closely at the paper-wrapped confections in the jar. "Well, I don't know." "If I remember rightly, madam, you indicated that you were seeking something in the nature of a Russian caramel, and I can thoroughly recommend these little sweetmeats. Not quite a Russian, but nevertheless a very nice, smooth-eating toffee." His expression became serious, expectant. The fruity tones rolling round his description made me want to grab the sweets and devour them on the spot, and they seemed to have the same effect on the lady. "Right, Mr. Hatfield," she said eagerly. "I'll have half a pound." The shopkeeper gave a slight bow. "Thank you so much, madam. I'm sure you will not regret your choice." His features relaxed into a gracious smile, and as he lovingly trickled the toffees onto his scales before bagging them with a professional twirl, I felt a renewed desire to get at the things. Mr. Hatfield, leaning forward with both hands on the counter, kept his gaze on his customer until he had bowed her out of the shop with a courteous, "Good day to you, madam." Then he turned to face the congregation. "Ah, Mrs. Dawson, how very nice to see you. And what is your pleasure this morning?" The lady, obviously delighted, beamed at him. "I'd like some of them fudge chocolates I had last week, Mr. Hatfield. They were lovely. Have you still got some?" "Indeed I have, madam, and I am delighted that you approve my recommendation. Such a deliciously creamy flavour. Also, it so happens that I have just received a consignment in a special presentation box for Easter." He lifted one from the shelf and balanced it on the palm of his hand. "Really pretty and attractive, don't you think?" Mrs. Dawson nodded rapidly. "Oh, aye, that's real bonny. I'll take a box, and there's something else I want. A right big bag of nice boiled sweets for the family to suck at. Mixed colours, you know. What have you got?" Mr. Hatfield steepled his fingers, gazed at her fixedly, and took a long, contemplative breath. He held this pose for several seconds. Then he swung round, clasped his hands behind him, and recommenced his inspection of the jars. That was my favourite bit, and as always, I was enjoying it. It was a familiar scene. The tiny, crowded shop, the proprietor wrestling with his assignment, and Alfred sitting at the far end of the counter. Alfred was Jeff's cat, and he was always there, seated upright and majestic on the polished boards near the curtained doorway that led to the Hatfield sitting room. As usual, he seemed to be taking a keen interest in the proceedings, his gaze moving from his master's face to the customers. And though it may have been my imagination, I felt that his expression registered a grave involvement in the negotiations and a deep satisfaction at the outcome. He never left his place, or encroached on the rest of the counter, but occasionally one or other of the ladies would stroke his cheek. He would respond with a booming purr and a gracious movement of the head towards them. It was typical that he never yielded to any unseemly display of emotion. That would have been undignified, and dignity was an unchanging part of him. Even as a kitten, he had never indulged in immoderate playfulness. I had neutered him 3 years ago, for which he appeared to bear me no ill will, and he had grown into a massive, benevolent tabby. I looked at him now, sitting in his place, vast, imperturbable, at peace with the world. There was no doubt he was a cat of enormous presence. And it had always struck me so forcibly that he was exactly like his master in that respect. They were two of a kind, and it was no surprise that they were such devoted friends. When it came to be my turn, I was able to reach Alfred, and I tickled him under his chin. He liked that, and raised his head high, while the purring rumbled up from his furry ribcage till it resounded throughout the shop. Even collecting my cough drops had its touch of ceremony. The big man behind the counter sniffed gravely at the packet, then clapped his hand a few times against his chest. "You can smell the goodness, Mr. Herriot, the beneficial vapours. These will have you right in no time." He bowed and smiled, and I could swear that Alfred smiled with him. I squeezed my way through the ladies, and as I walked down the alley, I marvelled for the umpteenth time at the phenomenon of Geoffrey Hatfield. There were several other sweet shops in Derby, big, double-fronted places with their wares attractively displayed in the windows, but none of them did anything like the trade of the poky establishment I had just left. There was no doubt that it was all due to Jeff's unique selling technique, and it was certainly not an act on his part. It was born of a completely sincere devotion to his calling, a delight in what he was doing. About a month later, I was in the shop again to get some of my daughter Rosie's favourite licorice all-sorts, and the picture was the same. Geoffrey, smiling and booming, Alfred in his place, following every move, the pair of them radiating dignity and well-being. As I collected my sweets, the proprietor whispered in my ear, "I'll be closing for lunch at 12 noon, Mr. Herriot. Would you be so kind as to call in and examine Alfred?" I looked along the counter at the big cat. "Yes, of course. Is he ill?" "Oh, no. But I just feel that something's not right." Later, I knocked at the closed door, and Geoffrey let me into the shop, empty for once, then through the curtained doorway into his sitting room. Mrs. Hatfield was at a table drinking tea. She was a much earthier character than her husband. "Now then, Mr. Herriot, you've come to see little cat." "He isn't so little," I said, laughing. And indeed, Alfred looked more massive than ever, seated by the fire, looking calmly into the flames. When he saw me, he got up, stalked unhurriedly over the carpet, and arched his back against my legs. I felt strangely honoured. "He's really beautiful, isn't he?" I murmured. I hadn't had a close look at him for some time, and the friendly face with the dark stripes running down to the intelligent eyes appealed to me as never before. I stroked the fur, which shone luxuriantly in the flickering firelight. "Yes," I said, "you're a big, beautiful fella." I turned to Mr. Hatfield. "He looks fine to me. What is it that's worrying you?" "Oh, maybe it's nothing at all. His appearance has not altered in the slightest, but for over a week now I've noticed that he is not quite so keen on his food and not quite so lively. He's not really ill, he's just different." "I see. Well, let's have a look at him." I went over the cat carefully. Temperature was normal. Mucous membranes, a healthy pink. I got out my stethoscope and listened to the heart and lungs. Nothing abnormal to hear. Palpation of the abdomen produced no clue. "Well, Mr. Hatfield," I said, "there doesn't seem to be anything obviously wrong with him. He's maybe a bit run down, but he doesn't look it. Anyway, I'll give him a vitamin injection. That should buck him up. Let me know in a few days if he's no better." "Thank you indeed, sir. I am most grateful. You have set my mind at rest." The big man reached out a hand to his pet. The confident resonance of his voice was belied by the expression of concern on his face. I heard nothing about Alfred for a week, and assumed that he had returned to normal, but then his master telephoned. "He is just the same, Mr. Herriot. In fact, if anything, he has deteriorated slightly. I would be obliged if you would look at him again." It was just as before. Nothing definite to see, even on close examination. I put him onto a course of mixed minerals and vitamin tablets. There was no point in launching into treatment with our new antibiotics. There was no elevation of temperature, no indication of any infectious agent. I passed the alley every day. It was only 100 yards from Skeldale House, and I fell into the habit of stopping and looking in through the little window of the shop. Each day the familiar scene presented itself. Jeff bowing and smiling to his customers, and Alfred sitting in his place at the end of the counter. Everything seemed right, and yet there was something different about the cat. I called in one evening and examined him again. "He's losing weight," I said. Geoffrey nodded. "Yes, I do think so. He is still eating fairly well, but not as much as before." "Give him another few days on the tablets," I said. "If he's no better, I'll have to have him round to the surgery and go into this thing a little more deeply." I had a nasty feeling there would be no improvement. And there wasn't. So one evening I took a cat cage round to the shop. Alfred was so huge that there was a problem fitting him into the container. But he did not resist as I bundled him gently inside. At the surgery I took a blood sample, and I x-rayed him. The plate was perfectly clear, and when the report came back from the laboratory, it showed no abnormality. In a way, it was reassuring, but that did not help because the steady decline continued. The next few weeks were something like a nightmare. My anxious peering through the shop window became a daily ordeal. The big cat was still in his place, but he was getting thinner and thinner until he was almost unrecognizable. I tried every drug and treatment I could think of, but nothing did any good. I had Siegfried examine him, but he thought as I did. The progressive emaciation was the sort of thing you would expect from an internal tumour, but further x-rays still showed nothing. Alfred must have been thoroughly fed up with all the pushing around, the tests, the kneading of his abdomen, but at no time did he show any annoyance. And as was his wont, he accepted the whole thing placidly. There was another factor that made the situation much worse. Jeff himself was wilting under the strain. His comfortable coating of flesh was dropping steadily away from him. The normally florid cheeks were pale and sunken. And worse still, his dramatic selling style appeared to be deserting him. One day I left my viewpoint at the window and pushed my way into the press of ladies in the shop. It was a harrowing scene. Jeff, bowed and shrunken, was taking the orders without even a smile, listlessly pouring the sweets into their bags and mumbling a word or two. Gone was the booming voice and the happy chatter of the customers, and a strange silence hung over the company. It was just like any other sweet shop. Saddest sight of all was Alfred, still sitting bravely upright in his place. He was unbelievably gaunt. His fur had lost its bloom, and he stared straight ahead, dead-eyed, as though nothing interested him anymore. He was like a feline scarecrow. I couldn't stand it any longer. That evening I went round to see Jeff Hatfield. "I saw your cat today," I said, "and he's going rapidly downhill. Are there any new symptoms?" The big man nodded dully. "Yes, as a matter of fact. I was going to ring you. He's been vomiting a bit." I dug my nails into my palms. There it is again. Everything points to something abnormal inside him, yet I can't find a thing. I bent down and stroked Alfred. I hate to see him like this. Look at his fur. It used to be so glossy. "That's right," Jeff replied. "He's neglecting himself. He never washes himself now. It's as though he can't be bothered. And before, he was always at it, lick, lick, lick for hours on end." I stared at him. His words had sparked something in my mind. Lick, lick, lick. I paused in thought. Yes. When I think about it, no cat I ever knew washed himself as much as Alfred. The spark suddenly became a flame, and I jerked upright in my chair. "Mr. Hatfield, I want to do an exploratory laparotomy." "What do you mean?" "I think he's got a hairball inside him, and I want to operate to see if I'm right." "Well, open him up, you mean?" "That's right." He put a hand over his eyes, and his chin sank into his chest. He stayed like that for a long time. Then he looked at me with haunted eyes. "Oh, I don't know. I've never thought of anything like that." "We've got to do something, or this cat is going to die." He bent and stroked Alfred's head again and again. Then, without looking up, he spoke in a husky voice. "All right. When?" "Tomorrow morning." Next day in the operating room, as Siegfried and I bent over the sleeping cat, my mind was racing. We had been doing much more small animal surgery lately, but I'd always known what to expect. This time I felt as though I was venturing into the unknown. I incised through skin, muscles, and peritoneum, and when I reached forward towards the diaphragm, I could feel a doughy mass inside the stomach. I cut through the stomach wall, and my heart leapt. There it was, a large, matted hairball, the cause of all the trouble, something that wouldn't show up on an X-ray plate. Siegfried smiled. "Well, now we know." "Yes," I said as great waves of relief swept over me. "Now we know." And there was more. After I had evacuated and stitched the stomach, I found other, smaller hairballs bulging the intestine along its length. These all had to be removed and the bowel wall stitched in several places. I didn't like this. It meant a bigger trauma and shock to my patient. But finally all was done, and only a neat row of skin sutures was visible. When I returned Alfred to his home, his master could hardly bear to look at him. At length he took a timid glance at the cat, still sleeping under the anesthetic. "Will he live?" he whispered. "He has a good chance," I replied. "He has had some major surgery, and it might take some time to get over it, but he's young and he's strong. He should be all right." I could see Jeff wasn't convinced, and that was how it was over the next few days. I kept visiting the little room behind the shop to give the cat penicillin injections, and it was obvious that Jeff had made up his mind that Alfred was going to die. Mrs. Hatfield was more optimistic, but she was worried about her husband. "He's given up hope," she said, "and it's all because Alfred just lies in his bed all day. I've tried to tell him that it'll be a bit of time before the cat starts running around, but he won't listen." She looked at me with anxious eyes. "And you know, it's getting him down, Mr. Herriot. He's a different man. Sometimes I wonder if he'll ever be the same again." I went over and peeked past the curtain into the shop. Jeff was there, doing his job like a robot. Haggard, unsmiling, silently handing out the sweets. When he did speak, it was in a listless monotone, and I realized with a sense of shock that his voice had lost all its old timbre. Mrs. Hatfield was right. He was a different man. And I thought, if he stayed different, what would happen to his clientele? So far they had remained faithful, but I had a feeling they would soon start to drift away. It was a week before the picture began to change for the better. I entered the sitting room, but Alfred wasn't there. Mrs. Hatfield jumped up from her chair. "He's a lot better, Mr. Herriot," she said eagerly. "Eating well and seemed to want to go into shop. He's in there with Jeff now." Again, I took a surreptitious look past the curtain. Alfred was back in his place, skinny but sitting upright. But his master didn't look any better. I turned back into the room. "Well, I won't need to come any more, Mrs. Hatfield. Your cat is well on the way to recovery. He should soon be as good as new." I was quite confident about that, but I wasn't so sure about Jeff. Soon afterwards, the rush of spring lambing and post-lambing troubles overwhelmed me as it did every year, and I had little time to think about my other cases. It must have been 3 weeks before I visited the sweet shop to buy some chocolates for Helen. The place was packed, and as I pushed my way inside, all my fears were rushing back. I looked anxiously at man and cat. Alfred, massive and dignified again, sat like a king at the far end of the counter. Jeff was leaning on the counter with both hands, gazing closely into a lady's face. His rich voice reverberated round the little shop. "As I understand you, Mrs. Hurd, you are looking for something in the nature of a softer sweetmeat. Could you perhaps mean a Turkish delight?"
"Nay, Mr. Hatfield, it wasn't that."
His head fell on his chest, and he studied the polished boards of the counter with fierce concentration. Then he looked up and pushed his face nearer to the ladies. "A pastil, possibly?"
Nay.
"A truffle, a soft caramel, a peppermint cream?"
No, not like that."
He straightened up. This was a tough one. He folded his arms across his chest, and as he stared into space and took the long inhalation I remembered so well, I could see that he was a big man again, his shoulders spreading wide, his face ruddy and well-fleshed. Nothing having evolved from his cogitations, his jaw jutted, and he turned his face upwards, seeking further inspiration from the ceiling. Alfred, I noticed, looked upwards too. There was a tense silence as Jeff held his pose. Then a smile crept slowly over his noble features. He raised a finger. "Madam," he said, "I do fancy I have it. Whitish, you said? Sometimes pink, rather squashy. May I suggest to you marshmallow?" Mrs. Hurd thumped the counter.
Aye, that's it, Mr. Hatfield. I just couldn't think of the name.
"Ha! I thought so!" boomed the proprietor, his organ tones rolling to the roof. He laughed. The ladies laughed, and I was positive that Alfred laughed, too. All was well again. Everybody in the shop was happy. Jeff, Alfred, the ladies, and not least, James Herriot.
You call yourself a vet, but you are nowt but a robber.
Mrs. Sidlow, her fierce, dark little eyes crackling with fury, spat out the words. I looked at her, taking in the lank black hair, framing the haggard face with its pointed chin, and I thought, not for the first time, how very much she resembled a witch. It was easy to imagine her throwing a leg over a broomstick and zooming off for a quick flip across the moon.
"All the county's talking about you and your big bills," she continued. "I don't know how you get away with it. It's daylight robbery. Robbing the poor farmers, and then you come out here, bold as brass in your flash car."
That was what had started it. Since my old vehicle was dropping to bits, I had acquired a second-hand Austin 10. It had done 20,000 miles, but had been well maintained, and looked like new with its black bodywork shining in the sun. The very sight of it had sparked off Mrs. Sidlow. The purchase of a new car was invariably greeted with a bit of leg-pulling by most of the farmers. "Job must be paying well," they would say with a grin, but it was all friendly, with never a hint of the venom that seemed to be part of the Sidlow menage. The Sidlows hated vets. Not just me, but all of them, and that was quite a few, because they had tried every practice for miles around and found them all wanting. The trouble was that Mr. Sidlow himself was quite simply the only man in the district who knew anything about doctoring sick animals. His wife and all his grown-up family knew this as an article of faith, and whenever illness struck any of his cattle, it was natural that father took over. It was only when they had exhausted his supply of secret remedies that the vet was called in. I personally had only seen dying animals on that farm and had been unable to bring them back to life. So the Sidlows were invariably confirmed in their opinion of me and all my profession. Today, with the old feeling of hopelessness, I had been viewing an emaciated little beast huddled in a dark corner of the fold yard, taking its last few breaths after a week of pneumonia. The family stood around, breathing hostility, shooting the usual side glances at me from their glowering faces. I had been trailing wearily back to my car on the way out, when Mrs. Sidlow had spotted me from the kitchen window and catapulted into the yard.
"Aye, it's all right for you," she went on. "We have to work hard to make a living on this spot, and then such as you come and take our money away from us without doing anything for it. I know what it is. Your idea is to get rich quick."
Only my long training that the customer is always right stopped me from barking back. Instead, I forced a smile. "Mrs. Sidlow," I said, "I assure you that I'm anything but rich. In fact, if you could see my bank balance, you would see what I mean."
"You're telling me you haven't much money?"
"That's right." She waved towards the Austin and gave me another searing glare.
"So, this fancy car's just a lot of show."
I had no answer. She had me both ways. Either I was a fat cat or a stuck-up poseur. As I drove away up the rising road, I looked back at the farm with its substantial house and wide sprawl of buildings. There were 500 lush acres down there, lying in the low country at the foot of the dale. The Sidlows were big, prosperous farmers with none of the worries of the hillmen who struggle to exist on the bleak small holdings higher up. It was difficult to understand why my imagined affluence should be such an affront to them. It occurred to me, too, that this latest attack had come at a time when my finances were at their lowest ebb. As I changed gears, I caught a glimpse of pink flesh through the knees of my old corduroys. Oh, hell. These trousers had just about had it, as indeed had most of my clothes, but the needs of 2 growing children came a long way before my own. Not that there was any point in going round my work looking like a male fashion plate. I had one of the roughest, dirtiest jobs in the world, and could only aim at reasonable respectability. And I always had the comforting knowledge that I did have one good suit, which had lasted for many years simply because it was hardly ever worn. But it was indeed strange that I should be perpetually hard up. Siegfried and I had built up a good, successful practice. I worked nearly all the time, 7 days a week, in the evenings and often during the night. And it was hard work, too. Rolling about on cobbled floors, fighting with tough carvings to the point of exhaustion, getting kicked, crushed, trodden on, and sprayed with muck. Often I spent days with every muscle in my body aching. But I still had only a niggling and immovable overdraft of £1,000 to show for it all. Of course, most of my time was spent driving a car. You didn't get paid for that, and maybe it was the reason for my situation, yet the driving, the work, and the whole rich life was spent out in the open in this glorious countryside. I really loved it all, and it was only when I was accused of being a kind of agricultural conman that the contradiction came home to me. As the road climbed higher, I began to see the church tower and roofs of Dallerby, and at last, on the edge of the town, the gates of Mrs. Pumphrey's beautiful home lay beckoning. I looked at my watch. 12 noon. Long practice had enabled me to time my visits here just before lunch, when I could escape the rigours of country practice and wallow for a little while in the hospitality of the elderly widow who had brightened my life for so long. As my tyres crunched on the gravel of the drive, I smiled, as Tricky Woo appeared at the window to greet me. He was old now, but he could still get up there to his vantage point, and his Pekingese face was split, as always, by a panting grin of welcome. Mounting the steps between the twin pillars of the doorway, I could see that he had left the window, and I heard his joyous barking in the hall. Ruth, the long-serving maid, answered my ring, beaming with pleasure, as Tricky flung himself at my knees. "He is glad to see you, Mr. Herriot," she said. Laying a hand on my arm, she added, "We all are." She ushered me into the gracious drawing-room, where Mrs. Pumphrey was sitting in an armchair by the fire. She raised her white head from her book and cried out in delight. "Ah, Mr. Herriot, how very, very nice! And Tricky, isn't it wonderful to have Uncle Herriot visiting again?" She waved me to the armchair opposite. "I have been expecting you for Tricky's check-up, but before you examine him, you must sit down and warm yourself. It is so terribly cold. Ruth, my dear, will you bring Mr. Herriot a glass of sherry? You will say yes, won't you, Mr. Herriot?" I murmured my thanks. I always said yes to the very special sherry, which came in enormous glasses and was deeply heartening at all times, but on cold days in particular. I sank into the cushions and stretched my legs towards the flames that leapt in the fireplace. As I took my first sip, and Ruth put a plate of tiny biscuits by my side, the little dog climbed onto my knee, and the last effects of the Sidlow hostility slipped gently away from me. Mrs. Pumphrey said, "Tricky has been awfully well since your last visit, Mr. Herriot. I know he is always going to be a little stiff with his arthritis, but he does get around so well, and his little heart cough is no worse." "That's wonderful." I stroked the little animal's head as Mrs. Pumphrey went on. "Now, there is something very interesting I must tell you. As you know, Tricky has always been deeply knowledgeable about horse racing. He's a wonderful judge of form and wins nearly all his bets." She raised a finger and spoke in a confidential murmur. "Well, just recently he has become very interested in greyhound racing." "Is that so?" "Yes, indeed. He has begun to discuss the meetings at the Middlesbrough Greyhound track, and instructed me to place bets for him. And you know, he's won quite a lot of money already." "Really?" "Yes. Only this morning my chauffeur collected £12 from the bookmaker after last night's races." Well, how wonderful." My heart bled for honest Joe Prendergast, the local turf accountant. He must be suffering after years of losing money on horse racing to a dog, and now having to pay out on the greyhounds too. Mrs. Pumphrey gave me a radiant smile. Then she became serious. "But I do wonder, Mr. Herriot, just what is responsible for this new interest? What is your opinion?" I shook my head gravely. "Difficult to say. Very difficult." "However, I have a theory," she said. "Do you think, perhaps, that as he grows older, he is more drawn to animals of his own species and prefers to bet on doggy runners like greyhounds?" "Could be." "Could be. And after all, you would think with this affinity it would give him more insight and a better chance of winning." Well, yes. That's right. That's another point, certainly." Tricky, well aware that we were talking about him, waved his fine tail and looked up at me with his proud grin and lolling tongue. I settled deeper in the cushions as the sherry began to send warm tendrils through my system. This was a happily familiar situation, listening to Mrs. Pumphrey's recitals of Tricky Woo's activities. She was a kind, highly intelligent and cultivated lady, admired by all and a benefactress to innumerable charities. She sat on committees, and her opinion was sought on many important matters. But where her dog was concerned, her conversation never touched on weighty topics, but was filled with strange and wondrous things. I put down my empty glass and dusted the tasty crumbs from my jacket. I hated to interrupt these sessions and return to reality, but I looked at my watch. "Well, now, Mrs. Pumphrey, I think I'd better give the little chap his check-up." I lifted Tricky onto a settee and palpated his abdomen thoroughly. Nothing wrong there. Then I listened to his heart and lungs. There was the heart murmur I knew about, and some faint bronchitic sounds which I expected. In fact, I was totally familiar with all my old friend's internal workings, after treating him over the years. Teeth now. Maybe he could do with another cleaning next time. Eyes were the beginnings of the lens opacity of the old dog, but not too bad at all. I turned to Mrs. Pumphrey. Tricky was on medications for his arthritis and bronchitis, but I never elaborated on his ailments to her. Too many medical terms upset her. "He's really wonderful for his age, Mrs. Pumphrey. You have his tablets to use when necessary, and you know where I am if ever you need me. Just one thing. You have been very good with his diet lately, so don't give him too many titbits." She giggled and gave me a roguish look. "Oh, please don't scold me, Mr. Herriot. I promise I'll be good." She paused for a moment. "I must mention just one more thing with regard to Tricky's arthritis. You know that Hodgkin has been throwing rings for him for years?" Yes, I do." Her words raised an image of the dour old gardener under duress, casting the rubber rings on the lawn while the little dog, barking in delight, brought them back to him again. Hodgkin, who clearly didn't like dogs, invariably looked utterly fed up, and his lips always seemed to be moving as he muttered either to himself or Tricky.
Well, I thought, in view of Tricky's condition, that Hodgkin was throwing the rings too far, and I told him to throw them for just a few feet. The little darling would have just as much fun with much less exertion.
I see. Her expression became disapproving.
Unfortunately, Hodgkin has been rather mean about it.
In what way?
I wouldn't have known anything about it, she said,
lowering her voice.
but Tricky confided in me.
Did he really?
Yes. He told me that Hodgkin had complained bitterly that it meant he had to bend down a lot more often to pick up the rings, and he had arthritis too.
Her voice sank to a whisper.
I wouldn't have minded, but Tricky was deeply shocked. He said Hodgkin used the word bloody several times.
Oh, dear, 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 yes. Yes, I see the difficulty.
It has made the whole thing so embarrassing for Tricky. What do you think I should do?
I nodded sagely, and after some cogitation gave my opinion. I do think, Mrs. Pumphrey, that it would be a good idea to have the throwing sessions less often and for a shorter time. After all, both Tricky and Hodgkin are no longer young. She gazed at me for a few moments and then smiled fondly.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Herriot. I'm sure you're right, as always. I shall follow your advice.
I was about to make my farewells when Mrs. Pumphrey put a hand on my arm.
Before you go, Mr. Herriot, I would like you to see something.
She led the way to a room off the hall and opened the doors of a massive wardrobe. I looked at a long row of opulent suits. I had never seen so many outside a shop. She ran her hands slowly along jackets of all kinds, dark and dressy, light and tweed.
These belong to my late husband.
For a few moments she was silent as she fingered one sleeve after another. Then she became suddenly brisk and turned to me with a bright smile.
He did love good clothes and went to London for all his suits. Now, this one.
She reached up and lifted down her jacket and trousers of lovered tweed.
This one was made by one of the best tailors in Savile Row. Oh, it's so heavy. Will you hold it, please?
She gasped as she laid it on my outstretched arm, and I too was amazed at its weight.
Yes, she went on. It is the most beautiful country suit, and you know, he never wore it.
She shook her head, and her eyes softened as she stroked the lapels.
No, he never did. He died a few days after it was made, and he was so looking forward to it. He was such an outdoor man, but he did like to be smartly dressed.
Then she said, somewhat abruptly, looking up at me with a resolute expression,
Now, Mr. Herriot, would you like to have this suit?
Eh?
I wish you would have it. I'm sure it would be of great use to you, and it is being wasted just hanging here in this wardrobe.
I didn't know what to say, but my mind went back to various pauses in our conversation by the fire. I had noticed her eyes lingering briefly on the fringe of material on my frayed cuffs as I raised my glass, and at my threadbare knees. As I stood silent, she looked suddenly worried.
Perhaps I'm embarrassing you. No, not at all. No, it's very kind of you. I'm sure I'd love to have it. Oh, I am glad. She clapped her hands. It will be just right for you, quite the correct thing for a country vet. I'd so much like to think of you wearing it.
Right.
Right, I said, still a little bemused. Thank you. Thank you very much, I laughed. Such a nice surprise. Good. Good. She was laughing too. Then she called across the hall. Ruth, will you bring one of those big sheets of brown paper to put this suit in? There's a dear.
As the maid hurried off, Mrs. Pumphrey put her head to one side.
There's just one thing, Mr. Herriot. My husband was rather a large man. Some alterations will be necessary.
Oh, that's all right, I said. I can see to that. As I walked over the gravel to my car, weighed down with my parcel, I mused on the upturn in my day. A couple of hours ago I had slunk away like a pariah from a farm after a visit steeped in censure and dislike, and with a final tongue-lashing thrown in. And look at me now. Mrs. Pumphrey and Ruth were smiling and waving from the doorway. Tricky was back at his window, laughing his head off as he barked his farewell, the curtains moving with the wagging of his tail. My stomach glowed with sherry and savoury biscuits, and I had a handsome free suit in my arms. Not for the first time, I thanked Providence for the infinite variety of veterinary practice. Back in Scaledale House, as I unwrapped the brown paper, I cried, "Look at this, Helen! Mrs. Pumphrey's given me a suit!" My wife gasped as my new acquisition was unveiled. "It's beautiful, Jim. It's so expensive looking. Isn't it just? I could never afford one like this." We looked down at the sumptuous tweed with its faint, scarcely discernible pattern of brownish threads among the Lubbock green. Helen held up the jacket to examine it more closely. "Gosh, it's so thick and heavy I can hardly lift it. I've never seen such cloth. You'll never feel cold wearing this. Well, aren't you going to try it on? There's time before lunch. I'll just pop through to the kitchen and see that nothing's boiling over." I hurried to our bedroom and, bubbling with anticipation, removed my trousers and pulled on the new ones. Then I donned the jacket and looked in the mirror. I really didn't have to look. I realized from the start that my hopes were dashed. The trousers rested in concertina-like folds round my ankles, while the jacket sleeves hung several inches below my hands. The late Mr. Pumphrey hadn't just been large, he must have been a giant. I was observing myself sadly when I heard muffled sounds from the doorway. Helen was leaning against the wall, laughing helplessly as she pointed a shaking finger in my direction. "Oh, dear," she gasped. "I'm sorry, but... oh, dear." "Okay," I said. I know, it's a washout." Then I caught sight of myself again in the mirror and couldn't fight back a wry smile. "You're right, I do look funny, but what a disappointment. It's such a marvellous suit. I thought I was going to be Danaby's best-dressed man. What the heck are we going to do with the thing?" Helen dried her eyes and came over to me. "Oh, it's such a shame, but wait a minute." She tucked the sleeves up till my hands were revealed, then knelt and rolled up a few folds of trousers. She stood back to view the result. "Do you know, I really think it could be altered to fit you." "Oh, come on, it's unthinkable. I'm drowned in it." I glowered again at my reflection. My wife shook her head vigorously. "I'm not so sure. Looking at you now, I can just imagine how splendid it could be. Anyway, I'm going to take it round to Mr. Benderlow and see if I can sweetheart him into doing it quickly." I grinned at the thought of our local tailor stirring himself. "That would be a miracle." "You never know," Helen said. "I'm going to try anyway." Later that day she came to me with the news that Mr. Benderlow had been so dazzled by the quality of the material and the cut that he had promised a rush job. The excitement over the suit was forgotten, as I had an urgent call immediately after lunch. Ted Newcomb's voice on the phone was strained and shaking. "It's Clover. She's on carb in it, and there's just a head and nought else. I've had a go, but I can't reach the legs. It's a whopper of a calf, and it's the one I badly want. You remember?" Yes, I do remember, of course." "Can you get here quick, Mr. Herriot?" "I'm leaving now." Clover was Ted Newcomb's best heifer, and had been served by a premium bull. To a hill farmer like Ted, it would be a disaster if he lost the calf. I shouted to Helen and ran out to the car. Ted's small holding was a grey smudge high on a hillside near the top of the dale. There was no road to it, and my car bumped its way up the grassy slope, with my drugs and instruments rattling and clinking behind me. The flagged yard and thick-walled buildings were hundreds of years old. In fact, coupled with its inaccessibility, it was the sort of place where only hard-up people like Ted would dream of trying to make a living. The rent was low, and it was all he could afford. He was coming out of the byre as I drew up. Ted was tall and thin, about my own age, the father of a boy and girl who walked down that hill every day and then the 2 miles to the village school. He looked worried, but managed a grin. "Nice car, Mr. Herriot." He gave the gleaming bonnet a mock polish with his sleeve, but, as was typical of him, that was as far as the teasing went. I followed him into the little byre, and I realized why he didn't feel very much like joking. The smile was wiped off my own face immediately, as I looked at the beautiful heifer, groaning and heaving, with an enormous muzzle just peeping from her vulva as she strained. No vet likes to see that. It wasn't just a case of sorting out a malpresentation. It meant that a huge calf was finding it impossible to find a way out. "I've had a go," Ted said, as I stripped off and began to wash my arms in the steaming bucket. "But there's no legs. Feet are miles away. I remember you telling me once to push back the head to reach the feet, but I've tried, and she's over-strong for me." I nodded. He hadn't much flesh on his bones, but he had a stringy power in his arms, and I knew what he meant. Nobody's as strong as a big beast like that, Ted. And all the time I'm wondering if the calf's still alive. He's been squeezed in there for a hell of a long time. That was my worry, too. I soaked my arm and pushed a hand into the vulva alongside the massive head. But as I reached for the shoulder, Clover gave another heave and my arm was trapped agonizingly for a few seconds. "Well, that's no good," I gasped. "There's not an inch of room in there. I'll try my luck with the head." I put my hand against the muzzle and pushed steadily, leaning hard as the head went back a few inches. That was as far as I got. Another mighty expulsive effort from the heifer sent me back where I started. I began to wash my hands and arms again. "It's impossible, Ted. That calf won't come out till we bring the feet round, and there's simply no way of reaching those feet. She's a big, powerful heifer, and we can't win pushing against her." He looked at me wide-eyed. "Oh, hell! What do we do then? Caesarean?" "That's a big job." "No, maybe not," I said. "I've got another trick up my sleeve." I was out to the car and back again in a few moments, with a syringe and a local anesthetic. I said, "Grab the tail, Ted, and move it up and down like a pump handle. Yeah, that's the way." I felt for the epidural space between the vertebrae and injected 10 cc's, then I stood back and watched. I hadn't long to wait. In less than a minute, Clover began to relax as though her troubles were over. Ted pointed at her. "Look at that! She stopped straining." I said, "She can't strain now. She's had a spinal anesthetic and she can't feel a thing back there. In fact, she really doesn't know what's going on." "So, if she can't push against us, we can maybe get the head back inside." "That's the idea." Another soaping of my arm, and I pressed my palm against the broad muzzle. And oh, it was lovely to feel the head and neck and the whole calf moving away from me with no sign of resistance. There was room then to pass a noose inside and snare a foot, and then another, till I had 2 cloven hooves showing at the vulva. I grasped one in each hand, and as I leant back, the calf's muzzle reappeared, and to my great relief I saw a twitching of the nostrils. I laughed. "This calf's alive, Ted." "Oh, thank God for that," said Ted, blowing out his cheeks. "We can get on with the job now, can't we?" "Yes, but there's just one snag. Because she's unable to strain, she can't help us. We'll have to do everything ourselves." It was still a very tight squeeze, and we had half an hour of careful pulling on the legs and head and frequent application of lubricating jelly. We soon began to sweat, but Clover was totally unconcerned and paid no attention as she picked away happily at the hay in the rack. My big fear was that the calf might stick at the hips, but with a final heave from us, the little creature slid out into the world, and I caught the slippery body as it fell. Ted lifted a hind leg. "It's a bull." "Reckon it had to be when it was as big as that." He smiled happily. "Most times I want heifers, but this one will sell well for breeding. He's got a fine pedigree on both sides." He began to rub the calf's ribs and head with straw, and the calf responded by raising his head and snuffling. Clover looked round quickly at the sound, and gave a soft moo of delight, and, it seemed to me, surprise. She had known nothing of the operation, and clearly was a little mystified as to how this enchanting newcomer had arrived. We pulled him up to her head, and she commenced an enthusiastic end-to-end licking of the little body. I smiled. I never got tired of this. The most rewarding thing in my veterinary life. "Nice to see, isn't it, Ted? I wish all carvings finished up like this." "By God, you're right, Mr. Herriot, and I can't thank you enough. I really thought I had a dead one on my hands this time." When I bent over the bucket, he gave me a friendly thump on the back. As I dried my arms, I looked round the byre with its row of well-kept cows. Over some months, Ted had gutted the place completely, hacking out the ancient wooden partitions and replacing them with tubular metal, plastering the walls, digging up the cobbled floor and laying down concrete. He had done all the work himself. He followed my gaze. "What do you think of me little place now?" "It's great, Ted. You've done wonders. And you've built a nice little dairy, too." He rubbed his chin. "Aye. Now I've got to get that tuberculin tested licence somehow. But there's a few things that don't come up to standard, like not enough space between the channel and the back wall. There's naught I can do about that, and one or two other points. But if the ministry will grant me a licence, I'll get another 4p on every gallon of milk, and it'll make all the difference in the world to me." He laughed as though reading my thoughts. "Maybe you don't think 4p is much, but you know, we don't need a lot of money. We never go out at night. We're quite happy playing cards and dominoes with the kids. And with these cows to milk and feed and muck out twice a day, 365 days a year, I'm tied to the spot." He laughed again. "I can't remember when I even went into Darrowby. No, we don't want much money, but right now I'm just hanging on, only keeping my head above water. Anyway, I'll know after next Thursday. They're having a meeting to decide." I didn't say anything. I couldn't tell him that I was the one who had to make a confidential report to the Milk Committee on that day about him and his farm, and it all rested on whether I could convince them. Ted's 4p a gallon was in my hands, and it frightened me a bit. If the TT licence didn't go through, I dared not think how much longer he could carry on his struggle to make a go of this wind-blown farm with its sparse pastures. I packed up my gear, and we went outside. Breathing in the cold, clean air, I looked at the cloud shadows chasing across the tumbled miles of green hills, and at the few acres that were Ted's world. They made a little wall-girt island, lapped around by the tufted grass of the moorland, which was always trying to flow over and swamp it. Those fields had to be fed and fertilized to keep them from returning to their wild state. The walls, twisted and bent by the centuries, kept shedding their stones. Another job to be done by that one man. I recalled the time when Ted told me that one of his luxuries was to wake up in the middle of the night so that he could turn over and go to sleep again. As I started the engine, he waved, raising a huge, work-calloused hand. Bumping down the hillside, I looked back at the thin, slightly stooping figure standing by the house with its fringe of stunted trees, and an awareness of his situation welled in me as it had done so often before. Compared to his, my life was a picnic. The following Thursday, I awoke with the words of my appeal for Ted spinning around in my head, and I kept mouthing a few phrases in the car as I did a couple of early calls. I was due in the ministry office at 11 a.m., and by 10 o'clock I was back home, ready to change. I was just about to go upstairs when Helen came in. Breathlessly, she said, "You'll never believe this, but Mr. Bendlow saw me as I passed his window, and he gave me the suit." "Mr. Pumphrey's suit?" "Yes, it's altered and ready for you to wear." She stared at me wide-eyed. I looked at the parcel in amazement. "Well, that's never happened before. We asked for a miracle, and we got one." "That's right," Helen said. "And another thing, I feel sure it's a happy omen." "What do you mean?" "You can wear it when you speak to the Milk Committee. You'll really impress them in a suit like that." Her words struck home. As an orator, I was no Winston Churchill, and I needed any help that was going. In the bedroom, I tore off my clothes and climbed into the refurbished trousers. They were now exactly the right length. But there was something else, something I hadn't noticed when I tried them on before. The waistband came right up over my chest, until it was almost tucked under my arms. Those were the days of high waistbands, that rested comfortably well above the hips, but Mr. Pumphrey's stature had vastly accentuated this. I was beaten again. I turned and faced Helen, and her mouth began to twitch. Then she lowered her head, and her body shook with repressed giggles. "Don't start that again," I cried. "They're nearly as funny as last time. You don't have to tell me. Anyway, I can't wear these damn things, and that's all there is to it. I'm just a walking pair of trousers with a head and shoulders poking out of the top." I was about to pull off the maddening garments when Helen held up a hand. "Wait. Wait," she said. "Put on the jacket." "What good would that do? The lapels are very high. Just put it on." With a feeling of hopelessness, I shrugged myself into the jacket and turned towards her. Helen was looking at me with something like awe. "It's wonderful," she whispered. "Incredible." "What is?" Look at yourself." I looked into the mirror, and Lord Herriot of Darrowby looked out at me. The waistband was quite hidden, and the suit was there in all its glory of rich material and superb tailoring, draped on me elegantly, as if it had been made for me. "My God," I breathed. "I never knew clothes could make all that difference. I'm like another person." "Yes, you are," agreed Helen eagerly. "You're like an important, prestigious person. You must wear it for the committee. You'll knock 'em cold." While I washed and combed my hair, I had the warm sense of everything slotting into place when all had seemed lost. And as I left, after a final admiring glance at myself in the mirror, I was filled with an airy confidence. Outside, a bitter wind swept over the fields, but I couldn't feel it. Nothing could penetrate my apparel. In fact, I felt sure that dressed like this, I could walk in comfort to the North Pole without changing. In the car, my body heat rose rapidly, and I had to open the windows. I was glad when I reached my destination and was able to take a few breaths of cold air. My relief, however, was short-lived, because as soon as the swinging doors of the ministry office closed behind me, a stifling heat hit me. On all my previous visits, I had wondered how people could work in this atmosphere, with the central heating going full blast. As I walked along the corridor, looking through the glass at the typists and technicians and ministry officials, apparently going about their business quite happily, I marvelled anew. Only this time, it was worse. Much, much worse. This time I was cocooned almost up to my chin in 2 layers of carpet-like material. It was the waistband, of course, that was the trouble. Clamped round my entire rib-cage like a great constricting hand. I had the silly feeling that the suit itself was carrying me along to the double doors of the conference room at the end of the corridor. In the big room, it was hotter than ever, and I had a moment of panic when I thought I wouldn't be able to breathe. But I settled down as the committee members welcomed me in their usual friendly way, and the chairman ushered me to my seat at the long table. There were about 20 people in the milk committee. Big farmers, technical officers of the ministry, Lord Darborough and Sir Henry Brookley, 2 of the great landowners of the district, as well as a physician and 1 practising veterinary surgeon, me. I had felt honoured when I was invited to join, and had tried to fulfil my duties to the best of my ability, but this morning was something special. Sir Henry was chairman, and as he started the proceedings, I prayed that it would be a short session. I knew I couldn't stand it for long, tightly muffled in this heat. But as the minutes ticked away with agonizing slowness, I realized that there was a tremendous amount of business to get through. Long discussions about sterilization, farm buildings, and husbandry, cattle diseases, points of law. It went on and on as I sat there, getting hotter and hotter. Quite often I was asked for my opinion, and I answered in a breathless way that I hoped went unnoticed, but it seemed that my most important contribution was being kept until the end. My condition deteriorated steadily, until after an hour I was sure I was suffocating, and it was only a matter of time before I fainted away and was carried from the room. I was breathing only with difficulty, and I could feel the sweat running down my neck onto my collar. I had to fight the impulse to tear open my jacket and let out some of the pent-up heat, but the thought of this decorous group of men dissolving into laughter at the sight of my chin-high trousers stayed my hand. It was after almost 2 hours that Sir Henry looked around the table and introduced my subject. "Well, gentlemen," he said, "to conclude our business this morning, we have to decide on the borderline case of hill farmer Edward Newcomb's application for a tuberculin-tested license. I understand that our young friend Mr. Herriot has been looking into the matter for us. Mr. Herriot?" He smiled across the table at me. Somebody began to talk about Ted Newcomb, and for a few moments I didn't realize it was myself. The words were familiar, but they seemed to be coming from somewhere outside me, panting and hoarse. Through the blur of sweat trickling into my eyes, I could see them all looking at me, kindly. They had always been kind, these men, maybe because I was the youngest member, but as my utterances tumbled out, outstanding stockman, cattle in immaculate condition, hard worker, meticulous attention to hygiene, man of the highest integrity, they kept smiling and nodding encouragingly. I seemed to be surrounded by cheerful, friendly faces as I summed up. Edward Newcome's buildings may not be perfect, but he really is a trier, and if he is granted his license, he will never let anybody down." Sir Henry beamed at me. "Ah, thank you so much, Mr. Herriot. That is most helpful, and we are grateful to you. I think we can take it, gentlemen, that there will be no difficulty in granting the license?" Hands went up in agreement all around the table. I have very little recollection of how I left the room, only of rushing downstairs into the men's laboratory, locking myself into one of the cubicles, throwing off my jacket, and collapsing open-mouthed onto the toilet seat. As I opened the front of the vast trousers, unbuttoned my shirt and lay back, gasping, waves of heat mingled with relief and triumph rolled from me. I had got it over. Ted had his license, and I was still alive. As I slowly recovered, I heard two men come in. From my semi-prone position, I could see their feet under the door, and I recognized the voices of Sir Henry and Lord Darborough. The feet disappeared as the men retreated to the opposite wall. There was a silence, then his lordship boomed. "Tell you what, Henry, it did me good to see that young fella fighting for the hill farmer. Couldn't agree more, George. Damn good show, I thought. Threw everything into it, by gad. Didn't spare himself, never seen anything like it. Sweat was rolling down his face." "I saw. Dedication, I'd call it." "That's it, dedication. Good to see in somebody his age." There was another pause, and then, "You know, Henry, there was something else about that young fella." "What was that, George?" "He knows his clothes. Splendid suit. I rather envy him his tailor." Not to put too fine a point on it, Herriot, I think you are dishonest. "What?" I had been called a few things in my time, but never that, and it hit me hard, especially coming from a tall, patrician veterinary surgeon looking down his nose at me. "What the devil do you mean? How can you possibly say that?" Hugo Mottram's imperious blue eyes regarded me with distaste. "I say it only because I am forced to no other conclusion. I consider unethical behavior to be a type of dishonesty, and you have certainly been guilty of that. Also, your attempts to justify your actions seem to me to be sheer prevarication." This was really nice, I thought, particularly here in Broughton, where I was trying to enjoy my precious half-day. I had been browsing happily in Smith's bookshop, spotted Mottram walking along by the shelves, and in fact I had been regarding him with some envy, wishing that I looked a bit like him. He was the perfect picture of my idea of a country vet. Checked cap, immaculate hacking jacket, knee breeches, stockings and brogues, together with a commanding presence and hawk-like handsome features. He was in his 50s, but as he paced among the books, head high, chin jutting, he had the look of a fit young man. I took a deep breath and tried to speak calmly. "Mr. Mottram, what you have just said is insulting, and I think you should apologize. Surely you realize that neither my partner nor I have any designs on your clients. It was just an unfortunate combination of events. There was nothing else we could have done in the circumstances, and if only you would just think about it." The tall man stuck out his chin even more. "I have thought about it, and I mean what I say. I have no desire to waste any more time in discussing this matter, and my hope is that I shall have no further contact with you in the future." He turned quickly and strode from the shop, leaving me fuming. I stood there staring at my boots. Helen was having her hair done. She would be joining me any minute now, and then our happy program would start. Shopping, tea, then the cinema and a late meal with a lot of good conversation. All with my pal Gordon Ray, the vet from Boroughbridge, and his wife Jean. It was a simple sequence, but a blessed escape from the hard work, and we looked forward to it all week. And now it was in ruins, shattered. This thing with Mottram had started a few weeks previously. I was in our surgery examining a spaniel with a skin eruption, when the lady owner suddenly said, "Mr. Mottram of Scanton has been treating this dog for some time. He says it's eczema, but it's not improving, and I think it must be something else. I want a second opinion." I looked at the lady. "I wish you'd mentioned that at the beginning. Really, I should have asked Mr. Mottram's permission before I looked at your dog." "Oh, I didn't know that. Well, yes, that's how it is, and I'm afraid I'll have to speak to him before I do any more. I excused myself and went through to the telephone in the office. Mottram here. The voice was as I remembered. Deep, assured, cool. As a neighbouring veterinary surgeon, I had met him a few times and found I couldn't get very near him. His aristocratic haughtiness was to me decidedly off-putting, but I had to try to be friendly. Oh, hello, this is Herriot in Darrowby. How are you? I am quite well, Herriot. I trust you are the same. Damn, he still sounded patronising. Well, now, I have one of your clients, Mrs. Hickson, here with her dog. I see it has a skin condition. She's asking for a second opinion. The voice became suddenly glacial. You've seen the animal? I think you might have consulted me first. I'm sorry I didn't get the chance. Mrs. Hickson didn't tell me till I had the dog on the table. I do apologize, and I wonder if I might have your permission to carry on. There was a long pause. Then again the icy tones. Well, I suppose if you must, you must. The phone went down with a bonk. My face was hot with embarrassment. What was the matter with the chap? This sort of thing happened all the time in veterinary practice. I'd had to approach other neighbouring practitioners, and sometimes they'd had to approach me. The response on both sides had always been, well, yes, of course, carry on by all means, I'd be glad to know what you think, which was followed by a description of the treatment to date. None of that with Mottram, and I wasn't going to phone him again. I'd have to find out the past treatment from the owner if I could. I told Siegfried later. Snooty bugger, he grunted. Remember when I asked him to dinner a long time ago? He said that he felt that vets should have an honourable association with their neighbours in opposition, but he didn't believe in their socialising with each other. Yes, I do remember. He nodded. Okay, I respect his views, but there's no need for this stupid touchiness. A couple of weeks later, I had a feeling of impending doom when I was feeling my way over the hind leg of a lame dog, and the owner, a nice man, chirped up, "Oh, by the way, I should have told you. Mr. Mottram over at Scampton has been treating him, but I can see no improvement at all, and I'd like your opinion." My toes began to curl, but there was nothing else for it. I rang up our neighbour again. Mottram here. That same discouraging voice. I told him what had happened and asked his permission. Again that long pause, then a disdainful, "So you're at it again?" At it? What do you mean? I'm not at anything. I'm merely asking your permission to do as your client has requested. Oh, do what you damn well like. And I heard the familiar thud of the phone at the other end. I began to sense the eerie workings of fate when Siegfried came in a few days later, looking thoughtful. You won't believe this, James. I was called to one of Mottram's clients this morning. Bollens by name, and he was in a state. He had a horse with a broken leg and couldn't get hold of Mottram. Phoned me in desperation. I rang the Scanton practice, but he was on his rounds, and I had to dash out to Bollens' place. It was a ghastly thing. A horrible compound fracture with the poor creature in agony. No possibility of treatment. There was simply nothing for it but to shoot the poor thing immediately. I couldn't let him suffer, but it would be Mottram. I've tried to contact him again, but he's still not around. I had to help Siegfried to clean out a dog's cankered ears, and we were cleaning up when, to our complete astonishment, Mottram appeared in the doorway of the operating room. He was immaculate as usual, clearly in a rage, but in cold control of himself. "Ah, you're both here." That superior voice again. "It's just as well, because what I have to say applies to both of you. This latest escapade at Bollens is really too much fun. I can only conclude that you are conducting a campaign to steal my clients." Siegfried flushed. "Now, look here, Mottram, this is ridiculous. We have absolutely no desire to poach your clients. As to Bollens' horse, I tried in vain to get in touch with you, but—" Mottram held up a hand. "I don't want to hear any more. You can say what you like, but I believe in honourable relations. Now that this has happened, I am glad I stuck to my principles about that out-to-dinner-together nonsense." He nodded down to each of us from his great height, and left. Siegfried turned to me ruefully. "Well, that's finally torn it. I want to be friends with all my neighbours, but we're finished there." As I stood in the bookshop in Broughton, recalling the sequence of events, I felt that I hadn't needed this final onslaught from Mottram. Standing there among the wreckage of my half-day, looking at his retreating back, I knew that he had washed his hands of me. Like my partner, I was unhappy about it, but I put it out of my mind until my bedside phone rang at 1 a.m. about a month later. I reached out a sleepy arm. The voice at the other end was agitated. "This is Lumsden in Scanton. Mr. Mottram's assistant. I'm treating his horse with a bad colic, but I'm beat with it. I need help." Suddenly I was wide awake. "Where's Mottram?" "He's on holiday in the north of Scotland." The young man's voice began to quaver. "Oh, this would happen when he's away. He adores this horse. It's his favourite. He rides it every day. But I've tried everything, but it looks like he's dying. I don't know how I'm going to face him when he gets back." There was a pause. "Actually, I was hoping to speak to Mr. Farnan. He's good with horses, isn't he?" "Yes, he is," I said. In the darkness, I rested the receiver on my chest and looked at the ceiling as Helen stirred uneasily at my side. Then I spoke again. "Look, Lumsden, I'll have a word with my partner. It's his night off, but I'll see what he says. Anyway, I promise you one of us at least will be out to give you a hand." I cut short his thanks and dialed Siegfried's number. I told him the story and could sense him snapping awake at the other end. "Oh, my God. Mottram?" "Yes. What do you think?" I listened to a long sigh and then... "I've got to go, James." "I'll come with you." "Really? Are you sure?" "Of course. It's my night on anyway, and I might be able to help." On the way to Scanton, we didn't say much, but Siegfried voiced our thoughts. "You know, this is uncanny. Mottram is going to love us even more when he finds we've been in at the death of his beloved horse. Colics are nasty things at any time, always dangerous, even the straightforward ones, and I'd like to bet that this one will have some complications." The house was just outside Scanton, and our headlights picked out an avenue of chestnut trees, leading to an impressive bulk with a fine, pillared doorway. We drove round the back and found Lumsden waving us with his torch into a cobbled courtyard. As we drew up, he turned and ran quickly into the lighted stall in the corner of the yard. When we followed him, we could see the reason for his haste. It was a frightening sight. My stomach lurched, and I heard a soft, "Oh, dear God," from Siegfried. A big chestnut horse, head hanging, staring-eyed, and lathered in sweat, was stumbling round his stall, buckling at the knees, doing his best to throw himself down and roll. This, as any vet knows, can cause torsion of the bow and inevitable death. The young man was hanging on desperately to the halter shank and urging the animal to keep walking. Lumsden looked about 16, but as a qualified veterinarian, he had to be nearly 10 years older than that. He was slightly built, and his naturally boyish face was pale and exhausted. "Very good of you to come," he gasped. "I hate to get you out of bed, but I've been fighting with this job all day yesterday and all day today, and I'm getting nowhere. The horse is worse, if anything, and I'm about tuckered out." Soothingly, Siegfried said, "That's quite all right, old chap. James will hold the horse for a minute while you tell me what you've done." "Well, I've been giving him a laxative and chloral hydrate to relieve the pain." He rattled off a list of other medications he'd administered, and then added, "I'm concerned there's a hell of an impaction in there, and I don't want to rupture the bowel. If only he'd pass a bit of muck. But there's been nothing through him for over 48 hours. Never mind, my boy, you've done nothing wrong, so don't worry about that." Siegfried slipped a hand behind the animal's elbow and felt the pulse. Then, as the horse staggered around, he pulled back the eyelid and examined the conjunctiva. He looked at it thoughtfully before taking the temperature. Yes, he murmured without changing expression. Then he turned to the young man. "Would you slip into the house now and get us a bucket of hot water, soap and a towel? I want to do a rectal examination." As Lumsden hurried out, Siegfried swung round. "By God, I don't like this, James. Lousy, weak pulse. Can hardly detect it. Brick-red conjunctiva and temperature 103. I don't want to put the wind up this young chap, but I think we're on a loser here." His eyes widened. "And Mottram again. Is there such a thing as a jinx?" I didn't say anything as I hung on to the struggling animal. A weak pulse is a particularly ominous finding in a horse, and the other things pointed to a complicating bowel inflammation. When the young man came back, Siegfried rolled up a sleeve and pushed his arm deep into the rectum. Yes, bad impaction, as you say. He whistled softly for a few moments. Well, first we've got to relieve his pain. He injected a sedative into the jugular vein, speaking gently to the horse all the time. That'll make you feel better, old lad. Poor old chap. He followed this with a long intravenous saline infusion to combat the shock, and with antibiotics for the enteritis. Now we'll get a gallon of liquid paraffin into him to try to lubricate that lot in there. Quickly he pushed the stomach tube up the nostril and into the stomach, and held it there as I pumped in the oil. Next, a muscular relaxant. Again he gave an intravenous injection. By the time he had cleaned and rolled up the stomach tube, the horse looked a lot happier. Colic is a frightful agony, and I always felt that horses seemed to suffer pain more deeply than any other animal, a suffering at times almost unbearable to watch. It was a relief to see the big animal calming down, stopping his repeated attempts to collapse, clearly finding a blessed release. Well, said Siegfried quietly, now we wait. Lumsden looked at him questioningly. Are you sure? I feel very guilty about you losing your sleep. It's after 2 o'clock. Maybe I could manage now. My partner gave him a wan smile. With respect, laddie, it's going to need a combined operation. This horse is only doped for now, and I don't have to tell you that he's in a very serious condition. If we can't get his bowels moving, I'm afraid he'll die. He's going to need more of everything, including the stomach tube. We'll all see it through, one way or another. The young man sat down on a pile of hay and gazed dully at his boots. Oh, God, I do hope it's not the other. Mr. Mottram's last words to me were, now, you'll look after Match. Match? Matchbox. That's the horse's name. My boss is devoted to him. I'm sorry, Siegfried said. You're in an awkward position. I shouldn't think Mottram would be the easiest man to explain things to. Lumsden ran his hand through his hair, then looked up at us. No. Mind you, he's not a bad bloke. He's always treated me right. It's just his personality. When he gives me one of his looks, I feel about 6 inches high. I know the feeling, I said. Siegfried gazed at the young man for a moment. What's your name? What does your mother call you? Harry. Well, Harry, you're probably right. And I like your loyalty. Maybe it's just his way, but James and I both seem to have caught him at the wrong time. Anyway, look, can you fetch us a pot of coffee? Could be a long night. It was indeed a long night. We took turns at walking the horse when he showed signs of going down. Siegfried repeated his injections, varying the treatment between sedatives and muscular relaxants. At 5 o'clock he used the stomach tube again to give magnesium sulfate. And all the time, as we dozed and yawned, slumped on the hay, we looked for a genuine easing of the pain, a raising of the animal's depression, and most of all, for a movement of the bowels. For my part, as I watched Matchbox's lolling head and trailing steps, my dominating worry was the knowledge that horses die so easily. Cattle and most other species could survive things so much better, and the old saying among the farmers that "horses don't stand much" was so true. As the night wore on and my metabolism slowed down, my spirits drooped with it. At any moment I expected the horse to halt in his painful circling of the stall, pitch forward onto his side, and groan his last few breaths away. Then we would drive miserably back to Darrowby. Over the half door of the stall I could see the gradual disappearance of the stars and the lightening of the eastern sky. At around 6 o'clock, as the birds began to sing in the chestnut trees, and the grey light of dawn crept into the stall, Siegfried stood up and stretched. The big world has started to turn again out there, chaps. So what are we going to do? We've got to see to both our practices, so who's going to stay with Matchbox? We can't leave him. We were looking at each other, bleary-eyed, when the horse suddenly cocked his tail and deposited a small heap of steaming feces on the floor. Oh, what a lovely sight, Siegfried cried, as our weary faces broke into smiles of relief. That makes me feel a lot better. But we mustn't get too cocky yet. He's still got a touch of enteritis, so I'll give him another shot of antibiotic before we go. Harry, I think it's safe to leave him now, so we'll be on our way, but don't hesitate to ring us if he doesn't go on right. Out in the yard, we shook hands. The young man was blinking with tiredness, but he looked happy. "I don't know what to say," he mumbled. "I'm so grateful to both of you. You've got me out of a terrible fix, and I can't thank you enough." "Not at all, my boy," Siegfried sang out. "Only too glad to be able to help. Get in touch with us any time, but not about colicky horses for the next day or two, if you don't mind." We all laughed and waved as Siegfried started the engine and drove out of the yard. There was no word from Lumsden until the following day when I answered the phone. "Matchbox is absolutely fine. Bowels normal, nibbling hay, just great," he said. "Thanks. Thanks again." 3 weeks passed, and in the rush of work, the Scanton episode began to recede into all the other memories. But one morning, Siegfried looked up from his perusal of the daybook. "You know, James, I do think Mottram might have made some acknowledgement of our bit of assistance with his horse. I'm not looking for fulsome thanks, but I think he might have said something." With an irritable gesture, he scribbled something in the book. "I expect the toffee-nosed bugger can't unbend even as far as that." "Oh, I don't know, Siegfried. Maybe he's still on holiday. We don't know that." My partner looked at me doubtfully. Possibly. Could be I'm doing him an injustice, but anyway, we've got the satisfaction of helping to pull that grand horse round." His face softened at the thought. "He's a lovely sort." Next day I came in from my morning rounds and found my partner bending over an open crate, from whose depth a row of gold-topped bottles protruded. "What's that?" I asked. "Champagne. A dozen." He pulled out a bottle and looked at the label. "Bollinger, no less." "Gosh, where'd that come from?" "No idea. Delivered this morning while we were out, and there's no message inside. But don't worry, it's for us all right. Look, Messrs. Farnan and Herriot, Skeldale House." "Wonderful. I wonder—" As I spoke, there was a knock on the office door, and Mottram walked in. We didn't say anything, just stared at him. He glanced at the crate. "Ah, I see you got the champagne." We both spoke in unison. "You sent it?" "Yes." "Yes? A small gesture of thanks. I returned from holiday only last night, and, Lumsden told me what you did for Match." "Oh, well, really, there's no need. Only too pleased." For once, Siegfried was almost stammering. Mottram, too, was finding things difficult. Tall and dignified as always, he was, nevertheless, acutely uncomfortable, unsmiling, searching desperately for words. "There is indeed a need to express my gratitude, which is deeper than I can truly say. And there is a need, also, to apologize to you gentlemen for my stupid and unforgivable remarks when last we met." "My dear chap, not another word," Siegfried burst out. Mottram raised a hand. "Please, let me say, I am profoundly sorry and ashamed. Why I said such things I do not know. I've done it before. I just seem to be too prickly. I'm afraid I can't help it." As he spoke, he still had his chin out, looking down his nose at us. Maybe he couldn't help that either. But it was obvious that his confession was costing the man dear, and I could feel the tension in the room rising. Siegfried, it was clear, felt the situation needed diffusing. He threw his arms wide in an all-embracing bonhomie. Mottram, my dear fellow, what is all this? Just a simple misunderstanding, immediately forgotten. Say no more, I beg of you. I assure you that the only concern of James and myself is that your beautiful horse has fully recovered." The big man's face softened. "He is beautiful, isn't he?" "I tell you this," Siegfried said softly. "I wish I had one like him. I do envy you." I could see the flash of rapport as the two horse lovers faced each other. Mottram nodded. "Ah, well, so glad. So glad," he murmured. "And, by the way, I have something for you from Lumsden. He, too, is immensely grateful." He handed Siegfried a small parcel. My partner unwrapped it quickly and gave a shout of pleasure. "A bottle of malt whisky! Good old Harry! This is our lucky day. And I think we ought to celebrate Max Box's recovery, among other things. We have all the ingredients right here." He lifted a bottle of champagne from the crate. "What do you say, Mottram, old chap? We have a little time to spare before lunch." "You're very kind, Farnan. I'd like that." "Splendid. Splendid. Do sit down and make yourself comfortable. Get the glasses, James." Within minutes the champagne had popped, and we were seated round the table. Siegfried raised his glass and looked appreciatively at the sparkling contents. "Here's to Matchbox. May he never have a bellyache again." He drank, and Mottram cleared his throat. "There is just one more thing I want to say. I wish we'd come to know each other socially long ago. I wonder if both of you would come to dinner next Friday." "This house is a woman killer, Mr. Herriot." I was seeing a farmer out of our surgery, and he was looking down at Helen scrubbing the front doorsteps. His words went through me like a knife. He was baldly stating something that had been eating away in my mind for a long time. "Aye," he said again, "it's a grand old house, but it's a woman killer." That was the moment when I decided that somehow, some way, I had to get Helen out of Skeldale House. We loved the old place, but it had vast disadvantages for a young couple of moderate means. It was charming, graceful, and undoubtedly a happy house in its atmosphere, but it was far too big and a veritable icebox in cold weather. I looked up over the ivy-covered frontage at the big bedroom windows, then further to the next story, where there was a suite of rooms. There, in the early days, we had had our combined bedroom and sitting room. Then there was another story, if you counted the tiny rooms under the tiles. Here there was a big bell on the end of a spring, which, in the early days of the century, used to summon a housemaid down to the ground floor. The old doctor who lived there before we took it over had 6 servants, including a full-time housekeeper. But now Helen looked after the whole place with the aid of a series of transient maids, most of whom soon grew tired of the hard work and the impossible inconvenience of the house. Before going back inside, I looked down again at my wife, scrubbing away. This was crazy, and the words, "Please stop it," bubbled up in my mind, but I didn't speak them. It was no good. I had tried to stop her again and again, but it was a waste of time. That was the way she was made. She was domestically minded, and she just couldn't sit back and admit defeat. She was absolutely determined to keep inside and outside clean and tidy. This was something that worried and exasperated me. I was married to a beautiful, intelligent, warm-hearted woman, but I wished with all my heart that she would be kinder to herself and take more time to rest. When we were first married, I tried by pleading, and at times by making angry scenes, which I wasn't much good at, to make her alter her ways, but it was like talking to a wall. She slogged on regardless. Cooking, too. I'd never met anybody who could work such magic with food. As a dedicated eater, I realized my good luck, but I wished fervently that she would spend less time over the oven. But when all my entreaties were in vain, and she went her own way, I consoled myself that I could hear her singing as she went round the house with her vacuum and duster. At this moment, she was actually humming softly to herself as she scrubbed that accursed step. Even now, 50 years later, when we are coming up to the supreme accolade of getting our golden wedding pictures in the Darrowby and Hulton Times, she still sings as she potters busily round in another, mercifully much smaller house. It dawned on me long ago that she's happy that way. From the front door I went along the tiled passages, which would have been full of sunlight and character in the summer, but which on this cold spring day were just as cold and shivery as the street outside. I went on and on past the dining room and sitting room, then turned left to the dispensary, then right and left again, and to another stretch past consulting room and breakfast room. Finally, I reached the kitchen and scullery at the end of the long offshoot at the back of the house. I seemed to have travelled about 50 yards, and who could blame Tristan in the old days for riding his bicycle to get to the front door? On the way, I passed little Rosie, clattering over the tiles in her strong shoes, her legs muffled in thick pantaloons as Jimmy's used to be. I sometimes wondered how we had brought the children up in this relentless cold, and I was grateful that they didn't seem to suffer from more coughs and sneezes than other children. The main casualty was Helen, who was plagued with terrible chilblains round her ankles. Next morning, as soon as I woke, my decision welled strongly in my mind. We had to get out. Scaledale would be fine as the quarters for our veterinary practice, but we had to find something smaller to be our home. It was the beginning of a kind of obsession, and I could think of nothing else as I jumped out of the bed, tried in vain to see out of the frosted windows, and dressed quickly in the icy atmosphere. I threw open the bedroom door, and at full gallop began my morning routine. Down the stairs, 2 at a time, full tilt along the freezing passage. The secret was to keep running. To the kitchen, where I put the kettle on. Back along at top speed to the dining room, where the bloody-minded anthracite coal stove was out again. It was the only source of warmth in the whole house, but I hadn't time to relight it now. Back over the long stretch to the kitchen, where I made the tea and took up a cup to Helen. Then, blowing on my hands and jumping round to stop the blood from freezing, I started a fire in the kitchen. I was never much of a Boy Scout at fire-lighting, unlike Helen, who could have a fine blaze going in no time. By the time the family came downstairs, I had my usual fitful flame peeping out among the coals. Breakfast that morning was a cheerless affair, with a little 1-bar electric heater fighting an unequal battle, and all of us trying to stop our teeth from chattering. I was silent over the meal, my mind wholly occupied with my fierce resolve, and I kept thinking back over previous festive seasons, remembering how we huddled round the fire in the sitting room, while our backs froze, and the Christmas decorations swayed in the assorted draughts. It was still uppermost in my mind when I called at Mrs. Dryden's little semi-detached house on the outskirts of Dannerby. I had been treating her cat for a very bad attack of mange in the ears. "Come on, Sooty," I said as I lifted him onto the table. "You look a lot better today." His mistress smiled. "Oh, he is. He stopped shaking his head and scratching. He was going nearly mad before you cleaned his ears out." I did some more swabbing, then trickled some lotion into the ears as the black cat purred happily. "Yes, he won't need any more attention from me. Just keep putting the drops in the ear night and morning for another few days, and I'm sure he'll be fine." I went over to the kitchen sink to wash my hands and looked out of the window at the neat garden. "This is a nice little house, Mrs. Dryden." "Aye, it is, Mr. Herriot, but I'm leaving it soon." "Really? Why is that?" "Well, I need the money. That's the top and the bottom of it. When Robert died, he didn't leave much." I could believe her. She was a retired farmer's widow, and I know what a struggle they had to scrape out a living on their small holding. Bob Dryden and I had shared some hard experiences up there on the hills. Tough calvings and lambings, and I can remember a disastrous spring when many of their calves died of scour. He was a fine man, and I remembered him as a friend. "But where will you live?" I asked. "Oh, I'm going to live with my sister in Hulton. I'll be all right there, but I'm sorry to part with this nice little house. Robert and I were that pleased to be able to buy it when we retired. Still, I'm hoping to get £2,000 for it, and that'll be a godsend to me in my old age." I had one of my blinding flashes then. This was just the place for us. It was perfect, and I felt sure I'd be able to get a mortgage to buy it. "Would you sell it to me?" I asked, eagerly. She smiled. "I would if I could, Mr. Herriot, but the arrangements are all made. It goes up for auction at the Drovers' Arms on Wednesday." My heart started a thump. "Well, I'll be there, bidding, Mrs. Dryden." I was positive I would get the house, and as I looked round the kitchen, all my worries seemed to dissolve. What a piece of luck. I could just see Helen at that window, looking out on the little garden, which gave on to green fields with the church tower rising from the trees on the other side of the river. And everything was so compact. There was a hatch into the dining room through which we could pass food from the kitchen. No hiking for 50 yards with breakfast or dinner. A little hall out there with the stairs leading to 3 bedrooms almost arm's length away. You could reach out and touch everything, and I loved the thought. In my frame of mind at that time, small was beautiful. Nothing else mattered. I saw the man at the building society, and there was no trouble. They would grant me a mortgage. It was a house that would probably fetch around £50,000 to £60,000 at the present day, but in the early 50s, £2,000 was about right. I was walking on air until the Wednesday when I rolled up with Helen to the drovers for the auction. The room was full, and as Helen and I took our seats, a farmer client nudged me. "There's old Seth Bootland," he murmured. "He wants this house for his son, who's just got married. Reckon he'll get it too. He's rolling in brass, but he's a hard businessman." I looked over at the rich grain merchant. He was impressive with his high-coloured, beaky face and camel hair coat, and his face wore an expression of grim confidence. I felt a qualm. Then came a return of my steely resolve. I was going to buy that house. The bidding started at £1,500 and went rapidly. More rapidly than I had expected, up to my top figure of £2,000. Bootland made it £2,100. He clearly was used to this sort of thing and just twitched a bored finger. I stabbed the air eagerly to put on another 100. I was quite sure my mortgage could be stretched another little bit, but Bootland flicked his finger again, and it was up to me. Soon, there were just the two of us. All other bidders had fallen out, and I felt cruelly exposed. The raises were down to £50 now, and as the price crept up and up towards 3,000, my heart began to pound, and I could feel my palms sweating. Helen was clutching my knees, and with each new bid she whispered desperately, "No, Jim, no, we haven't any money." But I was seized by a kind of madness. The money meant nothing. All I could see was Helen in that trim little house looking out on her garden from that pretty kitchen. That vision wouldn't go away, and I ploughed on doggedly. When the price got over £3,000, the audience in the packed room had begun to emit an excited "ah" at each new bid. It had got down to raises of £25. "Mr. Bootland's bid, £3,225. My mouth was dry as the auctioneer gazed at me, inquiringly. Helen's grip on my knee was like a vice. She was shaking it with her entreaties. "No, Jim, no!" I raised my hand. "And 50, thank you!" And then the glance at Bootland. "And 75! The auctioneer's and everybody's eyes were on me. As in a dream, I raised my hand. "We have £3,300. Bootland waggled his finger. "And 25! Once again, in the vibrating silence, all the eyes were on me. I felt utterly drained, parched, exhausted. I was trembling and only slightly aware of Helen punching my leg and almost sobbing. "Stop it! Please stop it!" I thought she was going to cry. I shook my head at the auctioneer, and the thing was over. There was an excited hum of conversation in the room, but I stayed slumped in my seat. I was only dimly aware of Bootland going up and talking to the auctioneer, and of Helen sitting very still beside me. Finally I rose and looked at her. "Good heavens, Jim, you're as white as a sheet," she gasped. I nodded wordlessly. I did feel extremely white. On the way out I received a savage glance from Mr. Bootland. Thanks to me, he had had to pay £3,325 for the house. It was more than it was probably worth, and I wasn't his favourite man. But I didn't care. All I felt was a sense of abject failure. My happy vision of Helen looking out of that window was shattered, and I was right back where I started. I had accomplished nothing. Outside in the marketplace, I stood for a moment, drawing in the cool air. I took Helen's arm and was about to move on when I felt a hand on my shoulder. I looked down at the sweet face of Mrs. Dryden. She was smiling at me. Mr. Herriot, I'm right sorry you didn't get the house, but you've done a lot for me. You'll never know how much. I've got all that extra money to put by me, thanks to you. Believe me, it'll make all the difference in the world. I can't thank you enough. As she walked away, I looked at her thin, bent figure and her white hair. There was the wife of good old Bob Dryden, and he would have been pleased. I had done something, after all. I have to go back now to those early days when John Crooks departed from the practice, and it was difficult to adjust my mind to the fact that he had gone for good. I couldn't believe that I would never hear that booming voice on the other end of the phone saying, "Okay, I could stay in my bed, he'd go out into the cold darkness to carve that heifer." And it wasn't just that. I was young enough then to be a friend to an assistant, and I was losing a friend now. Two, in fact, when John and Heather set off to build their own life in Beverley. And it left me with an empty feeling. However, it was no use brooding. We had to have another assistant. And since our advertisement in the veterinary record had been successful, there was one on his way to us at this moment. I looked at my watch. It was nearly 2:30. Callum Buchanan's train would be pulling into Darrowby in a few minutes. I ran out to the car and drove to the station. When the train drew in, only one passenger alighted. He was a tall young man with a huge lurcher dog trotting by his side. As he came along the platform towards me, I took in the battered suitcase, flowing black moustache, and very dark eyes. But the most striking feature was a large, hairy animal draped over his left shoulder. He put out his hand and grinned. "Mr. Herriot?" "Yes." "Yes." I shook his hand. "You'll be Callum Buchanan." "That's right." "Good. Good. But what's that on your shoulder?" "That's Marilyn." "Marilyn?" "Yes, my badger." "Badger?" He laughed, a carefree laugh. "Sorry. Maybe I should have warned you in my letter. She's my pet. Goes everywhere with me." "Everywhere?" "Absolutely." All kinds of apprehensions boiled up in my mind. How did a veterinary assistant carry out his duties with a wild animal hanging from his shoulder at all times? And what sort of man would roll up to a new job not only with a badger, but with a giant dog? Anyway, I'd soon find out. I pushed my misgivings to one side and led him out to the car, running a gauntlet of pop-eyed stares from a booking clerk, two ladies sitting on the platform seat, and from a porter who nearly wheeled a load of packing cases into a wall. "I see you've got a dog, too," I said. "Yes, that's Storm. Lovely, good-natured animal." The lurcher waved his tail and gazed up at me with kind eyes. I patted the shaggy head. "He looks it." "Incidentally," I said, "with a name like yours, I was expecting a Scottish accent, and you haven't got one." He smiled. "No, I grew up in Yorkshire, but my ancestry is Scottish." His eyes gleamed and his chin went up. "You're proud of that, eh?" He nodded gravely. "I am indeed. Very proud." At Scaledale House, I showed him his car, and helped to kit him out with the essential equipment we all carried, the drugs, instruments, and protective clothing. Then I took him up to the flat, where his main interest seemed to be directed not at the interior, but at the birds and flowers he could see through the window overlooking the long garden. "By the way," I said, "I should have asked you earlier. Have you had lunch?" "Lunch?" "Yes. Have you had something to eat?" "Eat. Eat." The black button eyes took on a thoughtful expression. "Yes. I'm sure I had something yesterday." "Yesterday? My God, it's nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You must be starved." "Oh, no." "No, not at all. Not in the least." "You mean you're not hungry?" He seemed to find the question unusual, even irrelevant, and replied with a non-committal shrug of the shoulders. "Anyway," I said, "I'll slip downstairs and see what I can find for you." In the office cupboard was a large, uncut fruitcake that Helen had just baked to go with the cups of coffee we snatched between visits. I put it on a plate with a knife and took it up to the flat. "Here you are," I said, placing the cake on the table. "Help yourself, and then you can get a proper meal later." As I spoke, I heard footsteps on the stair, and Siegfried burst into the room. "Callum Buchanan, Siegfried Farnan," I said. They shook hands. Then Siegfried pointed a trembling finger at the young man's shoulder. "What the devil is that?" Callum smiled his engaging smile. "Marilyn, my badger." "Are you going to keep that animal here?" "That's right." Siegfried took a long breath and let it out slowly through his nose, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he continued to look fixedly at our new assistant. The young man was talking easily about his experience in practice, his pleasure at coming to a charming town like Derby, and about the things he could see in the garden. He had started on the cake but didn't bother to use the knife. Instead, he crumbled pieces off absently as he spoke. "What a beautiful wisteria. Finest I've ever seen." That's a pretty little bullfinch. And surely, that's a tree creeper on your apple tree. Not many of them about. And my word," as he popped a large chunk of cake into his mouth, "I can see an albino blackbird over there. What a beauty." Siegfried was a keen naturalist and ornithologist, and normally this conversation would have been right up his street. But he remained silent, his eyes straying unbelievingly from the badger to the dog and to the steadily disappearing cake. Finally, Callum swept up the last few crumbs with his fingers and turned away from the window. I had the impression that he had no interest in what he had eaten. "Well, thank you very much. I'll get unpacked now, if I may." I swallowed. "Right. See you later." We went downstairs, and Siegfried led me rapidly into the empty office. "What the hell have we got here, James? An assistant with a blasted badger around his neck? And a dog as big as a donkey?" "Well, yes. But he seems to be a nice bloke." "Maybe so, but very strange. Did you see? He ate that whole bloody cake." "Yes, I know. But he was very hungry. He hadn't eaten since yesterday." Siegfried stared at me. "Not since yesterday? Are you sure?" "Well, sure as I can be. He didn't seem to know himself." My partner groaned and slapped a hand against his forehead. "Oh, God. We should have had an interview before we took this chap on. But he had such glowing references from the university. They said he was outstanding. I thought we couldn't go wrong." "You never know. He may be good at the job. That's what really counts." "Yes, well, we'll have to hope so. But he's a bloody oddball, and I sense trouble." I didn't say anything, but I had my own misgivings. With all his great qualities, John Crooks was, at bottom, just an ordinary nice guy. But there was nothing ordinary about that dark-haired young man upstairs. The telephone interrupted my musings. I took the call and turned to Siegfried. "That's Miles Horsley. He's got a heifer calving." My partner nodded, then pursed his lips thoughtfully. After a few moments, he raised a decisive finger. "Right. We'll send the new man. We've been wondering if he can do the job. This is our chance to find out." "Wait a minute, Siegfried," I said. "This young chap's newly qualified, and this is Miles Horsley. Now, he's an expert. You never get an easy calving there, and it's a heifer, too. Could be very tough. Look, maybe I better go." Siegfried shook his head vigorously. "No, I want to find out what this fellow's made of, and the sooner the better. Call him down, will you?" Callum received the instructions calmly, whistling softly as we pointed out the farm on the map. As he turned to go, Siegfried fired a parting shot. "This could be a difficult job, but don't come back until you have carved that heifer. Do you understand?" My blood froze, but Callum didn't seem in the least put out. He nodded, gave us a casual wave of the hand, and went out to his car. After he'd left, Siegfried turned to me with a grim smile. "You may think I'm hard, James, but I don't want him coming back here in half an hour with the story that it's an unusual presentation and would we take over. No. In at the deep end, I say. It's the best way." I shrugged. I just hoped the new young man could swim. That was around 5:30, and by 7:30 I was suffering from almost unbearable tension. Pictures of the hapless rookie rolling around on a byre floor, covered in blood and muck, swam through my mind. I found myself looking at my watch every 5 minutes. I had almost reached the stage of pacing the floor when Siegfried came in carrying a little dog that had torn its flank and needed stitching. "How did Buchanan get on?" he asked. "I don't know. He's not back yet." "Not back?" My partner gave me a level stare. "Something's wrong then. Let's get this dog stitched, then one of us had better get out there and see what's going on." We were both silent as I anesthetized the little animal, and Siegfried began to clean out the wound. I knew we were thinking the same thing. It had been a mistake to send the new man out there. As Siegfried inserted the sutures, I noticed that he too kept glancing at his watch. It was just after 8 o'clock when the operating room door opened and Callum Buchanan walked in. My partner, needle poised, looked at him. "Well?" "I'm afraid it was an impossible presentation," Callum replied. "Small heifer, huge calf with lateral deviation of the head. Right away back, out of reach. No way I could possibly calf her." Siegfried flushed, and a dangerous light glinted in his eyes. So I did a cesarean." "You did what?" Callum smiled calmly. "A cesarean. It was the only thing to do. The calf was alive, so embryotomy was out of the question." Siegfried looked at him open-mouthed. "Tell me, what happened?" "Oh, pretty straightforward, really. The heifer was up and looking fine when I left, and we got a lovely live calf." Well, my partner seemed lost for words. The caesarean operation on cows was a rare undertaking in the 50s. Finally, his natural sense of justice reasserted itself. "Well, my boy, you've done a splendid job, and I do congratulate you. It was your very first call as a qualified man, too. Well done indeed." The young man flashed his dark-eyed smile. "Thank you very much." He looked down at his hands. "I could do with a bath now, if you don't mind." "My dear chap, by all means. And get something to eat, too." As the door closed behind our new assistant, my partner gave me a wide-eyed look. "Well, what do you make of that?" "Absolutely great," I said. "Anybody who can tackle a job like that when he's only just arrived must be good. My God, he's hardly had time to get his instruments sorted out in his car." Yes. Siegfried's expression was preoccupied as he finished his stitching. He didn't say anything as he put down his needle and went over to the basin against the wall to wash his hands. Then he turned to me suddenly. "You know, I still can't quite believe it, James. Do you think he's having us on?" I laughed. No, of course not. He wouldn't dare." "I don't know," grunted Siegfried. "There's something very odd about that chap. I don't know what I am with him somehow." He finished drying his hands, and then his face broke into a slow smile. "Tell you what. When we've cleared up here, we'll slip out to Miles Horsley's place. Only a 10-minute drive, and you can have a beer in the village pub. It's nearly opposite the farm. I won't be satisfied till I've had a look for myself." Miles Horsley was a rangy 6-foot dalesman. A decent man, but not one to cross. An advanced dairy farmer, a perfectionist. His granite features relaxed as he answered the door. "Now then, gentlemen, We're seeing a lot of vets this evening. Ah, yes, Miles, Siegfried said airily. James and I were having a drink over at the Blacksmith's Arms, and we thought we'd just check on your heifer. The farmer nodded. Aye, right. Come and see. He led the way over the dark yard, opened a stall at the far end, and switched on the light. A fine roan heifer was casually nibbling at a rackful of hay, while a strapping calf sucked at her udder. On the heifer's left flank, an almost perfect oblong of hair had been shaved away, and running down the middle was as neat a row of stitches as I have ever seen. That's a good young fellow you've got, said the farmer. But mind you, I was wondering who was coming when I saw that badger on his shoulder. Siegfried was still staring bemusedly at the operation site. Yes, indeed. Aye, very confident was the lad, continued the farmer. And I like the way he went about the job. Careful, very clean. Brought all his instruments into the house and balled them up thoroughly before he started. There'll be no infection after this job, I'll warrant. And I've got a smashing calf into the bargain. Siegfried ran his hand over the heifer's back and rubbed the calf's head. I'm so pleased things have turned out well. Many thanks, Miles, for letting us have a look. In the Blacksmith's Arms, my partner took a thoughtful pull at his glass. Beautifully tidy work, James, but it's a funny thing. I can't help feeling there's a catch somewhere. Why, whatever do you mean? We've got a first-class vet in the practice. That's obvious. Yes, so it seems. But he's very peculiar. I keep thinking about that damn badger, and that funny big walrus moustache, and that cake. I've never seen anybody demolish an enormous bloody fruitcake at one go. And he didn't seem to notice what he was doing. I laughed. Yes, I know. There is no doubt he's a very unusual young man, but he looks to me like a nice fellow. There's something very likeable about him, and he's good at the job. That's the main thing. I agree. Siegfried ran his hand through his hair and churned it about a bit. I'm probably worrying needlessly, but time will tell. It would not only take time for us to get used to Callum. The same was true for our neighbours. I recall the time Callum and I were returning from a communal visit, and I suggested stopping for a beer. As he got out of the car, he slung Marilyn over his shoulder and strode into the drover's arms. Pandemonium broke out. What is he? What the devil is that? A badger? Never! The eyes of the regulars popped. They spluttered into their beer, and in a few seconds we were the centre of an excited crowd. I detached myself and sat quietly with my beer as the young man held court, answering the volleys of questions calmly and with a quiet satisfaction. It was clear that he loved to display his adored pet to anybody who was interested, and with most people it wasn't just a case of interest. He created a sensation wherever he went. It was the same when I introduced him to my family in the sitting room at Scaledale House. The children were making music, Rosie at the piano and Jimmy with his harmonica, when the tall, walrus-moustached figure came in with his wild animal. I had become a connoisseur of soaring eyebrows and open mouths, and Helen was typical. But the reaction of Jimmy and Rosie was wide-eyed delight. Oh, how lovely! Can I stroke her? Where did you get her? Their questions were endless, and Callum, laughing and teasing, was just about as big a hit with the children as his hairy companion. Everything was going with a bang when Dinah, our second beagle and the successor to Sam, ran in from the garden. "This is Dinah," I said. "Oh ho, little fat Dinah," said Callum in a rumbling bass. It was not a complimentary remark, because my little dog was undoubtedly too fat and an embarrassment to a vet who was constantly admonishing people to keep their dogs slim. But Dinah didn't seem to mind at all. She wagged her whole back end till I thought she would tie herself into a knot. Her response was remarkable, and she clearly found this new voice immensely attractive. Callum bent down, and she rolled on her back in ecstasy as he rubbed her tummy. Helen laughed. Gosh, she really likes you. We didn't know it then, but her words were setting a scene that will be a familiar and intriguing one in the future. I was to find that all animals were attracted to Callum, and that he had a rapport with them that was unique. They loved the very sound, sight, and scent of him. A heaven-sent asset for a veterinary surgeon. When the civilities were over, with Marilyn scuttling around the floor, happily accepting the petting of the children, Callum sat down on the piano stool and began to play. He was no Rubinstein, but he could knock out a rollicking tune with no trouble at all. The children clapped their hands in delight. Jimmy held out his harmonica. "Can you play this too?" Callum took the instrument and held it to his mouth. And after the first few notes you could see that he was in a different league from my son, whose concert piece was God Save the Queen. After a couple of minutes of Mozart, my new assistant handed back the harmonica and roared with laughter. The young people were enchanted. Jimmy cried, "I'm going for the concertina!" He ran from the room and came back with one of the relics from my visits to house sales when Helen and I were first married. In those days I was often dispatched to house sales to bring back essentials like tables and chairs, and usually returned with ornamental inkstands, ships in bottles, and on one memorable occasion, the Geography of the World in 24 volumes. In this case, it was a concertina. It was an ancient little instrument, six-sided with carved wooden ends and leather straps worn and frayed with age. It raised images of a mariner playing sea shanties on the deck of an old sailing ship, and I'd found it irresistible. Unfortunately, nobody had been able to extract a tune from it, and it had rested for years in the attic with many of my other purchases. Callum lifted it from its wooden box and turned it over tenderly. "Oh, nice. Very nice." He slipped his hands through the straps. His fingers felt their way over the little ivory buttons, and in a moment the room was filled with melody of a piercing sweetness. It was Shenandoah, and as we listened, suddenly hushed, to the totally unexpected richness that came from the instrument, I was back on the deck of the sailing ship I had dreamt of long ago. I have many memories of Callum, but the one that lingers most hauntingly in my mind is of him sitting among my family. His dark eyes, unfathomable as they often were, fixed somewhere high on the wall, while his fingers coaxed that plaintive music from our little squeeze-box. When he finished, there was a spontaneous burst of applause, and the children jumped about, clapping their hands. Callum was fixed in their minds forever as a wonder man. He had a badger, he could play anything, he could do anything. Just then we began to wonder about Marilyn. She had been wandering quietly round the room, but now there was no sign of her. We peered under the sofa and tipped up the armchairs without success. We were looking at each other bewilderedly when there was a rattling from the fireplace, and the badger, abundantly clothed in soot, shot out from the chimney. She didn't want to be caught, and she ran a few times round the room before Callum grabbed her and carried her outside. Jimmy and Rosie were almost hysterical. They hadn't had such fun for a long time. But Helen and I, looking at the devastation to our carpet and furniture, were not so amused. It was a sudden come-down from inspirational heights to chaos, and in one intuitive moment a thought came to me. Was this the way it was always going to be with Callum? "5 o'clock in the morning, and the telephone jangling in my ear. There was a ewe lambing at Walton's, a lonely farm on the high moorland. As I crawled from the haven of bed into the icy air of the bedroom and began to pull on my clothes, I tried not to think of the comfortless hour or two ahead. Pushing my arms through my shirt sleeves, I gritted my teeth as the cloth chafed the flesh. In the pale dawn light I could see the little red fissures that covered my hands and ran up to my elbows. In lambing time I hardly ever seemed to have my jacket on, and the constant washing in the open pens or in windy fields had turned my skin to raw meat. I could detect the faint scent of the glycerine and rosewater which Helen applied to my arms every night to make them bearable. Helen stirred under the blankets, and I went over and kissed her cheek. "Off to Walton's," I whispered. Eyes closed, she nodded against the pillow, and I could just hear her sleepy murmur, "Yes." I heard. I drove through the tight-shut, sleeping little town. Then onto the narrow road winding between its walls, till the trees dwindled and disappeared, leaving the wide, wind-swept fells bare and unwelcoming. I wondered if there were any chance of the ewe being inside. In the early 50s, it didn't seem to occur to many of the farmers to bring their lambing ewes into the buildings, and I tended to the great majority out in the open fields. There were happy occasions when I almost chuckled in relief at the sight of a row of hurdles in a warm fold yard, or sometimes the farmers would build pens from stacked-up straw bales. But my spirits plummeted when I drew up at the farm and met Mr. Walton, who came out carrying a bucket of water and headed for the gate. "Outside, is she?" I asked, trying to sound airy. "Aye, just over there." He pointed over the long, bracken-splashed pasture to a prone, woolly form in the distance, which looked a hell of a long way over there. As I trailed across the frosty grass, my medical bag and obstetric overall dangling, a merciless wind tore at me, picking up an extra Siberian cold from the long drifts of snow that still lay behind the walls in this late Yorkshire spring. As I stripped off and knelt behind the ewe, I looked round. We were right on top of the world, and the panorama of hills and valleys with fey farmhouses and pebbled rivers in their depths was beautiful. It would have been more inviting if it had been a warm summer afternoon, and I was preparing for a picnic with my family. I held out my hand, and the farmer deposited a tiny sliver of soap in my palm. I always felt that farmers kept special pieces of soap for the vet, minute portions of scrubbing soap that were too small and hard to be of any use. I rubbed this piece frantically with my hands, dipping frequently into the water, but I could only work up the most meagre film of lather. Not enough to protect my tender arm, as I inserted it into the ewe, and the farmer looked at me inquiringly as I softly oohed and ahed my way towards the cervix. I found just what I didn't want to find. A big single lamb jammed tight. 2 lambs are the norm, and 3 are quite common, but a big single lamb often spells trouble. It was one of my joys in practice to sort out the tangles of twins and triplets, but with the singles it was a case of not enough room. The big lamb had to be eased and pulled out as gently as possible, a long and tedious business. Also, the single lamb was often dead through pressure and had to be removed by embryotomy or a caesarean operation. Resigning myself to the fact that I was going to spend a long time crouched on that windy hilltop, I reached as far as possible and poked a finger into the lamb's mouth, feeling a surge of relief as the little tongue stirred against my hand. He was alive anyway, and with the lifting of my spirits I began the familiar ritual of introducing lubricating jelly, locating the tiny legs and fastening them with snares. Finally, as I sat back on my heels for a breather, I knew that all I had to do now was to bring the head through the pelvis. That was the tricky bit. If it came through, I was home and dry. If it didn't, I was in trouble. Mr. Walton, holding back the wool from the vulva, watched me in silence. Despite his lifetime experience with sheep, he was helpless in a case like this, because like most farmers he had huge, work-roughened hands with fingers like bananas and could not possibly have gone inside a ewe. My small lady's hand, as they called it, was a blessing. I hooked my forefinger into the eye socket, my favourite trick, for there was nothing else to get hold of except the lower jaw, which was dangerously fragile, and began to pull with infinite care. The ewe strained, crushing my hand against the pelvic bone. It wasn't as bad as in a cow, but still painful, and my mouth opened wide as I eased and twisted and pulled until, with a blessed surge, the head slipped through the bony pelvic opening. It wasn't long then, until feet, legs and nose appeared at the vulva, and I brought the little creature out onto the grass. He lay still for a moment, snuffling at the cold world he had entered. Then he shook his head vigorously. I smiled. That was the best sign of all. I had another wrestle with the morsel of soap, then the farmer wordlessly handed me a piece of sacking to dry my arms. This was quite common in those days. Towels were scarce commodities on the farms, and I couldn't blame the farmers' wives for hesitating to send out a clean towel to a man who just had his arms up the back end of an animal. An old, soiled one was the usual, and if not, the rough sacking was always at hand. I couldn't rub my painful arms with the coarse material, and contented myself with a careful patting before pushing them still damp into the sleeves of my jacket. The ewe, hearing a high-pitched call from her lamb, began to talk back with the soft, deep "maa" I knew so well. As she got up and began an intensive licking of the little creature, I stood there, forgetful of the cold, listening to their conversation, enthralled as ever by the miracle of birth. When the lamb, apparently feeling he was wasting time, struggled to his feet and tottered unsteadily round to the milk bar, I grinned in satisfaction and turned on the way back to the car. After breakfast, my next call was to a cleansing, the removal of the afterbirth from a cow. Again, after a struggle with a rock-hard marble of soap, I was offered a sack to dry myself, only this time it had recently contained potatoes, and I found I was powdering my chapped arms with soil. Later in the morning, after a rectal examination for pregnancy diagnosis, I had the choice of a truly filthy cowhouse towel, which must have had an astronomical bacterial count. I declined it in favour of yet another piece of sacking. My arms were red-hot inside my sleeves when I drove into the Birrell farmyard. But I knew better things awaited me here. Wonderful things, in fact. I never knew what George Birrell's attitude to towels might be, or that of his wife. But his mother, old Grandma Birrell, had very clear views on the matter. When I had finished stitching a tear on a cow's udder, I stood on the cobbles, blood-spattered and expectant, waiting for the old lady. Right on cue, she came into the byre, hand in hand with 4-year-old Lucy, the youngest of her grandchildren. She set down a milking stool and laid out a perfectly folded oblong, a newly laundered towel of a snowy whiteness. On top of this, she placed a tablet of expensive lavender toilet soap, in its wrappings, virgin and unopened. A brightly scoured aluminium bucket of steaming water completed the picture, as pretty a one as ever I'd seen. Reverently I peeled the paper from the soap. It was always a new tablet, and as I dipped into the water and spread the rich lather on my burning arms, inhaling the fragrance of the lavender, I almost crooned with ecstasy. The farmer stood by impassively with perhaps the faintest twitch of amusement round his mouth, but Grandma Birrell and Lucy watched my ablutions with rapt enjoyment. It was always like this at the Birrells, and I loved it, but I could never quite understand why it happened. Maybe Siegfried had a point when he said that old ladies liked me, and he was always pulling my leg about my harem of over 70s who insisted on my services for their dogs. Anyway, whatever the cause, I revelled in the patronage of Grandma Birrell. In her eyes, everything had to be right for me. Nothing was too good for Mr. Herriot. It was a Saturday morning in the office when Siegfried pushed the Darrowby and Hulton Times across the desk at me. "Bit of sad news for you, I'm afraid, James," he murmured, pointing to an entry. It was in the deaths column. Mrs. Marjorie Birrell, aged 78, dearly beloved wife of the late Herbert Birrell. I read it through with a growing sense of loss, a rising wistfulness at the feeling of something good coming to an end. Siegfried gave me a lopsided smile. "Your old clean towel friend, eh?" "That's right." Her clean towels were her expression of friendship, and it was as a friend I would always remember her. In my mind's eye I could see her plainly in her flowered apron, standing by the milking stool with Lucy. She was one of the farming generation that had come through the tough times before the war, and her gaunt, slightly bowed frame and lined face bore testimony to the hard years. It was a kind of face I'd seen on so many of the old Yorkshire folk, grim but kindly. I knew I was going to miss her. Just how much I would miss her came to me forcibly on my next visit to the Birrell farm. As I finished my job, I looked at my soiled hands with the renewed pang of realization that the old lady wouldn't be coming through that door. I knew George Birrell wouldn't offer me a sack, but what was going to happen? As I pondered, the half door was pushed open, and little Lucy came into the byre, staggering slightly as she carried the familiar shining bucket of hot water. Then, from under her arm, she produced a towel and soap and laid them on a milking stool. And it was the same spotless, geometrically folded towel and the same pristine toilet soap as before. Slightly flushed, the little girl looked up at me. Breathlessly, she said, "Gran said I had to look after you. She told me what to do." I swallowed a big lump in my throat. "Well, Lucy, that's wonderful. And you've done everything just right." She nodded, well pleased, and I stole a look at her father, standing there leaning on a cow. But George's face was inscrutable. I peeled the wrapper from the soap and began to wash, and as the scent of the lavender rose around me, I was carried back to all the other days. I lathered my hands in silence, and then the little girl spoke again. "Mr. Herriot, the only thing is, I'm 5 now, and I'll soon be going to school. I don't know how you're going to manage." An overwhelming flood of déjà vu washed over me. At that same age, my own daughter Rosie had been consumed with worry at how I was going to carry on my life without her. She had consoled me with the reassurance that she'd still be available at weekends. I didn't know what to say, but her father broke in. "Don't worry, love," he said. "I'll do me best if you'll teach me how, and anyway, from now on I'm going to try to call Mr. Herriot out only on Saturdays." I felt a little breathless as I lifted the phone. "I'm sorry, Lord Hulton," I said. "I'm afraid I'll be a little late in visiting your horse this morning. My house blew down last night." There was a silence at the other end, and I could sense the amiable peer having some difficulty in absorbing my announcement. I felt I should explain further. "As you know, there was a gale during the night. 90 miles per hour, I understand, and the house I'm having built had just got to roof height. I've been along to have a look, as I usually do each morning, and as I say, it's blown down. Piles of bricks everywhere and masses of twisted scaffolding. I have a few arrangements I must make." There was another silence, quite a long one, then just 2 words. "Oh, crumbs." It was a traumatic moment in my life, and I have never forgotten the brief riposte from the eccentric but endearing Marquis of Hulton. Those 2 words, in his habitual, exquisitely modulated tones, conveyed all the shock and compassion the man so clearly felt. This event marked one more step in my efforts to move my family to a more suitable dwelling, and they had started quite soon after my abortive attempt to buy Mrs. Dryden's house. It took me quite a while to recover from that bidding battle in the Drover's Arms. I had built my hopes so high, and the sense of failure hung heavily on me, as I had to watch my wife still slogging away in the wide reaches of Skeldale House. Helen herself, undoubtedly a better adjusted character than I, just laughed the whole thing off. "Something else will turn up," she said, as she scrubbed and polished happily. That was the maddening thing about it. She didn't mind. But I did, and my obsession remained. Somehow I would get her out of Skeldale. There was a sudden gleam of light when I spotted the notice in the Darrowby and Hulton Times. "Look at this, Helen," I said eagerly, pointing to a picture among the estate agent's advertisements on the front page. "I know that house. It's a very nice place." She peered over my shoulder. "Oh, yes, along the Dennerby Road. I've seen it. Very attractive." Then she gave me a questioning glance. "But it's a detached house. Not too big, I know, but not like Mrs. Dryden's. It'll take a lot of money." "Oh, old Bootland and I, between us, pushed up the price of Mrs. Dryden's. That little place was only worth about £2,000. This one will go for its right price, around 3,000. I think the Building Society would lend me that much." I came in that day for lunch, flushed with success. The man at the Society had been very accommodating. The mortgage would be okay. "Things are looking up, Helen," I said. "Really, it's a good job we didn't get the other house. This one is just right. A bit bigger, but compact, and a nice-sized garden with an orchard and a lovely view down the dale. The auction is next Friday, so we haven't long to wait. This is it, Helen. I know it is." My wife gazed at me thoughtfully. "Jim, I'll only agree to this if you promise to keep calm at the sale." "Calm? What do you mean?" "Well, you know very well that you got all worked up and bid way past the price we could afford. All I'm asking is for you to keep calm and not get yourself into a state like last time." "Calm? State? I don't understand you," I said, haughtily. Her smile was patient. "You must remember. You were white like a ghost and shaking all over at the end of it. I wondered if you'd ever be able to get up and walk out." "You're exaggerating," I replied with dignity. "I was under a certain amount of pressure, that's all." Helen's smile suddenly turned into a grin. "Oh, I know, but I'm not going with you unless you promise to go as far as that 3,000 and not a penny more." "I mean it, Jim." Right. I promise, of course. I wouldn't do anything so silly anyway." This little contretemps vanished quickly from my mind, and I was soon back in my old fantasy, imagining Helen floating around effortlessly in the new house, the children climbing the trees and picking the fruit in the garden. On my rounds, I kept changing my route so that I could go along the Denby Road and feast my eyes on the place. Helen and I had had a look round, and it was perfect. And soon, very soon, it would be mine. I didn't come off my cloud till the Friday afternoon when we walked across the marketplace to the drovers. When we went into the crowded room where the auction was to be held, I felt a sudden lurch in my stomach. It was all horribly reminiscent of last time. Same room, same rows of heads, same auctioneer on the platform, drumming his fingers on the table in front of him, and looking over the throng with a pleased smile. By the time we had squeezed into a place and sat down, my heart was thumping. Soon the auctioneer started his preamble, telling us all the nice things I already knew about the house. As he went on, Helen squashed tightly against me and, possibly sensing some slight quivering in my limbs, gripped my hand, interlacing her fingers with mine. "Just relax, Jim," she whispered. I sniffed. "I'm perfectly relaxed, I assure you," I mumbled, trying to ignore the thudding in my ears as the bidding started. I did feel, however, that a few deep breaths would help in a situation like this. It was at about the third deep breath that I heard the words, "And now I have 2,900, from the auctioneer. He seemed to have arrived at the figure unexpectedly quickly, and I shot up my hand. Other hands rose all round me, and I heard, "I have 3,000. At that moment, Helen's grip on my hand tightened fiercely. She was a big, strong woman, and it came to me with certainty that if I pursued this matter further, she would reduce my fingers to a pulp. It would have made no difference anyway, because the whole business was raging away out of my control. 3,100, 200, 300, 3,400... Then, in no time at all, as I sat mute, he was over 4,000, with forests of bids going in. There was a slight slowing down in the late 4,000s, but before I had finished my deep breathing exercises, I heard the hammer going down on the table. Sold to Mr. Somebody or other for £5,000. It was all over, and I hadn't even had a look in. Then we were outside, walking over the cobbles of the marketplace. The deflated feeling was the same as before. Helen was still holding my hand, and I managed to work up a smile. "Well, it's happened again," I murmured. "But maybe I'm not as white this time?" My wife studied my face for a moment. "No, a bit pale perhaps, but nothing like last time." Then she laughed. "Poor old lad. You never had the chance to get really white. It was over in a flash. Anyway, never mind. I do think that these things often happen for the best." "Still, it's another disappointment," I said. "Last time we had Mrs. Dryden to console us a bit, but there's nobody today." As I spoke, I felt a tug at my sleeve. I turned and saw Bert Rawlings, whose small holdings fields bordered the house that had just been sold. "Hello, Bert," I said. "Been to the sale?" "Aye, I have, Mr. Herriot, and I'm right glad you didn't get that house." "Hey?" "I say it was a lucky thing you didn't get it, because I've been in that place many a time, and I can tell you it's not all that it appears." "Really?" "Aye. It's a good-looking house, but the roof leaks like hell. Never. I'm not joking. I've been up in that attic and seen rows of buckets and pots and pans set out to try and catch the water. They've been trying to mend that roof for years, but they've never managed it. Heavens. And the timbers up there are rotten with all the damp. My God. He patted my arm and laughed. So you see, you had a lucky escape. Just thought I'd tell you. Well, thanks, Bert. That does make us feel better. I waved to him as he hurried away across the marketplace. Then I turned to Helen. Well, isn't that strange? We've had someone to cheer us up after all. Maybe next time we'll be third time lucky. Despite our latest defeat, our determination was as strong as ever, or rather mine was, because, as I say, Helen didn't seem all that worried. But my mind was set in a groove. I scanned the advertisements in the local newspapers, stopped eagerly at every for sale sign in the gardens of the district. But nothing really got moving until we were introduced at a party to Bob and Elizabeth Mollison. They were young architects about our own age who had opened an office in a nearby market town. You know, said Elizabeth, you're going through the mill trying to find a suitable house. But we could build you a really nice house for £3,000, planned by yourself with all the features you want. It will be a far better prospect for you, and in fact, probably cheaper in the long run. Helen and I looked at each other. We'd never thought of that. Elizabeth went on. If you can find a plot of land, Bob and I could have a place built for you in a few months. Well, think it over anyway. I didn't really need to think it over. The whole horizon seemed filled with a blinding light. This is the right idea, I said eagerly, and Helen nodded too. Why didn't we think of this before? We'll do it. The Mollisons regarded us uncertainly. Are you quite sure? Maybe you better think on it for a few days. I shook my head decisively. No, we'll go right ahead. You draw up some plans and I'll find a plot somewhere as I go round the country. Bob smiled. Fine, but hold on. We'd have to have a proper conference to know just what you want. We'd need a lot of details. We want a hatch, I said. A hatch? That's all? How about you, Helen? A hatch, replied my wife firmly. In both our minds, there floated the heavenly image of our meals being handed through that little hole in the wall from kitchen to dining room. After the years of tramping the long passages at Skeldale House, that had to be the number one thing. The Mollisons had a good long laugh at this, but then they hadn't seen the Skeldale passages. Right, Elizabeth said between giggles. So, we designed this house around the hatch, eh? Absolutely. More laughter, but for Helen and me, there was a very serious core to our jollity. Later we did have our conference, and worked out the less important aspects like bedrooms and bathrooms, and it wasn't long before the young couple produced a most attractive plan. It's a lovely house, Helen murmured as she studied it. Such a nice little hall and staircase, and all those useful cupboards and wardrobes built in. You thought of everything. Especially the hatch, said the Mollisons together, and the laughter started again. Meanwhile, I was scouring the countryside for a plot of land and finding it very difficult. Something called town and country planning had come into being, and it was no good asking one of my farmer friends to sell me a bit of land in one of their fields where there was a nice view. Nice chaps as they were, they wanted to help, but couldn't. I'd be delighted, Jim, one of them said, but it's not allowed. I can't even build a house in my field for my own son. That was the story everywhere, and I realized that I had to find a bit of ground somewhere inside the tight building line that had been drawn around Darrowby. My search became more and more desperate, till I ended up with a plot between two houses on the edge of the town. It was a pleasant situation, but very narrow. There's only one thing for it, Bob Mollison said. If you buy this plot, we'll have to put the house in long ways on. Well, this worried us. But what a shame, Helen said. It's such a pretty house. I just love that frontage. Bob shrugged. I'm afraid it's that or nothing. Lots of people are trying to find land to build on. You might have to wait ages for anything else to turn up, and we can make modifications. We can make it look very attractive the other way round. Elizabeth came to us with a modified design, and indeed it was an acceptable compromise. We bought the land and prepared for action. We immediately came up against other unexpected snags. In the early 50s, Britain was still recovering from the austerities of the war. Many things were still in short supply, including builders. We tried everywhere, but couldn't find anybody to take on the contract. Finally, we decided that the only way to get started was to employ the various tradesmen, joiners, bricklayers, plumbers, etc., ourselves. This was done, and before long we had the foundations laid. It was exciting from then on, but frustrating too, because time after time I would call at the site to find the bricklayers sitting, smoking, and drinking tea. The explanation was always the same. We can't get on. The joiners haven't turned up. Or it was the joiners drinking tea because the bricklayers hadn't arrived. We can't get on was a phrase I grew to dread. Because of this, progress was slow. After several weeks, the walls were only knee-high. We went off on our summer holiday for a fortnight, and as we drove past the site on our return, expecting to see a big advance, our hopes were dashed when we found that the house had not grown at all. However, the troubles began to sort themselves out, and there was a rush of activity over several weeks when the place started to rise at magical speed. The big day arrived when the bricklayers, honest lads and keen to please me, had the gable end nearly up to roof height. "We'll have the roof on tomorrow, Mr. Herriot," one of them said cheerfully. "Only thing is, the joiners should have been here to put the ridge and last spars in, but we'll build up the gable to full height and the joiners will be here this afternoon to support it. Then we'll all be happy. We'll put up the flag. You'll be glad to see that." He spoke the truth. I would be more than glad, in fact ecstatic and fulfilled, to see the roof on our new house with the traditional flag flying. I couldn't wait to get along first thing next morning to see it. It had been a windy night with a 90-mile-an-hour gale, according to the radio. I didn't think anything about it until I drew up in my car and looked out at the devastation. The joiners had not arrived when expected, and the unsupported gable which fronted the road lay in a tumbled heap of bricks in the front garden. Twisted scaffolding hung around everywhere. I cannot quite describe my emotions. Yes, on that one fateful night, the gale came and blew the whole thing down. It was just bad luck, nobody's fault, and that was how I came to be apologizing to Lord Hulton for my delayed visit to the horse. Like most of the little disasters of life, this was overcome. The gable was rebuilt and the house triumphantly completed within weeks. And a fine house it was. A brilliant success, and a lasting testimony to the skills of Bob and Elizabeth, with its many innovative features and modern ideas. The whole concept of building for ourselves was vindicated, and in the end we had what we wanted. A happy home for our family for many years. But at times my mind goes back to that morning when I drove along the Broughton Road and looked from my car as the wind still howled over the heaps of bricks and mangled scaffolding. That was a really bad moment. Oh, crumbs. It was. When I awoke on the first morning after our move to Rowangarth, I found myself in the usual mental state of acute readiness. I was like a sprinter on his blocks, ready to hurl on my clothes and take off on my daily gallop round the icy acres of Scaledale House. I was so much in the groove that when the alarm went, my legs started twitching, ready for the takeoff. It took me a minute or two to realize that such things as the sessions of firelighting, wrestling with the coal stove, and running to keep warm were all in the past. Everything was to hand. I donned a dressing gown and meandered down the few stairs to the little hall, and then into the kitchen, where a blissful warmth enveloped me. Dinah, the beagle, came wagging from her basket, and as I patted her and exchanged the usual morning pleasantries, I could discern an "Isn't this wonderful" expression in her eyes. It was heaven. As if in a trance, I slid the kettle onto the hot plate and dropped the tea into the teapot. and I hardly noticed the ascent as I sailed up with Helen's morning cup. Back in the kitchen, I poured tea for myself and stood for a few moments, imbibing the fragrant liquid, nestling up to the stove as I looked out at the green fields and the hills, feeling like a sultan. Life, I thought, didn't have much more to offer. It was all so clear now. My failures to buy those other houses had seemed at the time a black demolition of all my hopes, but in fact they had been blessed strokes of luck. I had a far better house now than either of them. Modern, reasonably small, convenient, and warm. I gazed for a moment at the long-desired hatch. Oh, yes. It was the realization of a dream. And yet, there was at that time another pull on my emotions. Leaving Skeldale the day before had been a far greater wrench than I'd ever imagined. After the van had taken the last of our things away, I roamed through the empty rooms that had echoed to my children's laughter. The big sitting room where I had read the bedtime stories, and where, before all that, Siegfried, Tristan, and I had sprawled in bachelor contentment, seemed to reproach me with its ageless charm and grace. The handsome fireplace with its glass cupboard above, and the old pewter tankard that used to hold our cash still resting there, the French window opening onto the long, high-walled garden with its lawns, fruit trees, asparagus, and strawberry beds. These things were part of a great, surging ocean of memories. I walked upstairs to the large, alcoved room where Helen and I had slept, and to which we had brought our children as babies to sleep in the cot that had once stood in that corner. I clumped over the bare boards to the dressing room. I could almost hear Jimmy and Rosie's giggles and teasings that were the beginning of each new day. I climbed another flight, to the little rooms under the eaves, where Helen and I had started our married life. Here, a bench against the wall and a gas ring once served as our only cooking arrangements. I walked to the window and looked over the tumbled roofs of the little town, to the green fells, and swallowed a huge lump in my throat. Dear old Skeldale. I was so glad that it was going to be kept on as the practice house, and I would walk through its doors every day. But my family was leaving, and I wondered if we could ever be as happy again as we'd been there. When we started in Roangarth, I felt again the stirrings of the urge that had sent me off to those house sales during our first days in Skeldale. As the provider, it was my job to see to the absolute essentials, like the concertina. At Roangarth, I had a different kind of blinding insight. I had to make a grass tennis court in the back garden. It was for the children, but also for Helen and me, since we were keen players, when we could find the time. After mapping out the court, I realized that the big problem was to stop the balls from being knocked out of the garden and far away. Obviously, a lot of high netting was required, and I thought my problem was solved when a fisherman came to the door selling off fishing nets. He had just gone out of business, he said, and he was selling off these superb nets at a giveaway price. For £12 I bought an enormous bundle of the things, tightly tied up with tarry rope, and proudly showed my purchase to Helen. She was not impressed. "Are you quite sure you haven't done something silly again, Jim? You know, you are very easily taken in." I was indignant. Taken in? Impossible. You could see that this fisherman was as honest as the day. He was from Fraserburgh and was wearing a navy blue jersey. Cheerful, red, open face. I could smell the tar and salt of him. He said these were the last of the nets, and he was selling them off extra cheap to get rid of them so that he can get back home. I don't like the sound of that either," Helen murmured. "Did you look in his van to see if he had any more?" "Well, no. That was quite unnecessary. I assure you I've made a good buy this time. Come on, I'll prove it to you." We went out to the lawn, and I began to untie the vast bundles of nets. As I opened them up, my spirits began to sink. They were a mass of enormous holes, some of them several feet in diameter. Helen began to giggle, and as I unrolled one holy net after another, she staggered around, laughing helplessly. "Oh, dear," she said, wiping away the tears. "It's a good thing there's one practical person in this family. Thank heaven I never do silly things like this." Badly discomfited, I looked glumly at the useless things. I could maybe patch up those holes with string, I said. Oh, stop it, Helen said, beginning to fall about again. Don't start me off again. I feel weak. Those nets were a sore point, and I kept away from the subject over the next few weeks. But on several occasions, I surreptitiously retired to the lawn when nobody was watching, and unsuccessfully had a go at doing a bit of patching. After this disaster, I tried to win back a little credibility by thinking of some new ideas for the improvement of the garden. I noticed an advertisement in one of the Sunday papers for cloche, that is, bell-shaped jars used to protect tender plants. It struck me that they would be an excellent thing in the harsh Yorkshire climate. The pictures showed the cloche standing in long, trim rows, neat and functional, and they seemed extraordinarily cheap, too. Without mentioning it to Helen, I sent away for a substantial supply. I expected them to arrive in some enormous crate, and was very surprised when the postman delivered a modest, flat parcel. How could they possibly be the things I had seen in the picture? The mystery was quickly solved, because it turned out that what I had thought was rigid plastic was in fact ordinary, floppy polyethylene sheeting. Not only that, but the rest of the outfit consisted of a mass of flimsy wires, with ominous instructions to slide rod A into notch B and engage with flange C. I've never been any good with such things, and I spent maddening hours wrestling with the wires as Helen watched me curiously. I was forced to confess my scheme to her, and was irritated by the immediately sceptical reaction. She looked doubtfully at my tangled purchases, and the corner of her mouth twitched as though she was fighting back a big grin. I fought on doggedly, and at last had a row of the wires assembled, and I began to drape the polyethylene sheets over them. The result was pathetic. Helen came out to have another look, just as I was surveying what looked like a long, low-slung line of washing, with the plastic half attached to the wires, and flapping disconsolately in the wind. It was too much for my wife. She collapsed against the wall of the house, and after a minute or two of unrestrained laughter, had to go inside and sit down. I was left in the garden, trying to muster a bit of dignity, but I couldn't bear to look at the cloche any more. I bundled them quickly into their original parcel and hid them away in the garage. It was another catastrophe, and my stock plummeted even lower. A week later I came in from my rounds and found Helen in an unusual mood. She was wide-eyed and excited, slightly breathless. "Come and look at this, Jim," she said, leading me into the sitting room. The furniture had been pushed back to accommodate an extraordinary carpet, a huge, garish thing, thick and knobbly. "What the devil's this?" I asked. She was more breathless than ever. "Well, a man came to the door this afternoon with this lovely carpet. It's genuine Casbah." "A what?" "A Casbah. It's a very rare Oriental type of carpet." "Oriental?" "Yes. This man's just come from India. He got it from a tribesman on the frontier." "A tribesman? The frontier?" My head was beginning to swim. "What are you talking about?" Helen drew herself up. "It's surely quite simple. We have the opportunity to buy this beautiful carpet. It's something we need, and it's a bargain." "How much?" £20. "What?" "It's very cheap," said Helen, colouring. "It's a genuine Casbah. The man said it would cost hundreds of pounds, only he was lucky enough to meet this tribesman on the—" "Don't start that again," I said. "I can't believe what I'm hearing. Where is this man?" "He's coming back any minute now. I told him you'd want to see him." "I certainly do." I bent down and felt the Casbah. It seemed to be made of some spiky material, and prickly strands came away and pierced my fingers painfully as I examined it. The violent colorations built up every few inches into mounds high enough for anybody to trip over. I'd never seen anything remotely like it. Hot words were on my lips, but I held my peace. I had a long record of this kind of boob, and I wasn't on firm ground. I mustn't say it was a horrible carpet. Care must be my watchword. "Helen," I said gently, "are you really sure you want this?" "Look, it's so lumpy you can't close the door over it." I demonstrated. "And don't you think the colours are a bit bright?" My wife began to look doubtful. "Well, maybe I have been rather hasty, but I hear the man at the door now." She led the carpet specialist in. A pleasant-faced chap in his 40s, radiating a powerful selling technique. Smiling warmly, he wrung my hand and presented a card to prove he was a seafaring man. Then, words pouring from him, teeth flashing, he extolled the Casbah. His eyes never left mine, and the effect was hypnotic. But when he started on about the tribesmen on the frontier, I managed to marshal my wits and stopped him. "Many thanks, but we really don't want the carpet." He was astounded, and indeed incredulous, that we should throw away this heaven-sent opportunity, but I stuck grimly to my gentle refusals. He was fluent and persuasive, but as he lowered the price again and again, familiar, ominous phrases began to creep in. "Now, I'll tell you what I'll do. To be perfectly honest, I'll be very frank." Finally, I managed to stop the torrent. "I'll help you carry it out," I said. Clearly deeply disappointed in me, he inclined his head gravely. The thing was unbelievably heavy, and we staggered out in a glum silence, shedding thousands of multicolored threads on the way. After he had gone, I didn't say much about the incident, and, in fact, I have kept pretty quiet about it ever since. With my record, I cannot afford to be uppity. Helen is undoubtedly the sensible and practical member of our partnership, and that has been her only aberration. But, over the years, whenever I've landed in deeper than usual trouble, it has been nice to have something up my sleeve. As a last resort, I have always been able to bring up the subject of the genuine Casbah. The only all-round canine games player I had ever met was Bouncer. Arnold Braithwaite, his master, cried, "Come on, lad, let's see Lou Hode's big serve." Eagerly, the dog, a handsome border collie, stood up on his hind legs, waved his right forepaw above his head, and brought it down in an authentic sweep. I laughed in delight. "That's wonderful, Arnie. I didn't know Bouncer was a tennis player, too." "Oh, aye." The man gazed at his pet with intense gratification, then bent over and fondled the shaggy head. "There's nowt he can't do in that line. He's like his master, an expert at all sports. And I've been able to teach him that serve, knowing Lou Hode like I do." "You've met him, have you?" "Met him? He's an old friend. Me and him's big pals. Thinks a lot of me, does Lou." I looked at Arnie, feeling the wonderment welling in me as it always did when I was with him. He was a retired builder, or that was how he described himself, but nobody could remember him doing much building. He was a bulky, fit-looking bachelor in his late 60s with a fanatical devotion to all forms of sport. His knowledge was encyclopedic, and he appeared to know everybody. How he managed this was not clear, because he rarely left Darrowby. But there seemed to be few among the world's top sportsmen who were not his friends. "Now then, lad," he said, addressing his dog, "let's have a bit of cricket." We went out to the little lawn behind the house. "You're fielding in the slips, right?" He lifted a bat and a soft ball, and as Bouncer crouched in anticipation, he struck the ball swiftly to one side of him. The dog leapt, caught the ball in his mouth, and brought it back before taking up his position again. Arnie repeated the action, first to one side, then the other, and every time the dog brought off a clean catch. "Never drops a catch," chuckled Arnie with deep satisfaction. He held up the cricket bat. "That's the bat I was telling you about. Len Hutton borrowed it a time or two, for some of his big innings. I remember his very words. 'A fine bit of wood, Arnie,' he said." I'd heard that one before. The legendary Len Hutton, later Sir Leonard, was at that time captain of England, holder of the record test match score, a household name throughout the world, and quite simply a god in cricket-mad Yorkshire. "And these boots?" He held up a pair of well-used cricket boots. "Them's the ones Len borrows too. Borrows 'em a lot. Says they bring him luck." "Yes, I remember you saying so, Arnie." "Aye, I've had some times in cricket." His eyes took on a dreamy look, and I knew that he was going into one of his sporting reminiscences from the First World War. I had only dropped in passing to clip Bouncer's nails, but I knew that would have to wait. "Aye, it was when our battalion was playing the gunners out in France. Our bowling was getting knocked all over the place, and the score was mounting fast.
The Colonel threw me the ball. "I'll have to call on you, Braithwaite," he said. "Things are looking bad." Well, I did the hat-trick straight away. You did? Aye. 3 wickets, just like that. Then the Colonel came over to me. "I better take you off, Braithwaite," he said. "That's kept the score down, but we don't want to push it too far the other way." Well, the same thing happened. Their batsmen started to clout out bowlers for 6s and 4s, so the Colonel came over to me again. "I'm sorry, Braithwaite," he said. "I'm going to have to call on you once more." Arnie paused and looked at me seriously. "Well, I did it again." "You mean another hat-trick?" "That's right." Extraordinary. Quite amazing. I held out the nail clippers and clicked them a few times, but Arnie didn't seem to notice. "Let's do your Tom Finney," he cried, producing a soccer ball and rolling it along the grass. This was one of Bouncer's party tricks, and I'd seen it before, but I still shared the big man's enjoyment as the dog dribbled the ball round the lawn, controlling it between his paws, weaving this way and that. "Now score a goal!" shouted Arnie, and Bouncer made straight for 2 miniature posts at the edge of the lawn and knocked the ball between them with his nose. We both laughed and clapped our hands, and the big dog leapt at us, wagging his tail furiously. It did me good to see Bouncer so sprightly, because he was quite elderly, over 9 years old. "He loves that, doesn't he, Arnie?" I said. "He does. There's nothing he likes better than a bit of sport. He's never happier than when he's playing one of his games." He blew out his cheeks thoughtfully. "It's been a while since I've seen Tom." Tom Finney was then at the peak of his glorious career. English international in 3 different positions, and arguably the greatest English soccer player of all time. "You know him?" I said. "Oh, I do. We're great pals. Must get together with him soon." As I snipped at Bouncer's nails, I wondered if there was any of the world's famous sportsmen Arnie didn't know. Like most dogs, Bouncer wasn't keen on having his nails done. As I grasped each paw, he panted apprehensively, mouth wide, tongue lolling, but he was a good-natured animal, and he resigned himself to his fate without any growling or snarling. "These black claws are tricky," I said. "You can't see how far the quick comes down like on white claws, and I'm having to go very carefully. You'd never forgive me if I got into the painful bit, would you, Bouncer?" Despite his fear, the big dog lashed his tail briefly at the sound of his name, and as I patted his head at the end of the little operation, he leapt away and cantered around the lawn in relief. "Come in and have a cup of tea before you go, Jim," Arnie said. I hesitated. I didn't have time for all this, but I knew he loved to talk, and I always found he had interesting things to say. "Well, thanks, Arnie," I said, "but it'll have to be a quickie." It was a bachelor's kitchen, functional but comfortless, and when I saw Bouncer following his master around as he put on the kettle and fetched the cups, I realized what a blessing his companionship must be. That kitchen would have been even more bare and cold without his shaggy presence, and Arnie chatted away to him as he pottered about. But there was no sign of poverty, because Arnie always seemed to have enough money. He sipped appreciatively at the steaming cup. "There's not like a good cup of tea, is there, Jim?" "It's very refreshing, Arnie. But you've always loved your tea more than most, haven't you? You must have suffered during the war when you couldn't get it." He shook his head vigorously. "Nay, not me. I had no trouble. 1 or 2 Indian Rajas kept sending me supplies all the way through." "Rajas, eh?" "That's right. During the First War, I was stationed in India for a bit, and I got well in with a lot of them Rajas. Nice fellas they were, too. And by gum, they remember me when the Second War was broke out. I always had plenty of tea." "Well, that's wonderful." Arnie's army service had taken him to an amazing variety of countries. I'd heard about France, Belgium, Italy, Mesopotamia, Africa, Egypt, and now India. I finished my tea and left to continue my rounds. As I left, Arnie was starting a game of golf with his dog. Apart from my professional duties, I saw quite a lot of Arnie, as he was to be found every night in the same chair at the end of the bar at the Drover's Arms. I was returning one evening from a carving, during which I had lost a bit of sweat, and dropped in for a thirst quencher. There was Arnie in his usual place, Bouncer as always under his chair, and I sat down next to him. "I've had a lovely day at Headingley," he said. "Saw some good cricket, too." "Lucky you. Wish I'd been there."
I had been listening to the test match on my car radio as I drove round the farms, and nourishing the thought that I might be able to get through to Leeds with Helen on Saturday. Aye, it were right exciting, and you know, I was sitting there on the front row when Dennis Compton walked up to me. "Well, Arnie, how nice to see you," he said. "I was hoping to see you. One of the lads said you would be here today, and I've come to take you to lunch. I've been looking everywhere for you." "Oh, great," I said. "So you had lunch with the teams?" "Oh, aye. It was smashing. There was Bill Edridge and Cyril Washbrook, Ray Lindwell, and all the rest. They were right glad to see me again. I met them all before, of course." Of course. Just then, Kenny Ditchburn, a beefy, red-faced young man, plumped himself down on the other side of my friend. "Now then, Arnie," he said, grinning. "Talking cricket, eh? Have you been lending Len Hutton your boots lately?" Arnie turned an unsmiling face towards him, and his eyes narrowed. "Now then, Kenny," he replied, then turned back to me. Arnie's reminiscences had given him a reputation in the town, and the younger element were teasing him at all times about his fantastic tales of his sporting experiences. Never mind, I liked the old boy. I too was a sports buff, and Arnie, when he wasn't reminiscing, talked with great knowledge of all aspects of the sporting scene. I've always enjoyed his conversation. Also, he was an animal lover and devoted to his dog, and that made another bond. One sunny afternoon, a few weeks after the nail clipping, I was walking my little beagle on the riverside fields when I saw Arnie with Bouncer. As usual, he was playing one of his games, and the big dog was leaping around, chasing a ball under the great willows that overhung the water. "He's lost a bit of weight, Arnie," I said, looking at the hollows in Bouncer's flanks and his prominent ribs. "Is he all right?" "Oh, aye, full of beans and eating like a horse. He's fit, that's all. In full training for the football season. Come on, lad, do your Stanley Matthews." Bouncer capered around with the soccer ball, pushing it this way and that in a mazy dribble that did indeed make me think of the great man. "Haven't seen Stan for a while," Arnie said, ruminatively. "He must be wondering where I'm hiding myself." A month passed before I heard from the old man again. His voice on the telephone was strained. "We should come and see my dog, Jim. He's right poorly." "Well, what's he doing, Arnie?" "Not really. Got no life in him." The inseparable pair were in the garden when I called. I was shocked at Bouncer's appearance. He was emaciated, sitting motionless on the lawn, and he made no attempt to give me his usual greeting. "My God, Arnie," I said. "Why have you let him get into this state? He looks awful." "Well, I could see he was getting thinner. But he was eating so well, eating like a horse. I thought maybe he was just running around too much. He's got suddenly worse over the last few days. I'm not one to neglect my dog, am I?" No, of course you're not, Arnie. And he's still eating well, you say?" "Oh, aye. Never better. That's what puzzles me." "Is he drinking a lot?" "He's always at it." I began to examine Bouncer. But even before I started, there wasn't much doubt in my mind. Loss of weight, voracious appetite, abnormal thirst, extreme lethargy. It could mean only one thing. "Arnie," I said, "I think he has diabetes." "Oh, well. Is that bad?" "Yes, I'm afraid it is when it has got as far as this. It can be fatal." The big man stared at me, totally shocked. "Oh, don't tell me that. Is he going to die?" "Well, I hope not. There's a lot we can do. Can you start right away, Jim?" He ruffled his hair distractedly. "I mustn't lose him." "I will, Arnie, but first I've got to make sure. I must eliminate one or two other things like kidney trouble. First thing tomorrow morning, I want you to get a urine sample from him. Stick a nice clean soup plate under him when he cocks his leg, and put it in this bottle, and bring it straight round with Bouncer to the surgery." He nodded. "Right, I will. But maybe he's not as bad as all that, eh?" He lifted a football and rolled it up to the dog. "Now, lad," he cried eagerly, "let's see you do your Tom Finney." Bouncer did not move. He touched the ball listlessly with his nose, then looked up at us with lackluster eyes. His master went over to him and stroked his head. "Oh, Bouncer, Bouncer," he whispered. Next morning I tested the sample. Positive for glucose. "Now we know for sure, Arnie. It is diabetes, so this is what we do. I'm now giving him this injection of a small amount of insulin. And you must come in every morning, bringing Bouncer with a fresh sample which I will test. If it's still positive, I will slightly increase the dose of insulin until he is stabilized. That is, when the urine is negative for glucose. Aye, I'll come in every day for as long as it takes. That is, if he stays alive. The old man's face was a doleful mask. I nodded. If he stays alive, Arnie. Sometimes in diabetes the first shot of insulin brings a spectacular improvement, but it wasn't so with Bouncer. He was too far gone for that. For several mornings Arnie brought him round, and I looked in vain for even a hint of better things. The big dog was a woebegone, lifeless creature, so different from the all-round athlete of former days. Arnie, grim and resolute, was there on the dot of 9 o'clock, and after 10 days I commiserated with him. Arnie, it's tough on you having to do this day after day. He stuck out his chin. I'll come round here on me hands and knees till kingdom come if it'll save me dog. It was just around then that I sensed a difference in Bouncer. He was still as skinny as ever, still as apathetic, but there was a suggestion of a gleam in his eyes. They were losing something of their dead look. From then on, my hopes grew as the big dog slowly began to show signs of his old vitality. And after 3 weeks of the treatment, the daily sample was negative. I had a happy, tail-wagging animal looking at me, as though he was quite ready for a game. Arnie, I said, he's stabilized at last. He's going to be all right. But it's over to you now. You'll have to give your dog a shot of insulin every morning for the rest of his life. Me? Me inject him? He didn't look very happy about it. Yes, you can do that, can't you? After his morning meal. It'll soon be part of your daily program. He gave me a doubtful look, but didn't say anything, and I supplied him with all he would require. Once Bouncer had turned the corner, his recovery proceeded at a galloping pace, and after a few days Arnie brushed aside my doubts about his ability to carry out the injections. In fact, it transpired that for some time he had been a sort of personal assistant to an army surgeon during the Balkans campaign, and was very familiar with hypodermics. My final happy memory of the diabetes episode was when I looked over the hedge into Arnie's garden and saw him wrestling with Bouncer on the grass. "What are you up to, Arnie?" I cried. "Doing a low tackle on Bouncer. I'm teaching him rugby," came the reply. As autumn stretched into winter, there was considerable excitement in Darrowby when it was announced that the important men's grass hockey match between the rural counties of Yorkshire and Lancashire was to be played on the local ground. They were two of the top teams and contained several international players. Everybody was looking forward to seeing these famous men in action, and on the Saturday afternoon I got to the ground in what I hoped would be good time. However, people were already standing several deep round the touchlines. I'd never seen such a crowd there, and I was wondering where I could find a vantage spot when I heard a voice calling, "Hey, Jim, there's a spare seat over here." It was Arnie, comfortably settled in one of the seats in front of the clubhouse. "Are you sure, Arnie?" "Oh, aye. I've been keeping it for you. Sit down." Well, this was very nice. The game was just about to start, and I had a perfect view. I felt something stirring against my trouser leg, and saw that it was Bouncer's nose pushing at me. He was in his usual place under his master's seat, and he seemed to be telling me that he was in top form again. I tickled his ears while I watched the match. The standard of play was very high, with the 4 internationals shining above the rest. Arnie kept up a running commentary. "There's Pip Chapman, Yorkshire captain and England centre-forward, old pal of mine. And Greg Holroyd, captain of Lancashire and England winger, another good old mate, and those 2 over there, internationals, Tim Mowbray and Johnny Hart. I know them all well. Known them for years." At half-time, as the players gathered in the middle of the pitch, Arnie was in expansive mood. "It's nice to see the winter games starting again, but I keep thinking about last cricket match of the season at Scarborough Cricket Festival. I was just sitting there enjoying the sunshine when Fred Truman spotted me. 'Arnie,' he said, 'I've been looking for you everywhere.'" This last remark, attributed to another of cricket's immortals, seemed to amuse a group of young men sitting behind us. After a few half-stifled giggles, one of them spoke up. "Fred Truman, Arnie.
The real Fred Truman. Looking for you, everywhere. Arnie, grim-faced, nodded slightly, with the dignity born of long practice, and this evoked another outburst of sniggers with sotto voce repetitions of, "Looking for you, everywhere," a phrase that seemed to tickle them. My friend ignored them, rigid in his seat, eyes gazing fixedly ahead, till another of the youths returned to the attack. "I hear you've got some old pals out there on the field too, Arnie. Those 4 top men, known them for years, eh?" Again Arnie nodded briefly, and I felt a sharp twinge of apprehension. We were heading into deep water this time, with the tangible evidence of his claims running around in front of us. Arnie was sitting on the end seat, right next to the aisle up which the teams would have to pass to get to the clubhouse. Those men would be within touching distance of him. They couldn't fail to see him. When the final whistle blew and the players began to make their way towards us, my throat tightened. Something awful was surely going to happen, and I wished with all my heart that I was somewhere else. Holroyd, the big, black-moustached Lancastrian, was the first to come clumping up the steps, face sweating, knees mud-spattered. He glanced at Arnie and brushed past him. Then, as my stomach began to lurch, he stopped and took a step back. There was a pause as he looked down, and then, "It's Arnie Braithwaite," he burst out. "Hello, how are you, old chap?" He began to pump my friend's hand and called out to his teammates. "Hey, Pip! Johnny! Tim! Look who's here! It's our old chum!" There was a jam of players in the aisle as the 4 men gathered round Arnie, thumping his back, laughing and shouting. Bouncer jumped up from under his seat, and as dogs like to do, began to add a joyful barking to the general merriment. Pip Chapman gazed down at Arnie with warm affection. "Do you know, Arnie, we thought you might be here, and we've been scanning the touchline all through the match. We've been looking for you everywhere." Callum gave me a friendly dig in the ribs. "I wish you'd come with me to watch the deer one morning, Jim. I keep asking you, but I can never pin you down." We were sitting over a couple of pints in a cosy corner of the Drover's Arms. It was comparatively peaceful, now that the regulars had become accustomed to Callum's badger. At first, going for a beer with Callum almost caused a riot, because he always insisted on slinging Marilyn over his shoulder first. Then the entire population of the bar would converge on us. But now the situation had settled down to amused glances and cheerful greetings. The vet with the badger, as the farmers called him, had become part of the local scenery. I took a pull at my glass. "Oh, I will, Callum, I will. I promise you." "That's what you always say. Why not tomorrow?" He trained his dark-eyed stare at me, and I felt trapped. "Oh, I don't know. There's a lot doing tomorrow." "No, there isn't really. Doug Heseltine cancelled his tuberculin test, and it's left a big gap in the morning. It's an ideal chance." I didn't know what to say. Part of me wanted a glimpse of Callum's world of nature. He spent all his spare time roaming the countryside, studying the plants and flowers, observing the habits of the wild creatures. But I felt woefully ignorant by comparison. I had grown up in the big city of Glasgow, and though I had fallen in love with the Yorkshire countryside, I knew that a deep knowledge of flora and fauna was something best acquired in childhood. Siegfried had it. Both my children had it, and were always trying to educate me, but I knew I'd never be an expert. Certainly not like Callum. He was steeped in the things of the wild. It was his consuming passion. Tomorrow, eh? As the level of my glass went down, my doubts began to evaporate. Well, maybe I could make it. Great. Great. My colleague ordered 2 more pints. "We'll go up to Steadforth Woods. I've built a blind there." "Steadforth Woods? Well, surely there aren't any deer in there." Callum gave me a secret smile. "Oh, yes, there are. Lots of them." "Well, it's a funny thing. I've passed them 1,000 times. I've walked my dogs through them, but I've never seen a trace of a deer." "You'll see some tomorrow. Just you wait." "Okay. When do we start?" He rubbed his hands.
I'll pick you up at 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock?
As early as that?
Oh, yes.
We've got to be up there before daybreak. As I finished my second pint, the whole thing seemed pleasantly attractive. Up and away before the dawn to plumb the secrets of the woods. I couldn't understand my previous misgivings. I felt different next morning when the alarm blasted in my ear at 2:45 a.m. Years of being jerked from slumber in the small hours had bred in me a fierce love of my bed, and here I was, deliberately quitting the warm nest to drive out into the cold darkness and sit in a wood just for fun. I must be mad. When I met Callum, it was clear he didn't share my feelings. He was bubbling with enthusiasm, and he laughed as he thumped me on the shoulder. "You're going to love this, Jim. I've really been looking forward to doing this with you." I shivered as I got into his car. It was bitterly cold, and the front street was like a pitch-black well. I huddled in the seat, and Callum drove away, whistling. He kept up a bright chatter on the way, and it was easy to see that this was him in his natural element, roaming the countryside while the world was asleep. But after we'd covered a few miles, I knew something was wrong. "Hey," I said, "this isn't the way to Steadforth Woods. We should have taken a left turn back there." He turned to me with a smile. "We're going another way. My blind is at the far end of the woods, a long way from the main road. We get to it from Fred Welburn's farm." "Fred Welburn's? My God, we'll have to walk about 2 miles. "Don't worry, I've arranged transport." "Transport? What are you talking about?" Callum giggled. "You'll see." We left the car near the farm, which was perched on high ground, from which the field stretched away down a steep slope to a stream, before rising again towards the edge of the distant woods. It was still dark, and I knew this only from memory. Bewildered, I wondered about the transport. Callum reached into the back of the car and produced a bucket of corn. I stared at him. "What's that for?" "It's for the horses." "Horses?" "Yes. I'm going to tempt those 2 horses over to us so that we can ride them down into the woods." "What? You never said anything about that," I burst out. He smiled reassuringly. "Oh, it's all right. It'll make everything much easier." He rattled his bucket, and my mouth fell open, as 2 enormous shires came trotting out of the gloom, their great hooves thudding on the grass. "This is crazy." I stared in disbelief at the animals. Now, I was no equestrian, especially when it came to barebacked cart horses. "We can't ride those bloody things. What about Fred Welburn? What's he going to say?" "All taken care of. I've got permission from Fred to use them whenever I want to. Come on now, I'll give you a leg up." I was still protesting when he hoisted me onto the nearest animal and scrambled onto the other. He dug in his heels, gave a joyous whoop, and before I knew what was happening, we were thundering down the grassy slope. "Hang on!" cried Callum. "There's a little stream at the foot of the hill." He didn't have to tell me. I was hanging on as never before, gripping the mane tightly, eyes popping, absolutely certain that within seconds I would be cast from the great smooth back into the outer darkness. But somehow I kept my seat as our mounts leapt the stream bed like steeplechasers. Then we were off again, galloping up the hill on the other side. We were going at a terrifying pace, but it didn't seem to be fast enough for Callum, who kept yelling encouragement at his steed. Dimly ahead, I saw him hurtling through a narrow gateway, and I suffered a moment's panic at the certain thought that my fat animal would never get through that opening. I was partly right, because the gatepost caught my knee with such a fearful whack that I thought my leg had been torn off. We made a hectic traverse of another long field, then my colleague pulled up and dismounted. "My, that was great," he breathed as I slithered, groaning onto the grass. "But you're lame. What's wrong?" "Cracked my knee on the gate back there," I grunted, as I hobbled around, rubbing the painful joint. "Oh, sorry about that, but it saved us a long walk. We're right up in the woods now." We climbed a fence, and he led me among the dark trunks to his blind, which he had built near a clearing. In the first pale light, I could see that it was a well-hidden place, carefully constructed of branches of larch and spruce and tufts of grass. "Sit here," whispered my colleague. He was clearly in a state of high excitement, his eyes wide, a half-smile on his face. We didn't have long to wait. As the dawn light filtered through the branches, there was a rustling and a sound of movement among the trees. Then, One by one, the deer began to appear in the clearing. Through all the years I had never seen a deer in these woods, but they were here in profusion. Gentle does and majestic antlered stags pacing around, cropping the grass. It was a scene of indescribable peace and beauty, and with the feeling that I was a privileged observer, I sat there enthralled, all my discomforts forgotten. There was a badger set nearby, and Callum pointed in delight as his favourite animals came out to play with their young. Afterwards we walked through the scented silence of the woods, the pine needles soft under our feet, and he talked. Not only about the deer, but about the other wild creatures of the forest, and about the plants and flowers that flourished in these secret places. He seemed to know it all, and I began to understand the depth of the interest that coloured his entire life. He held the key to a magic world. As we reached the field, the sun came out, and, looking back, I could see long drifts of bluebells among the dark holes of the trees. And in the glades, where the first rays struck through the branches, primroses and anemones shone like scattered jewels. By the time we had ridden back up the hill, slowly and gently, at my request, and had limped to the car, my knee had stiffened up and I groaned as I dragged my leg inside. "Oh, bad luck about your knee." Callan gave me a sympathetic smile. Then his expression changed. "But never mind. I've got a surprise for you." I could feel my eyes narrowing to slits as I looked at him. What kind of surprise? He grinned widely. "I want you to come to dinner with me." "Dinner? Where?" "In my flat. You know Helen's going to a meeting tonight, and she was going to leave you something to eat. Well, I've arranged it with her. I'm going to give you a meal. We're having roast duck." "Duck? Who's cooking it?" "I am. It will be plucked and roasted by my own fair hand." My head began to swim a little. I knew he kept ducks at the bottom of the garden, an activity secretly regarded with a jaundiced eye as being part of a menagerie. But all this, coming from a man who had no interest in food, and, in fact, seemed to eat only on rare occasions, was difficult to take in. But I was sure he was trying to be kind. "Well, Callum, it's very good of you. What time do you want me?" 8 o'clock on the dot." At the appointed time, I climbed the stair to the flat and received an effusive welcome. Callum sat me down with a drink, and as he went through to the kitchen, I looked round the little sitting room. It was exactly as when he walked in that first day. Other occupants had added or altered things according to their taste, but Callum had not the slightest interest in carpets, curtains, or furniture. The table was bare except for 2 sets of knives and forks and salt and pepper. He was soon back again, banging down a plate for each of us. Then a delicious aroma drifted in from the kitchen as he opened the oven door. "Here we are, Jim," he cried triumphantly as he carried in a roasting tin containing 2 ducks. He speared one bird with a fork and clumped it on my plate, then took the other for himself. I was waiting for the vegetables and other trimmings, but Callum dropped into his chair and waved a fork at me. "Wade in, Jim. I do hope you'll enjoy it." I looked down at my plate. Well, this was dinner with Callum. A duck apiece with no adornment. He was eating busily, and I started on my bird, but I was slowed down by the fact that my colleague had left quite a lot of feathers on. I had to pick my way gingerly among the quills and crisped-up plumage. Nothing seemed to deter Callum, however, and he ate rapidly, then sat back with a deep sigh of contentment. I was surprised at his speed. Then it occurred to me that he probably hadn't bothered to take any nourishment at all for the last 24 hours or so. We didn't have dessert, or coffee, or anything of the sort, and it wasn't long before he was ushering me out. Around 10 o'clock, Helen came back from her meeting. "Well, how was your day with Callum?" she asked as she took off her coat. I rubbed my knee. Somehow it wasn't an easy question to answer. I enjoyed it. It was fun, exciting, quite fascinating. I was casting around for the word. It was different. She laughed. "You've just about described Callum." "That's it," I said, laughing too. It was a Callum day.
Oh. Ah! Oh, you bugger, Herriot! What the hell have you done?
Nat Briggs staggered round the calf pen, clutching his left buttock and glaring at me in a fury. "Sorry, Nat," I said, holding up the syringe loaded with strain 19 abortion vaccine. "I'm afraid you fell right onto my needle."
Fell on? You stuck the bloody thing right up my arse, that's what you mean.
He was a big man, with a habitually glowering expression, but at the moment he looked positively murderous. He had been holding the calf's head, as I was about to make the injection, and the animal had swung round at the wrong moment. I tried a calming smile. "No, really, Nat, it was just a little pinprick."
Don't give me that!
The big man arched his back, kneaded his buttock and groaned.
I felt it go right in!
His rage was not allayed by the peals of merriment from his comrades, Ray and Phil. The three were long-time workers on Sir Eustace Lamberm's farm, and we knew each other well, but Nat was the odd man out. The other two were always cheerful and ready for a joke, but Nat was surly and seemed to carry a permanent chip on his shoulder. A lot of my work consisted of preventive injections, and in the many wrestling matches with beasts packed in pens or down passages, my needles did occasionally score a bullseye in human rather than animal flesh. The most common victim was myself, because my patients rarely stood still. With one hand pinching the skin and the other poising the syringe an inch away, it was the easiest thing in the world to pierce my hand. The vet, coming to grief either in this way or by getting his toes stood on, was invariably good for a laugh, and there was always an outburst of hilarity as I yelped and hopped around. But having it happen to the dour Nat was nearly as good, especially as I'd found my target in his backside.
"Ah, you can laugh," snarled the big man. "But what's going to happen now? I've had a bloody dose of that abortion stuff, and what's that going to do to me?"
Phil giggled.
"You're not in calf, are you, Nat lad? They say the vaccine's only dangerous to pregnant cows, but I can't see you slipping your calf."
There was another eruption of mirth from the two. Briggs stuck out his jaw.
"It's all right you talking, but that's mucky stuff. It could do something inside me."
"Look, Nat," I said, "you haven't had a dose of anything." I held up the syringe showing the full 5cc dose within. "You've just had a prick from the needle. You might be a bit sore, and I do apologize, but it can't do you any harm."
"Well, that's what you say, Herriot, but we'll see. Anyway, I'm keeping clear of you. Somebody else can hold the rest of the buggers."
Ray clapped him on the shoulder.
"Never mind, Nat, you've just got married, so you'll be well looked after. Your new missus will get you a cushion whenever you want to sit down."
There was no doubt that the little incident made the day for Phil and Ray, but for a long time afterwards I had to suffer complaints from their cantankerous colleague every time I visited the Lamburn farm. It transpired that the buttock had swelled up and remained painful for a long time, causing immense inconvenience. But I was sure the rigmarole was exaggerated, and I paid little attention until one day a vastly more serious charge was laid at my door. Nat Briggs pushed his irascible face close to mine.
"I'm going to tell thee something, Herriot. You've stopped me having a family."
"What?"
"Aye, I'm not joking. Mrs. and me have been trying for a long time, but there's no sign of anything happening. The doctor doesn't know why, but I do. It's your bloody injection."
"Oh, come on, Nat, that's ridiculous. How could that little accident possibly have such an effect?"
"How could it? I'll tell you. That bloody stuff you injected into me was to do with abortion and breeding and all that kind of thing. It stands to reason that you've stopped me having kids."
I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I pleaded and expostulated, but the man was in deadly earnest. I had ruined his life, and he'd never forgive me. His mates didn't help.
"Don't listen to him, Mr. Herriot," cried Ray. "He can't do it properly. He's only making excuses,"
followed by more laughter. Despite the jocularity, I found the thing upsetting, because it wasn't only on the farm that I had trouble. I never knew when I was going to run into the man. I received dirty looks from Briggs in Danbury Marketplace, and in the evenings when I was sipping a soothing beer in some country inn. It shattered my peace when I found that disapproving gaze trained on me. Over many months, my visits to the Lamburn farm were uncomfortable. The leg pulling had stopped, but I sensed at all times the hostility from Briggs. He rarely mentioned the matter, but the thing was accepted between us. I was responsible for his permanent sterility, and that was that. A long time after the abortion incident, I was back on the farm treating a batch of beasts with pneumonia. It was the usual rodeo, with about 20 strong cattle packed in a penned-off corner of the fold yard. I was poising my syringe charged with antibiotic as the men squeezed their way among the crush. Briggs was hanging on to a particularly wild steer, his back towards me, and I'll never know if he was thrown back or one of the other men nudged my arm, because next moment he let out an agonized yell. "You rotten bugger, Herriot, you've done it again!" He staggered about, clutching his behind and staring wide-eyed at me. I couldn't believe it. Surely history couldn't repeat itself so exactly. But there was no doubt about it. The scene was the same. Briggs bellowing and gripping his buttock, the other two men falling around laughing, myself transfixed in horror. Still holding himself, Briggs turned on me, his 200-plus pounds hanging over me menacingly. "What's this stuff going to do to me, eh? You've done me enough damage, you bugger, with that first lot. But what am I going to suffer now?" "Nat, I am truly sorry, but I can only tell you again that it can't possibly do you any harm. That's only antibiotic in the syringe. Like penicillin, only stronger." "I don't care a bugger what it is. It's meant to go into the bloody beast, not me. I'm bloody fed up with you, Herriot, doing the same thing to me again." "It's not the same, Nat," cried Phil. "You've got it in the right cheek this time. Mr. Herriot's just levelling you up. I've always said that he was a tidy worker, and it's only natural he would want to square the job up." He and Ray abandoned themselves to helpless mirth. After that incident, I was grateful that Sir Eustace's livestock had a long spell of good health, and I was able to pass on to Siegfried the few visits that did come up. It was nearly a year later that the three men and I were together again. As we carried on with our work, I was relieved to find that Briggs was not particularly unfriendly. Last time I had thought he was going to hit me, but he caught and held the struggling animals without comment. During a moment's respite, as I refilled my syringe, Ray piped up. "We've got a bit of news for you, Miss Herriot." "Oh, yes?" "Aye, red-hot news. Nat's become a dad." "Really? That's great. Congratulations, Nat. What is it, a boy or a girl?" Fatherhood seemed to have mellowed the big man, because a sheepish smile spread over his face. "Twins," he said proudly. "Boy and a girl." "Well, terrific. You can't do better than that." Phil broke in. "We've been telling him, Mr. Herriot. He blamed you for stopping the job with that first injection you gave him. Well, the second jab must have been the antidote." Siegfried caught my arm as I passed him coming out of the dispensary. He looked harassed. "James," he burst out, "Callum wants another dog now. Has he mentioned it to you?" "He did say something. Said he was going to speak to you about it. Apparently it's a dog he's had for some time. It's with his mother, and he just wants to bring it to Darrowby." "It's okay for him to do that, isn't it?" My colleague stuck out his chin. "I don't think it is. He started with a badger and a dog. Now he's got 2 badgers and a dog, and on top of that he wants 2 badgers and 2 dogs up in that little flat. Anyway, I've told him it's not on." "Oh, I think you're being a bit hard, Siegfried. He's probably lonely living on his own. He just wants his animals for company." Siegfried took a sharp breath. "Well, that's what he says, of course. But to me, it's only the thin end of the wedge. I feel it in my bones. If we give in now, he's going to have a bloody menagerie up there." "Oh, come on," I said, laughing. "You're exaggerating. There's absolutely no fear of that. He's a good lad, as you know, and an asset to the practice. I think we should help him feel settled and happy, and it's only natural that he should want to be reunited with his dog." My partner did some more rapid breathing as he stared at me. "I thought you'd say that. You're too easily swayed. But I know I'm right. I'm not going to have it, and that's final." He stuffed a couple of bottles of calcium into his pockets and strode away. Over the next few days, Callum made several appeals to me, and his request seemed perfectly reasonable. But Siegfried had dug his toes in. He refused to be moved. When I raised the question yet again over a beer at the Drovers' Arms, he flushed, but he heard me out.
I wish you'd change your mind, I said. I can't see what possible harm there is in his having his dog. And as I said, he's doing well, and I think he should be encouraged. I'm sure you've just got a thing about him. Your worries are absolutely groundless. Groundless, eh? He choked a little in mid-swallow, then put down his glass. I don't think so. I've got this feeling, and it won't go away. He paused and looked round the bar for a few moments. But you're beginning to wear me down, and I'm tired tonight. I see you're going to go on and on about this, so you can tell him to go ahead and do as he likes. I clapped him on the shoulder and laughed. Oh, thanks, Siegfried. I know it's the right thing. You'll never regret it. He gave me a weary smile. You may laugh, but I tell you we'll be making a big mistake. He waved a finger in my face. I'll regret it all right. Mark my words. Next morning, Callum was delighted when I gave him the news, and I felt a glow of satisfaction when, a few days later, I heard the sound of fresh barking from the flat. Siegfried was opening some letters in the office, and I turned to him with a smile. Nice to hear that, I said. Callum will be happy now. He gave me a cold look in return, and just then our assistant walked into the office. By his side were two enormous Doberman pinschers. What the hell's this? Siegfried inquired, rising to his feet. Oh, just my other dogs. Callum replied with a light laugh. Meet Maggie and Anna. Dogs! Siegfried exploded. You said dog before. Well, I know. That was my intention. I was just going to bring Maggie, but poor Anna looked so pathetic. I haven't the heart to leave her. They're such friends, and really they're as gentle as old sheep. They don't look so bloody gentle to me. My partner's voice rose to a shout. You get round me to bring an extra dog here, then you walk in with these two killers. There was something in what he said. An air of quiet menace emanated from the Dobermans. Something unnerving in the way they stood, motionless, tall and lean, looking thoughtfully from one strange man to the other. They gave me the impression that they could go into unpleasant action at any moment. This just isn't good enough. Siegfried was working up into full cry, waving a hand in Callum's face when the dogs, resenting the display of aggression, began to growl. Softly, but chillingly. Their eyes fixed on my partner's face, their lips quivering, showing a lot of white teeth. Quiet, rapped Callum. Sit! Both dogs dropped immediately onto their haunches and looked up at him adoringly. Clearly they, like all animals, were in his thrall. The young man consulted his list. Well, there's a cow down at Jack Skinner's. I'd better get on. He turned and left, with the two big creatures trotting at his heels. Siegfried looked at me wearily. Remember what I said? It started. The following week I was coming down the garden path from the yard to the back of the house when I heard the sounds. A loud barking and snarling, accompanied by a man's voice crying for help. There was a smaller yard immediately outside the operating room, and the noise seemed to be coming from there. We didn't use this little yard very much. It held the trash bins and an outhouse, an ancient outside toilet that had been there since the early days of the house. There was a side door that led to the garden, and I peered through. It was Siegfried's voice, raised in frantic appeal, coming from the old toilet whose door hung crazily on one hinge. To my horror, I saw the two Dobermans hurling themselves repeatedly at this flimsy bastion and baying for blood. My blood froze. My partner was in there, and if that old door gave way, something terrible was going to happen. There was nothing I could do. I'm not afraid of dogs, but I had a sure conviction that if I exposed myself to those two, I wouldn't last very long. I rushed into the house. "Callum! Callum!" I yelled. He came running down the stairs, and when he heard the uproar, he galloped through with me to the back of the house. "Maggie! Anna! You bad dogs! Come here at once!" The noise was switched off immediately, and the Dobermans came slinking round Callum's feet, looking up at him furtively, ingratiating grins on their faces. "Get upstairs!" he shouted, and the dogs shot off into the house. Wisely, Callum decided to follow them, leaving Siegfried to me.
I dragged the broken door open to release one very cross and wild-eyed veterinary surgeon. "My God, James, that was a near go. I was picking plums last night, and I ate a few too many. Got caught a bit short and had to make a dash for the nearest toilet. I was just lowering myself onto the seat when these two man-eaters came roaring into the yard. I only just managed to jam the door with one foot against it. I'm bloody sure that if I'd moved that foot an inch, they'd have had me. I've been stuck in there for ages." "Gosh, I'm sorry, Siegfried," I said. I wasn't just sorry. I was riddled with guilt. This was my fault. I was the one who had persuaded my partner against his better judgment, and he had been so right. The menagerie was on its way. Over the ensuing months, we heard a gradually growing chorus of animal voices emanating from the end of the house. I recall opening the door to the back room one day and seeing Callum among his friends. These included 3 badgers now, who were nosing around their food bowls. An owl flapped lazily on a high shelf. Storm, his lurcher dog, vast and amiable, waved his tail in welcome at me, while the Dobermans regarded me contemplatively. There was also Mortimer, a monkey who was a pet of one of our most valued clients, an animal whom Callum was caring for while the client was away on vacation. In a corner, a litter of fox cubs kept up their strange yapping and growling, and I noticed 2 cages containing a couple of rabbits and a hare, apparently new arrivals. Yes, looking round the room, I realized that Siegfried had been right from the very beginning. The menagerie was now fully installed, and as I opened the door to leave that day, I wondered just how big it was going to grow. It wasn't long after the Doberman episode that I found myself in a familiar position, lying flat on my face on a hard, cobbled floor, with my arm up to the shoulder inside a straining heifer. I had been doing this for over an hour, and I was beginning to despair. There was a huge live calf in there, and the only thing stopping the delivery was that there was a leg back. Normally a simple malpresentation, and easily corrected. That was the cause of my frustration. I couldn't believe that such a thing could beat me, but the trouble was that this was a very small heifer, and there was no room to work. Time and again I'd managed to reach the calf's foot, but I could only get a couple of fingers round it. As soon as I tried to pull, it slipped away from me. And on top of this, the heifer was giving me hell with her expulsive efforts, trapping my hand painfully between the calf's head and the pelvic bones. With all my soul, I wished that my arm had been a few inches longer. If only I could get my fingers beyond the smooth wall of the hoof and grasp the hairy leg, the job would be over in minutes. But this was what I had been trying to do for that long hour, and my arm was becoming paralyzed and useless. In these situations, I would often get a big farm lad to strip off and try to reach inaccessible places for me. But Mr. Kilding and his son were stocky, short-armed chaps. They wouldn't get as far as I had. Suddenly, I remembered something. Callum was doing a tuberculin test on a farm less than a mile away. If I could get hold of him, my troubles would be over, because among his many attributes, Callum had very long arms. "Mr. Kilding," I said, "would you phone the Ellertons and ask Mr. Buchanan to come round and give me a hand? I'm afraid I need a bit of help." "Buchanan? Vet with a badger?" I smiled. Callum was known as such not only in our own practice, but for many miles beyond. "Yes, that's the man." The farmer hurried off and returned quickly. "Aye, he's just finished the test. Says he'll be round in a minute or 2. He was a nice man, and wasn't complaining at my long, unproductive rolling about on his byre floor, but he couldn't hide his anxiety. "I hope you'll be able to do something, Mr. Herriot. I've been really looking forward to getting this calf." As he spoke, Callum strode into the byre. He looked down at the prostrate animal and grinned. "Having a little trouble, Jim?" His manner, as always, was breezy. I explained the situation, and he quickly whipped off his shirt. We lay down together on those cobbles, which had been getting steadily harder. I inserted my left arm until I could feel the calf's muzzle against the palm of my hand, and Callum pushed in his right arm alongside mine. "Right," I said. "I'll push the head back while you try to get hold of that foot." "Okay," he replied. "Far away." I pushed, and just as the head moved away, making the vital room we needed, the heifer gave a mighty strain and pushed it back at me. Callum yelped as his fingers were trapped. "Ouch! That hurt. You'll have to do better than that." I gritted my teeth and tried again, bracing my arm desperately against the heifer's expulsive efforts. "I'm nearly there," grunted Callum. Nearly,
push. You're not pushing. I am pushing, damn it. But she's stronger than I am. And I've been doing this for an hour, you know. My arm's like spaghetti. We tried again, several times, groaning and panting. Then Callum let his head slump onto his shoulders. I know. Let's have a rest for a few seconds. I was all for that, and I relaxed, feeling the calf's rough tongue licking at my palm. He was still alive, anyway. As we lay there, practically cheek to cheek, arms still inside the heifer, my colleague put on a bright smile. Well now, what shall we talk about while we're resting? I didn't feel like light conversation, but I tried to fall in with his sally. Well, I don't know. Have you any interesting news? Well, yes. As a matter of fact, I have. I'm going to get married. What? I said I'm going to get married. You're joking. No, I assure you, I am. When? Next week? Well. Anybody I know? No. Girl who works in the surgery department at the London College. I met her there while I was taking the course. I lay there, thunderstruck. I found it difficult to take in. I had never imagined that a chap like Callum would ever entertain dreams of domestic bliss. I was still trying to sort out my thoughts when he brought me back to reality. Come on, let's have another go. And it seemed as though the shock to my system had brought a surge of adrenaline with it, because this time I gave a great pop-eyed heave and was able to hold the head back till I heard Callum's triumphant cry, I've got it! And having got it, he wasn't going to let go. Eyes closed, teeth bared, he pulled until the elusive foot appeared at the vulva. His sweating face broke into a delighted grin. That's a lovely sight. It was indeed. We had 2 legs and a head now, although nearly everything else was still inside. I slapped the heifer's rump. Come on, old girl. This is when we need you. You can push as much as you like now. As if in reply, the heifer gave us enthusiastic help as we pulled on the legs. Soon the muzzle appeared, nostrils twitching, the big, wide brow and the eyes, which I had imagined held a glimmer of disapproval at the delay. Then the rest of the head and body, till we had a fine calf wriggling on the straw. I felt good. I always did. But on this occasion something else was crowding in my mind. Callum's bombshell about his impending nuptials. I could hardly wait to see what kind of girl Callum would bring back. He was such an unusual chap with ideas far different from the ordinary man, that the new woman could be anything. Plain, eccentric, fat, skinny. My mind played restlessly with the possibilities. I was put out of my pain quite soon. I opened the sitting-room door one afternoon, and my young colleague was there with a girl at his side. "This is Deirdre," he said. She was quite tall, and the first words that came to me were kind and motherly. But I would like to banish any thought that being kind and motherly meant that she wasn't attractive. Deirdre was very attractive indeed. And now, nearly 40 years later, when I think of her wonderful family of 6 young Buchanans, I feel I deserve full marks for intuition. As we shook hands, her smile was wide and warm, her voice gentle, and it struck me that Callum had done it again. With all his funny ways, he seemed to get the fundamental things right. Now, when it came to choosing a wife, he had found the kind of girl any young man would be glad to see first thing every morning. Any notion we may have harbored of celebrating an exciting wedding was soon quashed, and in a way that I realized was typical of them. They slipped away quietly to Keeler Church, and the ceremony was carried out there without fuss. I have never, in all my travels through Britain, seen anything quite like Keeler. It is an ancient church of great beauty, built by the Normans around 1100 AD, standing quite alone among surrounding fields. There is a farm nearby, but the nearest village is 2 miles away. It is on the borders of our practice area, but it can be clearly seen from the main road. Whenever I drive past, I always slow down to look again at that lovely building, solitary among the fields with the hills rising behind. To me, it is a romantic, thrilling sight. Throughout the centuries, services have been conducted there regularly, with a small congregation drawn from the surrounding farms and nearby villages, so that the church has been preserved in all its glory. Its beauty is a stark beauty of massive stone,
with nothing like the traceried battlements and buttresses of Darby's splendid church, which is famed to such an extent that it is often referred to as a little cathedral. Helen and I were married there, and have never ceased to be enthralled by its sheer magnificence. However, Callum and Deirdre went to Keeler, in its wild and lonely setting, and I could understand that its appeal would reach out to them. There was a brief honeymoon, and that was all. Whenever I pass the old church, standing in its solitary dignity, looking over the empty fields and the long line of hills as it has done for 9 centuries, I think again how fitting it was that those young Buchanans should pledge their future life within its walls. I had a good feeling that Deirdre would add the woman's touch to Callum's flat, introduce a little more comfort in the way of her own individual furniture and decorations. But it was not to be. Deirdre didn't care any more about that side of life than Callum. Her interests were all outside, like his, in the creatures, the plants, and flowers of North Yorkshire. The flat stayed Spartan. No chintz covers on the furniture or anything like that. But she seemed perfectly happy as she padded around up there, very often in slacks and bare feet, her mind completely in tune with her new husband's. When they had time off together, they spent it in rambling and observation in the woods and hills. If Callum's work prevented him from doing something important in his world of exploration, Deirdre would happily stand in for him. I saw an example of this one balmy summer evening around dusk, when I had to send the young man out on a call. "Callum, there's a colic at Steve Holdsworth's. Will you get there as soon as you can?" "Certainly," he replied. "Just give me a few minutes to put Deirdre up a tree and I'll be on my way." As I got out of my car to open the gate of the farm, I looked with interest at the odd-looking structure on the grass verge. It stood in the shelter of the dry stone wall and overlooked the valley. It seemed as though sheets of tarpaulin had been stretched over metal hoops to make some kind of shelter. It was like a big black igloo. But for what? As I wondered, the sacking at the front parted, and a tall, white-bearded man emerged. He straightened up, looked around him, dusted down his ancient frock coat, and donned the kind of high-crowned bowler hat that was popular in Victorian times. He seemed oblivious of my presence as he stood breathing deeply, gazing at the heathery fellside that dropped away from the roadside to the little stream far below. Then, after a few moments, he turned to me and raised his hat, gravely. "Good morning to you," he murmured, in the kind of voice that could have belonged to an archbishop. "Morning," I replied, fighting with my surprise. "Lovely day." His fine features relaxed in a smile. Yes, it is indeed." Then he bent and pulled the sacking apart. "Come, Emily." As I stared, a little cat tripped out with dainty steps, and as she stretched luxuriantly, the man attached the leash to the collar round her neck. He turned to me and raised his hat again. "Good day to you." Then man and cat set off at a leisurely pace towards the village, whose church tower was just visible a couple of miles down the road. I took my time over opening the gate as I watched the dwindling figures. I felt almost as though I was seeing an apparition. I was out of my usual territory, because a faithful client, Eddie Carlis, had taken this farm almost 20 miles away from Darby. He had paid us the compliment of asking our practice if we would still do his work. We said yes, even though it would be inconvenient to travel so far, especially in the middle of the night. The farm lay 2 fields back from the road, and as I drew up in the yard, I saw Eddie coming down the granary steps. "Eddie," I said, "I've just seen something very strange." He laughed. "You don't have to tell me. You've seen Eugene." "Eugene?" "That's right. Eugene Harrison. He lives there." "What?" "No, it's true. That's his house. He built it himself 2 years ago and took up residence. This used to be me dad's farm, as you know, and he used to tell me about him. He came from nowhere and settled in that funny place with his cat, and he's never moved since." I wouldn't have thought he would be allowed to set up house on the grass verge. No, neither would I. But nobody seems to have bothered him. And I'll tell you another funny thing. He's an educated man, and the brother of Cornelius Harrison.
Cornelius Harrison, the industrialist? The very same. The multi-millionaire. Lives in that estate you pass about 5 miles along Broughton Road. Nobody knows the whole story, but it seems Cornelius inherited everything and his brother gotten out. They say that Eugene has travelled the world, living rough in wild countries and having all kinds of adventures, but wherever he's been, he's come back to North Yorkshire. But why does he live in that strange building? It's a mystery. I do know he has naught to do with his brother, and vice versa, and anyway, he seems happy and content down there. My dad was very fond of him, and the old chap used to come up to the farm for the odd meal and a bath. He still does, but he's very independent. Doesn't sponge on anybody. Goes down to the village regularly for his food and his pension. And always with his cat? Aye, Eddie laughed again. Always with his cat. We went into the buildings to start the tuberculin test, but as I clipped and measured and injected over and over again, I couldn't rid my mind of the memory of that odd twosome. When I drew up at the farm gate 3 days later to read the tuberculin test, Mr. Irison was sitting on a wicker chair in the sunshine, reading, with his cat on his lap. When I got out of the car, he raised his hat as before. Good afternoon. A very pleasant day. Yes, certainly is. As I spoke, Emily hopped down and stalked over the grass to greet me, and as I tickled her under the chin, she arched and purred around my legs. What a lovely little thing, I said. The old man's manner moved from courtesy to something more. You like cats? Yes, I do. I've always liked them. As I continued my stroking, then gave her tail a playful tug, the pretty tabby face looked up at me, and the purring rose to a crescendo. Well, Emily seems to have taken to you remarkably. I've never seen her so demonstrative. I laughed. She knows how I feel. Cats always know. They are very wise animals. Mr. Irison beamed his agreement. I saw you the other day, didn't I? You have some business with Mr. Carlis? Yes, I'm his vet. I see. He hesitated. I wonder, Mr. Herriot. Ah. Yes, I wonder, Mr. Herriot, if when you have concluded your business with Mr. Carlis, you would care to join me in a cup of tea. I'd love to. I'll be finished in less than an hour. Splendid. Splendid. I look forward to seeing you then. Eddie had a clear test. No reactors, not even a doubtful. I entered the particulars in my testing book and hurried back down the farm road. Mr. Irison was waiting by the gate. It is a little chilly now, he said. I think we'd better go inside. He led me over to the igloo, drew back the sacks, and ushered me through with old-world grace. Do sit down, he murmured, waving me to what looked like a one-time automobile seat in tattered leather, while he sank down on the wicker chair I had seen outside. As he arranged 2 mugs, then reached for the kettle from a primer stove and began to pour, I took in the contents of the interior. There was a camp bed, a bulging rucksack, a row of books, a tiny lamp, a low cupboard, and a basket in which Emily was ensconced. Milk and sugar, Mr. Herriot? The old man inclined his head gracefully. Ah, no sugar. I have some buns here, and do have one. There is an excellent little bakery down in the village, and I am a regular customer. I bit into the bun, sipped the tea, and stole a look at the row of books. Every one was poetry. Blake, Swinburne, Longfellow, Whitman, all worn and frayed with reading. You like poetry? I said. He smiled. Ah, yes. I do read other things. The van comes up here from the public library every week. But I always come back to my old friends. Particularly this one. He held up the dog-eared volume he'd been reading earlier. The Poems of Robert W. Service. You like that one, eh? Yes. I think Service is my favourite. Not classical stuff, perhaps, but his verses strike something very deep in me. He gazed at the book. Then his eyes looked beyond me into somewhere only he knew.
I wondered then if Alaska and the wild Yukon Territory might have been the scene of his wanderings. For a moment I hoped he might be going to tell me something about his past, but it seemed he didn't want to talk about that. He wanted to talk about his cat. "It is the most extraordinary thing, Mr. Herriot. I have lived on my own all my life, but I have never felt lonely. But I know now that I would be desperately lonely without Emily. Does that sound foolish to you?" "Not at all. Possibly it's because you haven't had a pet before. Have you?" "No, I haven't. Never seem to have stayed still long enough. I am fond of animals, and there have been times when I felt I would like to own a dog, but never a cat. I have heard so often that cats do not dispense affection, that they are self-sufficient and never become really fond of anybody. Do you agree with that?" "Of course not. That's absolute nonsense. Cats have a character of their own, but I've treated hundreds of friendly, affectionate cats who are faithful friends to their owners." "I'm so glad to hear you say that, because I flatter myself that this little creature is really attached to me." He looked down at Emily, who had jumped onto his lap and gently patted her head. "Well, that's easy to see," I said, and the old man smiled his pleasure. He waved a hand round his dwelling, as if it were a drawing-room in a multi-acred mansion. "You know, Mr. Herriot, when I first settled here, I had no reason to think that I wouldn't continue to live the solitary life that I was so accustomed to. Then, one day, this little animal walked in from nowhere, as though she'd been invited, and my whole existence changed." I laughed. "She adopted you. Cats do that. And it was a lucky day for you." "Yes. Yes. How very true. You seem to understand these things so well, Mr. Herriot. Now, let me top up your cup." It was the first of many visits to Mr. Ireson in his strange dwelling. I never went to the Carlis farm without looking in through the sacks, and if Eugene was in residence, we had a cup of tea and a chat. We talked about many things: books, the political situation, natural history, of which he had a deep knowledge, but the conversation always got round to cats. He wanted to know everything about their care and feeding, habits and diseases, while I was agog to hear about his world travels, which he referred to only in the vaguest terms. He would listen with the wide-eyed interest of a child to my veterinary experiences. It was during one of these sessions that I raised the question of Emily in particular. "I notice that she is either in here or on the leash with you, but does she ever go wandering outside by herself?" "Well, yes, now that you mention it. Just lately she has done so. She only goes up to the farm. I make sure she does not stray along the road where she may be knocked down." "I didn't mean that, Mr. Ireson. What I was thinking about was that there are several male cats up there on the farm. She could so easily become pregnant." He sat up suddenly in his chair. "Good heavens, yes. I never thought of that. How foolish of me. I'd better try to keep her inside." "Very difficult," I said. "It would be much better to have her spayed." "Eh?" "Let me do a hysterectomy. Remove the uterus and ovaries. Then she'd be safe. You couldn't do with a lot of kittens in here, could you?" "No. No, of course not, but an operation." He stared at me with frightened eyes. "There would be an element of danger." "No, no," I said as briskly as I could. "It's quite a simple procedure. We do lots of them." His normal urbanity had fallen away from him. From the beginning he had struck me as a man who had seen so many things in life that nothing would disturb his serenity. But he seemed to shrink within himself. He slowly stroked the little cat, seated as usual on his lap. Then he reached down to a black leather volume with faded gold lettering that he had been reading when I arrived. The works of Shakespeare. He placed a marker in the book and closed it, before putting it carefully on the shelf. "I really don't know what to say, Mr. Herriot." I gave him an encouraging smile. "There's nothing to worry about. I strongly advise it. If I could just describe the operation, I'm sure it would put your mind at rest. It's really keyhole surgery. We make only a tiny incision, and bring the ovaries and uterus through, and ligate the stump? I dried up hurriedly because the old man closed his eyes and swayed so far to one side that I thought he would fall off the wicker chair. It wasn't the first time that one of my explanatory surgical vignettes had had an undesirable effect, and I altered my tactics. I laughed loudly and patted him on the knees. "So you see, it's nothing. Nothing at all." He opened his eyes and drew a long, quavering breath. "Yes. Yes, I'm sure you're right. But you must give me a little time to think. This has come on me so suddenly." "All right. Eddie Carlis will give me a ring for you. But don't be too long." I wasn't surprised when I didn't hear from the old man. The whole idea obviously terrified him, and it was over a month before I saw him again. I pushed my head through the sacks. He was sitting in his usual chair, peeling potatoes, and he looked at me with serious eyes. "Ah, Mr. Herriot, come and sit down. I've been going to get in touch with you. I'm so glad you called." He threw back his head with an air of resolution. "I have decided to take your advice about Emily. You may carry out the operation when you think fit." "Oh, that's splendid," I said cheerfully. "I've got a cat basket in the car, so I can take her straight away." I tried not to look at his stricken face as the cat jumped onto my knee. "Well, Emily, you're coming with me." Then, as I looked at the little animal, I hesitated. Was it my imagination, or was there a significant bulge in her abdomen? "Just a moment," I murmured as I palpated the little body. Then I looked up at the old man. "I'm sorry, Mr. Ireson, but it's a bit late. She's pregnant." His mouth opened, but no words came. Then he swallowed and spoke in a hoarse whisper. But what are we going to do?" Nothing, don't worry. She'll have the kittens, that's all, and I'll find homes for them. Everything will be fine." I was putting on my breeziest act, but it didn't seem to help. "But, Mr. Herriot, I don't know anything about these things. I do feel terribly worried. She could die giving birth. She's so tiny." No, not at all. Cats very rarely have any trouble that way. I tell you what, when she starts having the kittens, probably around a month from now, get Eddie to give me a ring. I'll slip out here and see that all is well. How's that?" "Oh, you are kind. I feel so silly about this. The trouble is, she means so much to me." "I know, and stop worrying. Everything will be absolutely okay." We had a cup of tea together, and by the time I left, he had calmed down. The next time I saw him was under unimagined circumstances. About 2 weeks later, I was attending the annual dinner for the local agricultural society. It was a formal affair, and the company consisted of an assortment of farmers, big landowners, and Ministry of Agriculture officials. I wouldn't have been there but for my elevation to the milk subcommittee. I was having a pre-dinner drink with one of my clients when I almost choked in mid-swallow. "Good heavens! Mr. Ireson!" I exclaimed, pointing to the tall, white-bearded figure, immaculate in white tie and tails, standing among a group at the far end of the room. The usually untidy bush of silver hair was sleeked back and shining over his ears, and, glass in hand and with a commanding air, he was rapping out his words to the group, who were nodding deferentially. "I can't believe it!" I burst out again. "Oh, it's him all right," my friend grunted. "Miserable bugger." "What?" "Ah, he's a right old sod. He'd skin his own grandmother." "Well, that's funny. Look, I haven't known him very long, but I like him. I like him very much." The farmer raised his eyebrows. "I reckon you're about the only one who does," he muttered sourly. "He's the hardest bugger I've ever known." I shook my head in bewilderment. "But I can't understand this. And those clothes, where the heck did he get them?" "I've only seen him in his roadside hut, and he seems to have no more than the bare essentials." "Hey, wait a minute." The farmer laughed and punched me in the chest. "Now I get it. You're talking about his brother, old Eugene. That's Cornelius over there." My God, how amazing! The likeness is incredible. Are they twins? Nay, there's 2 years between them, but, as you say, you can hardly tell them apart. As though he knew we were discussing him, the tall man turned towards us. His face was almost Eugene's, But where in Eugene I saw gentleness, here I saw aggression. Where I saw softness and serenity, here I saw a fierce arrogance. I had only a chilling glimpse before he turned away and began to harangue his companions again. It was an uncanny experience, and I continued to stare at the group until my friend broke in on my thoughts. Aye, a lot of people have made that mistake, but they're only alike in appearance. You couldn't find two people more different in character. Eugene's a grand old lad, but as for that bugger, I've never seen him smile. Do you know Eugene? Well, as well as most people, I reckon. I'm nearly as old as him, and my farm's on the Irison estate. Cornelius was left everything when his father died, but I don't think Eugene would have been interested in running the textile empire and the estate. He was a dreamer and a wanderer, kind and friendly, but somehow unworldly. Money or social position meant nothing to him. Went to Oxford, you know. But soon after that he took off, and nobody knew if he was alive or dead for years. And now he's back in that little place by the roadside. Aye. It's a rum 'un, isn't it? It was a rum 'un indeed. One of the strangest stories I'd ever heard, and it was never far from my mind over the following weeks. I kept wondering how the old man and his cat were getting on in that igloo, and if the kittens had arrived yet. But they couldn't have. I was sure he would have let me know. I did hear from him at last, one stormy evening. Mr. Herriot, I am telephoning from the farm. Emily has not yet produced those kittens, but she is very large, and has lain trembling all day and won't eat anything. I hate to trouble you on this horrible night, but I know nothing about these things, and she does look most unhappy. I didn't like the sound of that, but I tried to sound casual. I think I'll just pop out and have a look at her, Mr. Irison. Really? Are you sure? Absolutely. No bother. I'll see you soon. It was a strange, almost unreal scene as I stumbled through the darkness and parted the sacks 40 minutes later. The wind and rain buffeted the tarpaulin walls, and by the flickering light of the lamp I saw Eugene in his chair, stroking Emily, who lay in a basket by his side. The little cat had swollen enormously, so much so as to be unrecognizable. As I knelt and passed my hand over the distended abdomen, I could feel the skin stretched tight. She was absolutely bursting full of kittens, but seemed lifeless and exhausted. She was straining too and licking at her vulva. I looked up at the old man. Have you some hot water, Mr. Irison? Yes, the kettle has just boiled. I soaped my little finger. It would only just go into the tiny vagina. Inside I found the cervix wide open and a mass beyond only just palpable. Heaven only knew how many kittens were jammed in there, but one thing was certain. There was no way they could ever come out. There was no room for maneuver. There was nothing I could do. Emily turned her face to me and gave a faint meow of distress, and it came to me piercingly that this cat could die. Mr. Irison, I said, I'll have to take her away immediately. Take her away? He said in a bewildered whisper. Yes, she needs a cesarean operation. The kittens can't come out in the normal way. Upright in his chair, he nodded, shocked and only half comprehending. I grabbed the basket, Emily and all, and rushed out into the darkness. Then, as I thought of the old man looking blankly after me, I realized that my bedside manner had slipped badly. I pushed my head back through the sacks. Don't worry, Mr. Irison. Everything's going to be fine. Don't worry. Brave words. As I parked Emily on the back seat and drove away, I knew I was damn worried. I cursed the mocking fate that had decreed that after all my airy remarks about cats effortlessly giving birth, I might be headed for a tragedy. How long had Emily been lying like that? Ruptured uterus? Septicemia? The grim possibilities raced through my mind. And why did it have to happen to that solitary old man of all people? I stopped at the village phone booth and rang Siegfried. I've just left old Eugene Irison. Will you come in and give me a hand? Cat cesarean, and it's urgent. I'm sorry to bother you on your night off. Perfectly all right, James. I'm not doing a thing. See you in about half an hour, eh? When I got to the surgery, Siegfried had the sterilizer bubbling and everything laid out. This is your party, James, he murmured. I'll do the anesthetic. I had shaved the site of the operation and had poised my scalpel over the grossly swollen abdomen when he whistled softly. My God, he said. It's like opening an abscess. That was exactly what it was like. I felt that if I made an incision, the mass of kittens would explode out in my face. And indeed, as I proceeded with the lightest touch through skin and muscle, the laden uterus bulged out alarmingly. "Hell," I breathed. "How many are there in there?" "A fairish number," said my partner. "And she's such a tiny cat." Gingerly, I opened the peritoneum, which to my relief looked clean and healthy. Then, as I went on, I waited for the jumble of little heads and feet to appear. But with increasing wonderment, I watched my incision travel along a massive, coal-black back. When I finally hooked my finger round the neck, drew forth a kitten, and laid it on the table, I found that the uterus was empty. "There's only one," I gasped. "Would you believe it?" Siegfried laughed. "Yes, but what a whopper! And alive, too." He lifted the kitten and took a closer look. "A whacking great Tom. He's nearly as big as his mother." As I stitched up and gave the sleeping Emily a shot of penicillin, I felt the tensions flow away from me in happy waves. The little cat was in good shape. My fears had been groundless. It would be best to leave the kitten with her for a few weeks. Then I'd be able to find a home for him. "Thanks a lot for coming in, Siegfried. It looked like a very dodgy situation at first." I could hardly wait to get back to the old man, who, I knew, would still be in a state of shock at my taking away his beloved cat. In fact, when I passed through the sacking doorway, it looked as though he hadn't moved since I last saw him. He wasn't reading, wasn't doing anything except staring ahead from his chair. When I put the basket down by his side, he turned slowly and looked wonderingly at Emily, who was coming round from the anaesthetic and beginning to raise her head, and at the black newcomer who was already finding his private array of teats interesting. "She's going to be fine, Mr. Harrison," I said, and he nodded slowly. "How wonderful. How simply wonderful," he murmured. When I went to take out the stitches 10 days later, I found a carnival atmosphere in the igloo. Old Eugene was beside himself with delight, while Emily, stretched in the back with her enormous offspring sucking busily, looked up at me with an expression of pride that bordered on the smug. "I think we ought to have a celebratory cup of tea and one of my favourite buns," the old man said. As the kettle boiled, he drew a finger along the kitten's body. "He's a handsome fellow, isn't he?" "He certainly is. He'll grow up into a beautiful cat." Eugene smiled. "Yes, I'm sure he will. And it will be so nice to have him with Emily." I paused as he handed me a bun. "But just a minute, Mr. Harrison. You really can't do with 2 cats here." "Really? Why not?" "Well, you take Emily into the village on a leash most days. You'd have difficulty on the road with 2 cats, and anyway, you don't have room in here, do you?" He didn't say anything, so I pressed on. "A lady was asking me the other day if I could find her a black kitten. So many people ask us to find a specific pet for them, often to replace an older animal that has just died, and we always seem to have trouble obliging them. This time I was able to say I knew the very one." He nodded slowly, and then after a moment's cogitation said, "I'm sure you're right, Mr. Herriot. I really hadn't thought about it enough." "Anyway," I said, "she's a very nice lady and a real cat lover. He'll have a very good home. He'll live like a little sultan with her." He laughed. "Good. Good. And maybe I'll hear about him now and then?" "Absolutely. I'll keep you posted regularly." I could see that I'd got over the hurdle nicely, and I thought I'd change the subject. "By the way, I saw your brother for the first time." "Cornelius." He looked at me expressionlessly. We had never met in the subject before. "And, what did you think of him?" "Well, he didn't look very happy." "He wouldn't. He is not a happy man." "That's the impression I got. And yet he's got so much." The old man smiled gently. "Yes, but there are so many things he hasn't got." I took a sip at my tea. "That's right. For instance, he hasn't got Emily." "Very true. In fact, I was about to say that, but I thought you might think me silly." He threw back his head and laughed, a merry, boyish laugh. "Yes, I have Emily. The all-important thing. I'm so glad we agree about that. Come now. Do have another bun." "Something for you to think about, James," Siegfried said, as he closed the daybook and rose from the desk. He was unusually serious, and I looked at him in surprise. "What's that?" "Well, I know you've been happy at Ronegarth, but you've always had an ambition to live right out in the country in a village." "Well, that's right. Sometime in the future, anyway." "Well, there's a grand little place, Highfield House, coming up for sale in Hannerley, and I think it's something special. I'm sure it'll soon be snapped up. Maybe you'd care to have a look." It gave me a jolt. I had certainly nourished this idea for a long time, but as one who hated change of any kind, I'd never got further than regarding it as a distant dream. Now I was suddenly brought right up against it. I rubbed my chin. I don't know. I wasn't thinking about it yet for a while. Maybe someday. My partner wagged a finger at me. "James, it takes a lot to stir you into action, but I tell you this. That day will come sometime, and when it does, you will start to thrash around, and you'll never find anything better than this place I'm talking about. There isn't a prettier village than Hannerley, and the house is ideal for you." I felt trapped at the suggestion. Siegfried knew me so well. But as the hours passed and my mind went through its usual gradual adjustment, I finally came round sufficiently to mention the proposition to Helen. My wife was much less diffident than me. "Let's have a look," she said. We did have a look right away, spurred by Helen's better-developed sense of urgency. I knew Hannerley well, sitting as it did right in the heart of our practice. It was tiny, a peaceful backwater of a dozen houses, several of them farms tucked into the sheltering fellside. It was strung along a quiet little road that led nowhere in particular, to a neighbouring village some miles away, or branching up the hillside to the high country hundreds of feet above. It was beautiful, but not with the chocolate box prettiness of the tourist villages. No shop, no pub, no streetlights. To me it was a secret corner of Yorkshire, a little tableau in stone of that stern and lovely county. The doctor who was leaving showed us round. The house was modest but charming, resting on the face of its own field, a steeply sloping pasture where sheep grazed. An extensive lawn stretched down to a swiftly running stream that widened into a pond, where a score of mallard ducks floated serenely, and great willows bent their branches towards the water. Afterwards, in the May sunshine, Helen and I climbed with our dog behind the house, up the grassy bank past trees heavy with blossom, then to a lofty green plateau that seemed to overlook the whole world. We flopped onto the grass, and from our vantage point we looked down past the sheep, unhurriedly cropping the grass, to the house lying below us. The scene was backed by a great crescent of tree-covered hillside, with the rim of the high moorland peeping above the trees. This majestic sweep curved away to a headland where a tall cliff dominated the scene, a huge friendly slab of rock gleaming in the sunshine. Away in the other direction, over the roofs of the hamlet, there was a heart-lifting glimpse of the great wide plain of York and the distant hills beyond. After the cold spring, the whole countryside had softened, and the air had a gentle warmth, rich with the sense of May blossom and the medley of wild flowers that speckled the grass. In a little wood to our right, a scented lake of bluebells flooded the shady reaches of the trees. As we sat there, 3 squirrels hopped one after another from a tall sycamore. Pursued optimistically by Fat Dinah, they flitted, quick and light as air, over the green and disappeared behind a rise, easily leaving her behind. Helen voiced my thoughts. Living here would be heaven. We almost ran down the hill to the house and closed the deal with the doctor. There were none of the traumas of our previous house-buying efforts. A shake of the hand, and it was over. It was a sad moment when we had to leave the happy memories of Rowan Garth behind, but once we were installed in Highfield, we realized that living in Hanley was heaven indeed. At times I could hardly believe our luck. To be able to sit at our front door drinking tea in the sunshine and watching the mallards splashing and diving in our pond. The hillside before us aflame with gorse, and away above that changeless cliff face smiling down. And to live always in a quiet world where the silence at night was almost palpable. Picking my torchlit way on Dinah's nocturnal strolls, I could hear nothing except the faintest whisper of the stream murmuring its eternal way under the stone bridge. Sometimes, on those nightly walks, a badger would scuttle across my path, and under the stars I might see a fox carrying out a stealthy exploration of our lawn. One morning, on an early call just after dawn, I surprised 2 roe deer in the open, and watched enthralled as they galloped at incredible speed across the fields, and clearing the fences like steeplechasers, plunged into the woods. Here in Hanley, just a few miles from Danby, there was the ever-present thrill for Helen and me that we were living on the edge of the wild. It was only a few days after our arrival in Hanley that I heard Helen's call. "Look there, Jim. Surely that's a stray cat. I've never seen it before." Helen was at the kitchen sink washing dishes, and she pointed through the window. Our new house had been built into a sloping field. There was a low, retaining wall, chest-high, just outside the window. Behind it, the grassy bank led from the wall top up to some bushes, and an open log shed standing high about 20 yards away. A lean little cat was peering warily from the bushes. 2 tiny kittens crouched by her side. "I think you're right," I said. "That's a stray with her family, and she's looking for food." Helen put out a bowl of meat scraps and some milk on the flat top of the wall and retired to the kitchen. The mother cat did not move for a few minutes. Then she advanced with the utmost caution, took up some food in her mouth, and carried it back to her kittens. Several times she crept down the bank, but when the kittens tried to follow her, she gave them a quick get-back tap with her paw. We watched, fascinated, as the scraggy, half-starved creature made sure that her family had eaten before she herself took anything from the bowl. Then, when the food was finished, we quietly opened the kitchen door. But as soon as they saw us, cat and kittens flitted away into the field. "I wonder where they came from," Helen said. I shrugged. "Heaven knows. There's a lot of open country around here. They could have come from miles away. And that mother cat doesn't look like an ordinary stray. There's a real wild look about her." Helen nodded. "Yes. She looks as though she's never been in a house, never had anything to do with people. I've heard of wild cats like that who live outside. Maybe she only came looking for food because of her kittens." "I think you're right," I said as we returned to the kitchen. "Anyway, the poor little things have had a good feed. I don't suppose we'll see them again." But I was wrong. 2 days later, the trio reappeared, in the same place, peeping from the bushes, looking hungrily at the kitchen window. Helen fed them again, the mother cat still fiercely forbidding her kittens to leave the bushes, and once more they darted away when we tried to approach them. When they came again the next morning, Helen turned to me and smiled. "I think we've been adopted," she said. She was right. The 3 of them took up residence in the log shed, and after a few days the mother allowed the kittens to come down to the food bowls, shepherding them carefully all the way. They were still quite tiny, only a few weeks old. One was black and white, the other tortoiseshell. Helen fed them for a fortnight, but they remained unapproachable creatures. Then one morning, as I was about to go on my rounds, she called me into the kitchen. She pointed through the window. "What do you make of that?" I looked and saw the 2 kittens in their usual position under the bushes, but there was no mother cat. "That's strange," I said. "She's never let them out of her sight before." The kittens had their feed, and I tried to follow them as they ran away, but I lost them in the long grass. Though I searched all over the field, there was no sign of them or their mother. We never saw the mother cat again, and Helen was upset. "What on earth can have happened to her?" she murmured a few days later, as the kittens ate their morning meal. "Could be anything," I replied. "I'm afraid the mortality rate for wandering cats is very high." She could have been run over by a car or had some other accident. I'm afraid we'll never know. Helen looked again at the little creatures crouched side by side, their heads in the bowl. Do you think she's just abandoned them? Well, it's possible. She was a maternal and caring little thing, and I have a feeling she looked around until she could find a good home for them. She didn't leave till she saw that they could fend for themselves, and maybe she'd return to her outside life now. She was a real wild one. It remained a mystery, but one thing was sure. The kittens were installed for good. Another thing was sure. They would never be domesticated. Try as we might, we were never able to touch them, and all our attempts to wheedle them into the house were unavailing. One wet morning, Helen and I looked out of the kitchen window at the two of them sitting on the wall waiting for their breakfast, their fur sodden, their eyes nearly closed against the driving rain. Poor little things, Helen said. I can't bear to see them out there, wet and cold. We must get them inside. How? We've tried often enough. Oh, I know, but let's have another go. Maybe they'll be glad to come in out of the rain. We cut up a dish of fresh fish, an irresistible delicacy to cats. I let them have a sniff, and they were eager and hungry. Then I placed the dish just inside the kitchen door before retreating out of sight. But as we watched through the window, the two of them just sat motionless in the downpour. Their eyes were fixed on the fish, but they were determined not to go through the door. That, clearly, was unthinkable. All right, you win, I said, and put the food on the wall, where it was immediately devoured. I was staring at them with a feeling of defeat when Herbert Platt, one of the local garbage men, came round the corner. At the sight of him, the kittens scurried away, and Herbert laughed. I see you've taken on them cats. That's some nice stuff they're getting to eat. Yes, but they won't come inside to get it. He laughed again. Aye, and they never will. I've known that family of cats for years, and all their ancestors. I saw that mother cat when she first came, and before that she lived at old Mrs. Cayley's over the hill. I remember that one's mother, too, before her, down at Billy Tate's farm. I can go back donkey's years with them cats. Is that so? Aye, it is, and I've never seen one of that strain that would go inside a house. They're wild, real wild. Oh, well, thanks, Herbert. That explains a lot. He smiled and hoisted a trash can. I'll get off then, and they can finish their breakfast. Well, that's it, Helen, I said. Now we know. They're always going to be outside, but at least we can try to improve their accommodation. The thing we called the log shed, where I had laid some straw for them to sleep on, wasn't a shed at all. It had a roof, but was open all down one side, with widely spaced slats on the other three sides. It allowed a constant through wind, which made it a fine place for drying out the logs, but horribly draughty as a dwelling. I went up the grassy slope and put up a sheet of plywood as a windbreak. Then I built up a mound of logs into a protective enclosure around the straw bed and stood back, puffing slightly. Right, I said. They'll be quite cosy in there now. Helen nodded in agreement, but she had gone one better. Behind my windbreak, she'd put down an open-sided box with cushions inside. There. They needn't sleep on the straw now. They'll be warm and comfortable in this nice box. I rubbed my hands. Great. We don't have to worry about them now. They'll really enjoy coming in here. From that moment, the kittens boycotted the shed. They still came for their meals every day, but we never saw them anywhere near their old dwelling. They're just not used to it, Helen said. I looked again at the cushioned box tucked in the center of the encircling logs. Either that, or they don't like it. We stuck it out for a few days. Then, as we wondered where on earth the kittens could be sleeping, our resolve began to crack. I went up the slope and dismantled the wall of logs. Immediately, the two little creatures returned. They sniffed and nosed round the box and went away again. I'm afraid they're not keen on the box either, I grunted, as we watched from our vantage point. Helen looked stricken. Silly little things. It's perfect for them. But after another 2 days, during which the shed lay deserted, she went out and I saw her coming sadly down the bank, box in one hand, cushions under her arm. The kittens were back within hours, looking round the place, vastly relieved. They didn't seem to object to the windbreak and settled happily in the straw. Our attempts to produce a feline Hilton had been a total failure. It dawned on me that they couldn't bear to be enclosed, to have their escape routes cut off. Lying there on the open bed of straw, they could see all round them, and were able to flit away between the slats at the slightest sign of danger. "Okay, my friends," I said. "That's the way you want it. But I'm going to find out something more about you." Helen gave them some food, and once they were concentrating on the food, I crept up on them and threw a fisherman's landing net over them. After a struggle, I was able to divine that the tortoiseshell was a female and the black and white a male. "Good," said Helen. "I'll call them Ollie and Ginny." "Why Ollie?" "I don't really know. He looks like an Ollie. I like the name." "Oh, and how about Ginny?" "Short for Ginger." "Well, she's not really ginger, she's tortoiseshell." "Well, she's a bit ginger." I left it at that. Over the next few months they grew rapidly, and my veterinary mind decided something else. I had to neuter them. And it was then that I was confronted for the first time with a problem that was to worry me for years. How to minister to the veterinary needs of animals I was unable even to touch. The first time, when they were half-grown, it wasn't so bad. Again, I slunk up on them with my net when they were feeding, and managed to bundle them into a cat cage, from which they looked at me with terrified and I imagined accusing eyes. In the surgery, Siegfried and I lifted them one by one from the cage and administered the anesthetic. I was struck by the fact that though they were terror-stricken at being in an enclosed space for the first time in their lives, and by being grasped and restrained by humans, they were singularly easy to handle. Many of our domesticated feline patients were fighting furies until we'd lulled them to sleep, and cats, with claws as well as teeth for weapons, can inflict a fair amount of damage. But Ollie and Ginny, though they struggled frantically, made no attempt to bite, never unsheathed their claws. Siegfried put it briefly. "These little things are scared stiff, but they're absolutely docile. I wonder how many wild cats are like this." I felt a little strange as I carried out the operations, looking down at the small, sleeping forms. These were my cats, yet it was the first time I was able to touch them as I wished, to examine them closely and appreciate the beauty of their fur and colourings. When they had come out of the anaesthetic, I took them home, and when I released the two of them from their cage, they scampered up to their home in the log shed. As was usual, following such minor operations, they showed no after-effects, but they clearly had very unpleasant memories of me. During the next few weeks, they came close to Helen as she fed them, but fled immediately at the sight of me. All my attempts to catch Ginny to remove the single little stitch in her spay incision were fruitless. The stitch remained forever, and I realized that Herriot had been cast firmly as the villain of the piece, the character who would grab you and bundle you up into a wire cage if you gave him half a chance. It soon became clear that things were going to stay that way. As the months passed, Helen plied them with all manner of titbits, and they grew into truly handsome, sleek cats. They would come arching along the top wall when she appeared at the back door, but I had only to poke my head from the door to send them streaking away out of sight. I was the chap to be avoided at all times, and it rankled with me. I've always been very fond of cats, and I had become particularly attached to these two. The day finally arrived when Helen was able to stroke them gently as they ate, and my chagrin deepened at the sight. Usually they slept in the log shed, but occasionally they disappeared to somewhere unknown. They would stay away for a few days, and we used to wonder if they had abandoned us or if something had happened to them. When they reappeared, Helen would shout to me in great relief, "They're back, Jim! They're back!" They had become part of our lives. Summer lengthened into autumn, and when the bitter Yorkshire winter set in, we marvelled at their hardiness. We used to feel terrible, watching them from our warm kitchen as they sat out in the frost and snow. But no matter how harsh the weather, nothing would induce either of them to set foot inside the house. Warmth and comfort had no appeal to them. When the weather was fine, we had a lot of fun just watching them. We could see right up into the log shed from our kitchen, and it was fascinating to observe their happy relationship. They were such friends. Totally inseparable. They spent hours licking each other and rolling about together in gentle play, and they never pushed each other out of the way when they were given their food. At night, we could see the two furry little forms curled close together in the straw. Then there was a time when we thought everything had changed forever. The cats did one of their disappearances, and as day followed day, we became more anxious. Each morning, Helen started her day with a cry of, "Ollie! Ginny!" which always brought the two of them trotting down from their dwelling. But they did not appear, and when a week passed, and then two, we had almost run out of hope. When we came back from our half-day in Broughton, Helen ran to the kitchen and looked out. The cats knew our habits, and they would always be sitting waiting for her. But the empty wall stretched away and the log shed was deserted. "Do you think they've gone for good, Jim?" she said. I shrugged. "Well, it's beginning to look like it. You remember what old Herbert said about that family of cats? Maybe they're nomads at heart. Gone off to new pastures." Helen's face was doleful. "I can't believe it. They seem so happy here. Oh, I hope nothing terrible has happened to them." Sadly, she began to put her shopping away, and she was silent all evening. My attempts to cheer her up were half-hearted, because I was wrapped in a blanket of misery myself. Strangely, it was the very next morning when I heard Helen's usual cry, but this time it wasn't a happy one. She ran into the sitting room. "They're back, Jim, but I think they're dying." "What? What do you mean?" "Oh, they look awful. They're desperately ill. I'm sure they're dying." I hurried through to the kitchen with her and looked through the window. The cats were sitting there side by side on the wall a few feet away. A watery discharge ran from their eyes, which were almost closed. More fluid poured from their nostrils, and saliva drooled from their mouths. Their bodies shook from a continuous sneezing and coughing. They were thin and scraggy, unrecognizable as the sleek creatures we knew so well. Their appearance was made more pitiful by a piercing east wind that tore at their fur and made their attempts to open their eyes even more painful. Helen opened the back door. "Ollie! Ginny, what's happened to you?" she cried. A remarkable thing happened then. At the sound of her voice, the cats hopped carefully from the wall and walked unhesitatingly through the door into the kitchen. It was the first time they had been under our roof. "Look at that!" Helen exclaimed. "I can't believe it. They must be really ill. But what is it, Jim? Have they been poisoned?" I shook my head. "No, they've got cat flu." "You can tell?" "Oh, yes. This is classical." "And will they die?" I rubbed my chin. "I don't think so." I wanted to sound reassuring, but I wondered. Feline flu had a fairly low mortality rate, but bad cases can die, and these cats were very bad indeed. "Anyway, close the door, Helen, and I'll see if they'll let me examine them." But at the sight of the closing door, both cats bolted back outside. "Open up again," I cried, and after a moment's hesitation, the cats walked back into the kitchen. I looked at them in astonishment. Would you believe it? They haven't come in here for shelter. They've come for help. And there was no doubt about it. The two of them sat there, side by side, waiting for us to do something for them. "The question is," I said, "will they allow me to get near them? We'd better leave the back door open so they don't feel threatened." I approached inch by inch, till I could put a hand on them, and they did not move. With a feeling that I was dreaming, I lifted each of them, limp and unresisting, and examined them. Helen stroked them while I went out to my car, which held my stock of drugs, and brought in what I'd need. I took their temperatures. They were both over 104 degrees, which was typical. I injected them with an antibiotic. I also injected vitamins, cleaned away the pus and mucus from their eyes and nostrils with cotton wool, and applied an antibiotic ointment. And all the time I marveled that I was lifting and handling these yielding little bodies. Bodies I hadn't been able to touch before, apart from when they were under the anesthetic for the neutering operations. When I had finished, I couldn't bear the thought of turning them out again into that cruel wind. I lifted them and tucked them one under each arm. "Helen," I said, "let's have another try. Will you just gently close the door?" She took hold of the knob and began to push very slowly, But immediately both cats leapt like uncoiled springs from my arms and shot into the garden. We watched them as they trotted out of sight. "Well, that's extraordinary," I said. "Ill as they are, they won't tolerate being locked in." Helen was on the verge of tears. "But how will they stand it out there? They should be kept warm. I wonder if we'll ever see them again." "I just don't know." I looked at the empty garden. "But we've got to realize that they are in their natural environment. They're tough little things. I think they'll be back." I was right. Next morning they were outside the window, eyes closed against the wind, the fur on their faces streaked and stained with the copious discharge. Again Helen opened the door, and again they walked calmly inside and made no resistance as I repeated my treatment, injecting them, swabbing out eyes and nostrils, examining their mouths for ulcers, lifting them round like any long-standing household pets. This happened every day for a week. The discharges became more pus-filled, and their racking sneezing seemed no better. Then, when I was losing hope, they started to eat a little food. And, highly significant, they weren't so keen to come into the house. When I did get them inside, they were tense and unhappy as I handled them, and finally I couldn't touch them at all. They were by no means cured, so I mixed antibiotic powder in their food and treated them that way. The weather was even worse, with fine flakes of snow spinning in the wind. But the day came when they refused to come inside, and we watched them through the window as they ate. At least I had the satisfaction of knowing that they were still getting the antibiotic with every mouthful. As I carried on this long-term treatment, observing them daily from the kitchen, it was rewarding to see the sneezing abating, the discharges drying up, and the cats gradually regaining their lost flesh. It was a brisk, sunny morning in March when I watched Helen putting their breakfast on the wall. Ollie and Ginny, sleek as seals, their faces clean and dry, their eyes bright, came arching along the wall, purring like outboard motors. They were in no hurry to eat. They were clearly happy just to see her. As they passed to and fro, she ran her hand gently along their heads and backs. This was the kind of stroking they liked, not overdone, and with them continually in motion. I felt I had to get into the action, and stepped from the open door. "Ginny," I said, and held out a hand. "Come here, Ginny." The little creature stopped her promenade along the wall, and regarded me from a safe distance. Not with hostility, but with all the old wariness. As I tried to move nearer to her, she skipped away out of reach. "Okay," I said, "and I don't suppose it's any good trying with you either, Ollie." The black and white cat backed well away from my outstretched hand and gave me a non-committal gaze. I could see he agreed with me. Mortified, I called out to the two of them, "Hey, remember me?" It was clear by the look of them that they remembered me all right, but not in the way I hoped. I felt a stab of frustration. Despite my efforts, I was back where I started. Helen laughed. "They're a funny pair, but don't they look marvellous? They're a picture of health as good as new. It says a lot for fresh air treatment." "It does indeed," I said with a wry smile. "But it also says something for having a resident veterinary surgeon." It was the first time in my life that I'd ever seen a man coming out of a house and then removing bicycle clips from his trouser legs. I'd been called to this cottage by a Mr. Colwell to attend to his dog, and as I got out of the car, I was surprised to see this man emerge. Then, after looking back carefully, bend down to take off the clips. There was no sign of a bike anywhere. "Excuse me," I said. "I hope you don't mind my asking, but why the clips?" The man looked back again, grinned and spoke quietly. "Now then, Mr. Herriot, it's you, is it? I've just been in to read the gas meter, and I'm taking precautions." "Precautions?" "Aye, against the fleas." "Fleas?" "Aye, that's right. They're lovely folk, the Colwells, but the missus isn't our particular, and there's a lot of fleas in there." I stared at him. "But the clips, I still don't see—" The man laughed. "Aye, well, they're to stop the fleas going up my legs inside me trousers. He pocketed the clips and strode off round the corner to his next visit. I stood by my car, chuckling to myself. Fleas up his legs. I'd never heard anything so daft. I had known that gas man for years, and he'd always seemed perfectly normal, but clearly he suffered from an obsession. Like some people washing their hands all the time. Probably he put the clips on at every house. I trotted to the corner and looked along the row of cottages, but he had disappeared. It was incredible, the strange notions people got into their heads. But such whimsies have always fascinated me, and a flea complex was something new. I hoped the poor chap wasn't unhappy with a delusion like this, but I had heard him whistling cheerfully as he rounded the corner, so I supposed it didn't bother him too much. I was still smiling as I walked back to my car, and it was an expansive smile, because it was Thursday, and this was my last visit before starting my half-day off. Though veterinary surgery was my life, and I wouldn't have wanted to do anything else, the snag was that it never stopped, except on Thursday afternoons. On that special day, I invariably felt lightheaded as soon as I awoke, knowing that by midday, Helen and I would be off to Broughton, free as birds. A leisurely lunch at one of the town's splendid cafes. Then we would meet up with my pal Gordon Ray, the vet from Boroughbridge, and his wife Jean. They were fellow escapees from the telephone and the Wellington boots, and we would spend the day shopping, followed by tea and the cinema. It doesn't sound like much, but to us it was a blessed relief. The evening would be different this time. The Miss Whitelings, sisters who were pillars of the Dallerby Music Society, had given Helen tickets for a concert by the Halle Orchestra. We would be returning home to change, and then be making up a foursome with them for the concert. The conductor was my old hero, Sir John Barbarolli, and the programme was mouth-watering. Coriolanus, Elgar's Violin Concerto, and Brahms' First Symphony. I took a long, contented breath as I knocked on the Colwell's door. In about an hour's time, we'd be off. It was opened by the man of the house. 60-ish, collarless and unshaven, but with a welcoming smile. "Come in, Mr. Herriot," he cried, waving a courtly arm. "I'm sorry we had to call you out, but we haven't no transport, and our old dog needs attention." "That's all right, Mr. Colwell. I understand he's had a bump with a car." "Aye. He ran out in front of the post office van this morning, and it sent him flying." The smile vanished from his face, and his eyes widened with anxiety. "We hope it's nowt serious. Poor old Rupy. We call him that because he's got a funny bark." The front door opened directly into the living room, and the atmosphere was stuffier and more odoriferous than a cow byre. Dust lay thickly on the furniture, and a colourful miscellany of newspapers, articles of clothing, and food scraps littered the table and floor. Mrs. Colwell was indeed not our particular. The lady herself appeared from the kitchen and greeted me with the same affability as her husband, but her eyes were red and swollen with weeping. "Hey, Mr. Herriot," she quavered. "We're so worried about Rupy. He's never ailed a thing in his life, but we're frightened we might lose him now." I looked at the dog stretched in a basket against the wall. He seemed to be a spaniel crossbreed, and he gazed at me with terrified eyes. "Did he manage to walk inside after the accident?" I asked. "Nay," replied Mr. Colwell. "We had to carry him in." He gulped. "We think he might have a broken back." I knelt by the basket, and the Colwells knelt on either side of me. I pulled down Rupy's lower eyelid and saw a pink conjunctiva. "Well, he's a good colour. No sign there of internal injury." I felt my way over all four legs, ribs and pelvis, and found no fractures. "Let's see if you can stand up, old boy," I said. Gently, I eased my hand underneath the dog's body and very carefully started to lift. He responded with a yowling protest, which brought exclamations of anguish from his owners. "Oh, poor old Rupy. Never mind, lad. Oh, he's such a good boy," as they patted and caressed him. I persevered and kept lifting until I had him standing shakily for a moment. Then I let him down. "Well, it seems he's got away with it," I said. "He is a bit bruised, and you can see his pads are scuffed and sore, but I'm sure he's not seriously injured." Cries of joy went up from the Colwells, and they redoubled their strokings and cooings, while Rupy, his big spaniel eyes liquid and pathetic, gazed around at each of us in turn. He was clearly milking the situation to the full. The three of us got to our feet, and I reached for my bag. "I'm going to give him a couple of injections to relieve the discomfort, and to help the sores on his pads." I administered steroids and antibiotics and counted out some penicillin tablets. He's suffering from shock too, but I think he's making the most of it. I laughed and patted the shaggy head. You're an old soldier, Rupee. The Colwells joined in, happily. Ah, you're right, Mr. Herriot. He allus puts it on. But again a tear stole down the lady's cheek. But it's such a relief to know we're not going to lose him. Then she quickly wiped her face with the back of her hand. We must celebrate with a cup of tea. You've got time, Mr. Herriot. Broughton beckoned, but I couldn't say no. Right, thank you very much. But it will have to be a quickie. The kettle was soon boiling, and Mrs. Colwell used both arms to make a sort of clearing on the tabletop jungle, where she deposited the cups. As I sipped my tea and looked at the friendly couple, laughing and gazing with love at their dog, I knew that the gas man had been right again. They were lovely folks. My departure had a triumphant quality as they ushered me out with repeated thanks and wavings of arms. I shouted back as I boarded my car. Give me a ring in a couple of days and let me know how he's going on. I'm sure he'll be fine. I had only just driven round the corner when I felt a prickling round my ankles. Maybe those new socks were irritating me. I pushed them down, but the strange tingling and itching began to spread to my calves, and I pulled onto the side of the road and rolled up a trouser leg. My flesh was sprinkled with little black dots, but they were dots that hopped and jumped and bit, and they were working their way rapidly up my thighs. Oh, my God, that gas man hadn't been so daft. I had to get home with all speed, but I got behind a couple of farm tractors with wide loads and was unable to pass them. By the time I got home, the invasion had reached my chest and back, and the maddening itch was setting me afire, making me wriggle around in my seat. Helen was changing in readiness for Broughton, and she turned in surprise as I galloped into our bedroom. I have to get into the bath, I shouted. Oh, had a dirty job? No, I've got fleas. What? Fleas. Millions of them. They're all over me. But how? How? I'll tell you later. Please come and get my clothes and dump them in the washer. I'll need a complete change. In the bathroom I undressed and submerged myself, plunging my head repeatedly under the water. Helen came in and looked with horror at my pile of clothes, with the agile insects leaping against the white of the shirt. Oh, yuck, 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 she gasped, as she grimaced and lifted each article by one corner and disappeared to the wash. I felt as if I could have stayed in that bath forever. The relief was enormous as I lay there, freed from the torture of the itch, watching in disbelief as the dark tormentors floated on the surface of the water. I wasn't going to take any chances. I emptied the bath and refilled it before having another long soaking. I washed and scrubbed my hair again and again. When I finally climbed out and donned a completely new set of clothes, I thanked heaven that my troubles were over. It was my first experience of such a thing, and I hadn't realized how shattering it could be. I had often read about the suffering of people in foreign prisons lying on flea-ridden mattresses, but I had never fully comprehended it until now. When we at last set off for Broughton, it was difficult to recapture the carefree feeling that always settled on us on a Thursday. The bizarre events of the morning were still too fresh in our minds. However, as we left the hills and began to bowl along the great plain of York, with the familiar Thursday scenes rolling past the car windows, we gradually began to relax. Soon we would be at lunch, out of reach of our pressures. Then, this evening, there would be the particular joy of the Halle Orchestra. As a schoolboy in Glasgow, I had actually met the legendary John Barbarelli. It was before he was Sir John, and in rather odd circumstances. I was attending a special schools concert by the Scottish Orchestra in the St. Andrew's Hall. At the intermission, I went to the toilet and became aware that a white-tied and tailed figure was standing in the next stall to me. I looked up, and was amazed and delighted to see that it was the great man himself. It was a strange place to meet, but he asked me how I was enjoying the music, what I liked best, and something about myself. He was indeed the gracious, kindly man who became such a beloved figure throughout the world. Since my meeting, I had followed his career through the years, from when he succeeded Toscanini as conductor of the New York Philharmonic, until now. He had been in charge of the great Halle Orchestra since 1942. Over the years that I'd gone to see his concerts, I'd watched him shrinking in size. He had always been small, but now he was tiny and frail, yet totally inspiring on the rostrum. I was sharing these thoughts with Helen as our half-day euphoria mounted. And we were within a mile of Broughton when I stiffened in my seat and fell silent. After a minute or so, my wife looked at me. "What's wrong? You've gone very quiet." I shifted position carefully. "Oh, it's probably nothing, but I have a daft feeling that I've still got some fleas on me." "What? Oh, you can't have. Not after a bath and a complete change. It's impossible." "I know it's impossible, but I tell you, I've got that same feeling." "Oh, it's just the after effects, Jim. Remember, you were bitten all over." I know, I grunted. "But I'm pretty sure there's some more fresh activity going on." She took my hand and smiled encouragingly. "It's all in your mind. Try to think of something else." I did my best, but I was still wriggling when I mounted the stairs to Brown's Cafe. The mingled cooking smells, the clatter of cutlery, the cheerful bustle, and the welcoming smiles of the waitresses we knew so well had always sent my spirits soaring, as though a great gong was signalling the beginning of our few happy hours. But today was different. As we took our places and read through the good old-fashioned Yorkshire menu, which had always delighted me, roast beef with Yorkshire pudding, fish and chips, steak and kidney pie, steamed jam, sponge cake, custard, my mind was churning and my smile was a fixed mask as I ordered. Sipping my way through the delicious soup and toying with the meal, I was like a man in a bad dream as I tried to ignore the torture under my skin. Around the halfway stage, a couple threaded their way between the crowded tables, and a man approached us. "May we join you?" he asked politely. "There's not a seat anywhere." "Of course," I replied, digging up another smile. "By all means." As they sat down, it was easy to label them. A farmer and his wife, out for the day like ourselves. They were in their 50s, with scrubbed, weathered faces, and the man's bright tie and smart tweed jacket sat uneasily upon him. He reached a huge hand for the menu and studied it with his wife. "Aye, well," he said, looking up at us. "That were a good rain last night." That settled it, I thought, as we nodded agreement. I didn't know them. Broughton was rather far for most of my farmers. They would probably be from Wharfdale. My conjectures were cut short by Helen pressing her knee against mine. I turned to her and saw a look of horror on her face. "There's one on your collar," she muttered. Then, "Ooh, it's jumped." It had indeed jumped, right into the middle of the white tablecloth. As I watched helplessly, another one hopped out, then another. The farmer and his wife, who were clearly on the point of starting a friendly conversation, stared in amazement at the leaping objects. There was a terrible silence. Then the man spoke again. "Ah, there's a table by the window, Eva," he said, rising to his feet. "That's where we usually sit. You will excuse us, won't you?" After they had gone, we raced through our meal. I don't know how many more of the flitting creatures appeared on the table. I was too stunned to count, and looking back now, I have only the terrifying memory of the first few. We abandoned all idea of having dessert, and instead of a happy discussion of the relative merits of ginger pudding and apple pie, we called for our bill and fled. We could not stay in Broughton to see Jean and Gordon. The bathroom at home was our only goal, and as I drove at top speed, images of the little terrors on that tablecloth rose again and again in my mind. How could it possibly have happened? How had that second wave of fleas escaped all my precautions? To this day I have no answer. I only know it was so. Back home it was the same thing again. The total submersion in the bath. Helen's fingertips bearing away my contaminated clothing, and a complete change. It was fortunate that I'd reserved my good suit for the concert, because my limited wardrobe was running low. When I finally stood, freshly arrayed and ready to go, I turned despairingly to my wife. "Surely it'll be all right this time." "Oh, it must be. There can't possibly be any of those things left now." I shifted gloomily under my fresh shirt. "That's what we thought before." We had to pick up the Miss Whitelings, Harriet and Felicity. We found them, as usual, bursting with vitality and good humour. They were in their late 40s, large, busty ladies, and though some people might have called them fat, I had always considered them extremely comely. I was mystified that neither of them was married. The journey back to Broughton passed quickly, aided by non-stop conversation, and for me, the blissful knowledge that at last nothing was eating me alive. In the concert hall, our two friends stationed themselves on either side of me, which I took as a compliment. In fact, I was tightly squeezed between them because they overflowed their seats to some extent. As I drank in the familiar sounds of the concert hall, the orchestra tuning, the expectant buzz of conversation with my two attractive neighbours chattering on either side, it came to me that after my traumatic day, things had taken an upturn. Life was pretty good. I joined in the wave of applause that greeted the slight figure of Barbarolli as he almost tiptoed across the platform. The people of Yorkshire loved him as much as anybody, and the clapping went on and on. As he finally mounted the rostrum and raised his baton, in the sudden hush I settled back in happy anticipation. It was just as the first majestic bars of Coriolanus sounded that I felt the prickle on my right shoulder blade. Oh, my God, no, it couldn't be. But the growing irritation was only too familiar. I tried to ignore it, but after a minute I had to lean hard back against the seat and try to relieve the itch. Then, as it spread across my back, I had to execute the slightest of wriggles to transfer my weight the other way. I realized then, to my horror, that in my squashed-in situation, even the slightest movement was transmitted instantly to one or other of my neighbours. As the maddening tickle mounted, I wanted to scratch, throw myself about, fight the thing in every way, but that was unthinkable. I had to accept the frightening reality that for the next several hours I would have to sit still. This involved a supreme effort of will on my part, but I would have had to have been some sort of yogi to succeed. I did my best to concentrate on the music, but was forced to settle for short periods of inaction, then a careful shifting of position, sometimes to brace my back against the seat, or move my clothes against my skin by side-to-side shufflings. I was convinced that there was now only one flea at work. After my experiences, I had become an authority on the species, and I was positive that I could track his progress over my person. As Beethoven thundered around me, I had the feverish idea that I might trap him in the act and squash him. Whenever I felt a fresh bite, I tried to exert a fierce pressure against the hard wood and move slowly from side to side. These maneuvers inevitably involved encroaching on my partner's territory. During the evening I had expected to get to know the nice sisters better, to find out more about their personalities, but in fact I learnt much more about their anatomies than anything else. Rounded arms, well-fleshed ribs, yielding hips, all were contacted and repeatedly explored in my helpless squirmings. But, like the well-bred ladies they were, neither of them showed any outward reactions to my incursions, beyond an occasional clearing of the throat or sharp intake of breath. However, when I found my right knee deeply buried in the softness of Harriet's thigh, there was a definite withdrawal of the limb. And when my left elbow inadvertently but relentlessly nudged aside a weighty bosom, I saw Felicity's eyebrows climb up to her forehead. I would rather say no more about that unhappy evening, except that the pattern did not change. The divine Elgar violin concerto that, more than any other musical work, had the power to transport me to a perfect world, was only a background noise to my private battle. It was the same with the beloved Brahms' First Symphony. All I wanted was to get home. At the intermission, and as we bade them good night at the end, there were a lot of fixed smiles and darting glances from the Miss Whitelings. The old saying about wanting the ground to open up and swallow me was never so true. And when it was all over, and Helen and I were sitting on the edge of our bed going over the night's events, I still felt terrible. "Oh, my God, what a night!" I groaned. As I dredged through my embarrassments with the sister yet again, Helen managed to keep a straight face, but I could see that it was costing her dearly. Twitchings of the mouth, fierce frowns, and an occasional sinking of her face in her hands betrayed her inner struggle. At the end of my recital of woe, I threw out my hands in despair. "And do you know, Helen, I am convinced that all that agony I went through tonight was caused by a single flea. Think of that. Just one flea." 2 days later, Mr. Colwell telephoned. "Rupie's grand," he cried in delight. "Running round good as new. But he has a bit of a broken nail sort of hanging from his paw, and it's catching on things. I wish you'd come and cut it off." I didn't answer for a few seconds. You couldn't take it off yourself? Just a little snip with scissors?" Nay, I'm no good at that sort of thing. I'd be right grateful if you drop in if you're out this way." Right, Mr. Colwell, I'll see you later this morning. Helen, I cried as I left the house. There's another call. The Colwells. What? She looked round the kitchen door in alarm. Yes, afraid so. But I'm stopping first to see young Jack Arnold. Farmer Arnold's son? Yes, that's right. The lad who does all that bicycle racing. Why? I'm going to borrow his clips. Bob Stockdale was the sole survivor of the cataclysm that had struck the Lord Nelson Inn. In his dirty Wellington boots and flat cap, he sat there on a high stool at the end of the bar counter, seemingly oblivious to the endless torrent of pipe music and the babble of voices from the jostling pack of smart young people. I fought my way to the bar and collected a pint of ale. As I stood surveying the scene from a space against the wall, my thoughts drifted sadly back to the old days. A year ago, the Lord Nelson had been a typical Yorkshire country pub. I remembered an evening when I dropped in there with a friend from Glasgow, the city of my youth. There was just one big room then, rather like a large kitchen, with a log fire burning in a black cooking range at one end, and a dozen farm men sitting in high-backed oak booths, their pints resting on tables of pitted wood. Those booths were a draught-proof refuge from the cold winds that whistled along the streets of the village outside, and over the high pastures where those men spent their days. The conversation never rose above a gentle murmur, over which the ticking of the wall clock and the click of dominoes added to the atmosphere of rest and quiet. "Gosh, it's peaceful in here," my friend said. Wonderingly, he watched the proprietor, in shirt and braces, proceed unhurriedly down to the cellar, and emerge with a long enamel jug, from which he replenished the glasses, regulating the flow expertly to achieve the required head of froth. "A bit different from West Nile Street," I said. He grinned. "It certainly is. In fact, it's unbelievable. How does a place like this pay? There's only a few chaps here, and they aren't drinking much." "I think it hardly pays at all. Maybe a few pounds a week, but the owner has a small holding. There are cows, calves, and pigs just through that wall, and he looks on this as a pleasant sideline." My friend took a pull at his glass, stretched out his legs, and half-closed his eyes. "Anyway, I like it. You can relax here. It's lovely." It was indeed lovely, and most of the pubs around Derby were still lovely. But as I looked at the modernized Lord Nelson, I wondered how long would they stay that way. When the new owner took over, he didn't waste any time in starting his revolution. He wasn't a farmer. He was an experienced landlord, and he could see rich possibilities in the old inn in the pretty village of Wellsby, tucked among the fells. The kitchen range disappeared and was replaced by a smart bar counter with a background of mirrors and gleaming bottles. Horse brasses, hunting horns, and sporting prints appeared on the walls, and the antique booths and tables were swept away. The end wall was knocked down, and people ate in an elegant dining room where once I carved the cows and tended the pigs. Two things happened almost at once. Droves of young people swarmed out in their cars from the big Yorkshire towns, and the old clientele melted away. I never knew where those farm men went. Probably to pubs in the neighbouring villages, but Bob Stockdale stayed. I couldn't understand why, but he was a quiet man, a bit of a loner. Maybe he felt that he had sat in that room several nights a week for years, and, despite all the changes, he didn't want to leave. Anyway, whenever I called in, he was there, perched on the same stool with the same old bitch, Meg, tucked underneath. Wellsby was part of the long, long road up the dale, which I had travelled 1,000 times. When I had a night call up there, I sometimes dropped in for a beer. Tonight, I had replaced a prolapsed uterus in a cow, and as I sipped at my glass, I had the warm feeling of satisfaction after a successful operation. I spotted a gap in the crush round the bar and pushed my way to Bob's side. "Hello, Bob," I said. "Can I top up your glass? It's getting a bit low." "Aye, thank you, Mr. Herriot. It's getting far down right enough." He drained the last few inches and pushed the glass across the counter. He spoke slowly, articulating with care. It was nearing closing time, and he would have been there a long time, quietly lowering the pints. He had reached a state of detachment from the world that I had seen before. I looked down at Meg's nose protruding from between the legs of the stool, and bent down to stroke the greying muzzle of the old dog, who was Bob's helper and friend. By day she brought the cows in for him, skirting eagerly around them, nipping at their heels if they strayed, and in the evenings they relaxed together. I looked at the growing opacity in the friendly eyes. "She's getting on a bit now, Bob." "Aye, she'll be 10 come Easter, but she's still right active." "Oh, yes, I've seen her at work. She'll go on for a long time yet." He nodded, solemnly. We talked for a few minutes. I had a great feeling for men like Bob, the hardy farm workers who were part of my life, catching and holding the big beasts for me, sweating side by side with me at tough calvings and lambings. It was a pleasure to be able to meet them off the job, and I could see that Bob was enjoying our reminiscing together. He smiled gently at the memories, even though his speech was slurring and his eyes half closed. I finished my drink and looked at my watch. "Gotta go now, Bob. Take care of yourself till I see you again." In reply, he slid off the stool. "I'm off home, too." He made his way carefully to the door. Outside in the summer dusk, he went over to his bicycle, which was resting against the wall. I paused by my car. I had seen this ritual before, and I found it fascinating. He pulled the bike from the wall and took some time about lining it up to his satisfaction. Then he made an attempt to throw a Wellington-booted leg over the saddle. He didn't make it the first time, and stood for a few seconds apparently breathing deeply. Then, with great care, he got the bike into position before jerking his leg up again. Once more he missed, and I thought for a moment that he was going to finish up bike and all on the ground. But he regained his balance and stood with bowed head, communing with himself. Then he squared his shoulders decisively, peered along the crossbar and handlebars, and this time, with a convulsive leap, he landed in the saddle. For a tense period he sat there, moving only a few inches forward, feet working on the pedals, hands pulling the handlebars from side to side in his struggle to stay upright. Then, at last, he took off and began to move almost imperceptibly, an inch at a time, along the road. After a few yards he stopped, and was stationary for several seconds, keeping the bike vertical by some mystical means. I thought, not for the first time, that it was a pity that Bob had never entered the annual slow bicycle race at Darrowby Gala. He would have carried the prize off every year. Leaning on my car, I watched his progress. Old Meg, obviously familiar with the routine, stepped along patiently by his side, dropping on her chest whenever he carried out one of his miraculously balanced pauses. Bob's cottage was about a mile along the road, and I wondered how long it would take him to get there. His erstwhile companions before the old pub was modernized were always adamant that he never fell off, and I personally had never seen him come to grief. When man and dog finally disappeared in the growing darkness, I got into my car and drove home. As I said, I seemed to spend half my life on the road through Welsby, and I dropped into the Lord Nelson several times over the next few months. As always, I spotted Bob's flat cap perched incongruously among the modish jackets and dresses, but one night, as I peered through the crush, I noticed something different. I pushed my way to the corner of the bar. "Hello, Bob. I see you haven't got Meg with you." He glanced down to the space under his stool, then took a sip at his glass before looking at me with a doleful expression. "Nay, he murmured. "Couldn't bring her." "Why not?" He didn't reply for a few moments, and when he spoke, his voice was husky, almost inaudible. "She's got cancer." "What?" "Cancer. Meg's got cancer." "How do you know?" "There's a big growth on her. It's been coming on for a bit." "Why didn't you tell me?" "You'd have put her down." "I don't want her put down yet." But you're jumping to conclusions, Bob. All growths aren't cancerous." "This one must be. It's a bloody great thing as big as a cricket ball." "And where is it?" "Underneath her belly. Hanging right down nearly to the ground. It's awful." He rubbed his eyes as though to blot out the memory. His face was a mask of misery. I grasped his arm. Now look, Bob, this sounds to me like a simple mammary tumour. A what? A growth on the udder. These things are very common, and they're often benign and quite harmless. Oh, not this one, he quavered. It's a bloody big... He demonstrated with his hands. Look, size doesn't matter. Come on, Bob. We'll go along to your house and I'll have a look at it. Nay. I know what you'll do. His eyes took on a hunted expression. I'll not do anything, I promise you. I looked at my watch. It's nearly closing time. Let's go. He gave me a final despairing look, then got off his stool and made his careful way to the door. Outside, I watched the usual ceremony with the bike. But this time, at the third attempt at mounting, man and bike crashed to the ground. A bad sign. And on the interminable journey to the cottage, Bob went down several times. As I looked at him, sprawled face down on top of his machine, I realized that the heart had gone out of him. At the cottage, Bob's brother Adam looked up from his work on a hooked rug. Neither of the men had married, and though entirely different personalities, lived together in complete harmony. I hastened to Meg's basket and gently rolled the old bitch onto her side. It was indeed a big tumour, but it was rock hard, attached to the skin, and not adherent to the mammary tissue. Look, Bob, I said. I can get my fingers right behind it. I'm sure I can take it off with every chance of complete recovery. He dropped into a chair, and as Meg ambled across to greet him, he slowly stroked her ears. There was something pathetic about the waving tail, the open, panting mouth, and the monstrous growth dangling almost to the floor. There was no reply, and Adam broke in. You can see what he's like, Mr. Herriot. I've been telling him for weeks to come to you, but he takes no notice. I've lost patience with him. How about it, Bob? I said. Will you bring her to the surgery as soon as possible? The quicker it's done, the better. You can't let her go on like this. He went on with his stroking for some time, then nodded his head. All right. When? I'll let you know. Adam came in again. You see? He won't say, because I can tell you now that he'll never bring her to you. He's made up his mind that Meg's going to die. That's daft, Bob, I said. I tell you, I'm pretty sure I can put her right. Look, what if I take her away with me now? How about that? Still looking down, he shook his head vigorously. I decided on shock tactics. Well, let me do the operation now. He shot me a startled glance. What? Right here? Why not? It's not as big a job as you think. It doesn't involve any vital organs, and I always carry an operating kit in my car. Adam burst out. Good idea. It's the only way we'll get it done. Just one thing, I said. When did she last eat? She had a few biscuits this morning, Adam replied. But that's all. Bob always gives her a main meal last thing at night. Fine. She'll be just right for the anaesthetic. Bob seemed stupefied. And he didn't say a word or make a move as Adam and I began to bustle about with our preparations. I had always been interested in the relationship between these two middle-aged brothers. They were opposites. Adam had never had an alcoholic drink in his life, but seemed totally uncritical of Bob's beer-oriented lifestyle. When Bob was at the Lord Nelson, Adam was usually attending night classes at the village school, rug-making being his latest interest. Adam wasn't a farm worker. He was employed by the big dairy that collected the milk from the Dales farms. He was a small and slightly built and finicky and fussy in his manner, unlike his burly, stolid brother. After I had boiled the instruments, we got Meg on the table, and a quick injection of intravenous barbiturate sent the old dog into deep anesthesia. With bandages tied to the table legs, I secured her on her back, and then all three of us scrubbed up at the kitchen sink. Bob, still wearing his cap, displayed a growing lack of enthusiasm, and when I handed the brothers an artery forceps apiece and poised my scalpel, he closed his eyes tightly. My system with these tumours was to cut out an ellipse on the skin, then proceed by blunt dissection with my fingers. It looked a bit crude, but greatly reduced the amount of hemorrhage. I had made my first incision and had started to peel back the skin. It was just at that moment, when I had taken the forceps from the brothers and was clamping a couple of spurting blood vessels, that Bob opened his eyes. He gave a hollow groan and tottered to an old horsehair sofa, where he slumped and buried his head in his hands. His frail brother, however, was made of sterner stuff. and though he lost a little colour, he set his lips firmly and gripped both the forceps on the vessels with a steady hand as I tied them off. Once started, I went about my job with gusto, working my way with my fingers around the spherical growth, pushing back the adhering fascia from the skin. Some of these things almost shelled out, and although this wasn't quite as easy as that, I was doing fine. Soon I had a whole tumour in my hand except for a mass right at the bottom, and I knew from experience that there would be a big blood vessel down there. "Get ready with the forceps, Adam," I said, tearing carefully at the tissue, but almost as I spoke, a crimson jet founted up into his face. Bob chose this moment to uncover his eyes again, and after one appalled glance at his brother's blood-spattered spectacles, he gave a strangled grunt, lifted his legs, and flopped onto his back on the sofa, pulling his cap over his eyes with a limp hand. "Well done, Adam," I said to the little man, as he stood resolutely at his post, the forceps clamped on that final vessel, while I tied it off and removed the tumour. "We're about finished now. Just a few stitches to put in." I inserted a row of nylon sutures and stood back, well satisfied. "The old girl looks a lot better without that horrible thing," I said, and swept my hand across her abdomen. Unfortunately, my fingers struck the tumour which was lying on the table, and it fell to the floor with a bump and rolled towards the sofa. Bob turned a startled face towards the source of the noise, and his mouth fell open as he spotted the grisly object bowling in his direction. "Oh, bloody hell!" he moaned, then turned his face to the wall. There he stayed, as I helped his brother carry Meg over to her basket, scrub the table, and generally clear up the debris. When all signs of our operation had disappeared, Adam carried the kettle to the kitchen sink. "I don't know about you, Mr. Herriot, but I could do with a cup of tea." "I'd love one," I said, and dropped onto one of the oaken chairs. Adam turned to the prone form on the sofa. "How about you, Bob? Are you going to have a cup?" Bob stirred, sat up, and looked warily round the room. Nay. He got to his feet and went over to a cupboard, from which he extracted a bottle of brown ale. He poured a glassful, and took a long swallow. Then he went over to the dog basket, and peered in at the flat abdomen and the neat row of stitches. He crouched there for some minutes, stroking the sleeping animal and fondling her ears. Then he turned and looked at us, and a slow smile of utter contentment spread over his face. "Well," he said, "we did it." "Aye, Bob, lad," his brother said, smiling back at him. "We did it." When I removed the stitches 10 days later, I was able to reassure Bob that microscopic examination had shown the tumour to be benign, and that his worries were over. After that, I didn't see him for nearly a month, until one evening I spotted his cap above the crowd in the Lord Nelson. It was nearly closing time, and as I pushed my way towards him, he rose from his stool. Meg appeared from below and began to amble after him to the door. She looked younger and brighter without her disfiguring appendage. I watched the pair through the pub window, and once outside she flopped down with her nose on her paws, waiting for her master to go through his routine. Bob seized his bike and gave it a good shake, as though to let it know who was boss. He took only 2 efforts to get astride, and though he poised there immobile, working the handlebars from side to side, there was an authoritative look about his movements. It wasn't long before he took off on his journey home. I watched man and dog till they were out of sight, and though there were frequent pauses, I could see there was no danger of a catastrophe. Bob wasn't going to fall off tonight. He was himself again. Callum inserted the last stitch after one of his dexterous operations and looked down at the sleeping cat for a few seconds. "Jim," he said without raising his head, "I'm afraid I'm going to leave you." "Oh." My heart gave a lurch, and I couldn't think of anything to say at that moment. Callum had been with us for 2 years, and like all young vets, there had to come a time when he wanted to branch out on his own. But there was only one thought in my mind. I didn't want him to go. Receiving no further reply, Callum went on. "Yes, I've had a chance of a job I think will suit me." "Oh." My restricted vocabulary was making me feel like an idiot. Well, I understand, of course, Callum. Where will you be going? My brain was starting to work again, and one certainty loomed large. It would be somewhere isolated, somewhere in the wilds, most likely the north of Scotland, maybe in the Western Isles. Then he replied, Nova Scotia, Canada. My God! I realized suddenly that I didn't fully know him after all. He laughed. I thought you'd say something like that. I've been in touch with a chap who runs a practice out there, and the prospect seems right for me. It covers a wide area of a rural district with some quite primitive conditions. A lot of the countryside is in its natural, uncultivated state. Unmade roads, rough farms, a wonderful variety of wildlife. Some quite desolate country nearby, I understand. A faraway look crept into his dark eyes, as though he were glimpsing the promised land. I began to laugh too. Oh, hell, Callum. I'm sorry to be like this. It was a bit of a shock. In fact, 2 shocks, but it does sound like your cup of tea, and I hope you'll be very happy out there. What does Deirdre think about the idea? Loves it. Can't wait to get started. I don't doubt it. Oh, I think I hear Siegfried coming in. We better tell him. We met my partner in the passage. He looked a bit solemn as we gave him the news. Then, like me, he put on a cheerful face and thumped Callum on the shoulder. I'm so glad you found something you really want, my boy. I'm sure it'll be the very thing for you, and I wish you and Deirdre every happiness and success. But damn it, I'm going to miss you. He stopped suddenly and pointed wordlessly at an enormous feathered creature stalking past him. What? In the darkness of the hallway, it looked as big as an ostrich. The young man smiled happily. Just a heron. I picked it up a few days ago down by the river. Wandering around, couldn't fly. Obviously damaged the wing. Seems to be improving. As he spoke, the great bird spread its wings and flapped round the corner and out of sight. Ah, look, it'll soon be completely recovered. I hope so. I do hope so. Siegfried stared at him, then cocked an ear at the scrabbling of a couple of recently adopted tortoises on the tiles further along the passage. Then he grinned suddenly. Yes, I'm going to miss you all right. A few weeks before Callum's departure fled past, and after he and Deirdre had gone, I had that empty feeling again as I went into the deserted flat. John Crooks, and now Callum Buchanan. They had become my friends, and both had left a gap. But with Callum, the change was even more traumatic. The silence and the absence of the menagerie was almost palpable. As I looked out of the window in the room where he had demolished that fruitcake on his first day, many things rose and lingered in my mind. Most emotive of all, the picture of his rapt face and dark eyes as he squeezed Shenandoah from my children's little concertina. Callum had been an acutely interesting man during his stay in Derby, but it was nearly as interesting to follow his career after he'd left. I received regular letters telling me about his growing practice among the dirt roads and untamed Canadian countryside. His bursting energy led him to start the first auction mart in the district, and he was trying to develop small animal work. Training border collies was another of his passions, and he gave frequent public demonstrations of his skill. Several generations of his dogs were descended from prize-winning sheepdogs that he brought from a farmer friend during his stay in Derby. He bought a farm, too, in Cape Breton, as though he didn't have enough to occupy him. I was also kept abreast of the regular arrival of his children, noting with growing wonder as they mounted up to 6. He brought them all up in his own image, loving the outdoors and the wild creatures, scorning the soft things of life as he had always done, camping and backpacking in the forests and mountains. Often, as I read those letters from Callum, the thought recurred that at last he had found his ideal environment. But I was wrong. 20 years after he left Derby, I was treating a cow for his farmer friend, Alan Beach. Alan was holding the animal's nose, and he spoke over his shoulders. "Have you heard the latest about Callum?" "No. What is it?" "He's leaving Nova Scotia." "Never." "That's right. And where do you think he's going?" A jumble of thoughts spun in my mind. At last, with the advance of middle age, he was finding it too rough and tough out there. He felt it necessary to take his family to somewhere that offered a more gentle life. Maybe he was coming back here. "I've no idea," I said. "Tell me." Papua New Guinea. What? Absolutely right. Alan's face broke into a wide grin. Would you believe it? My God! From cold and snows to steamy heat. It could only be Callum. Maybe Nova Scotia was too soft and sophisticated for him. That could be it. He doesn't seem satisfied there. Wants a place where there's still a lot of cannibals about, from what I've heard. By heck, he's a funny fella. I'd heard that description of Callum 1,000 times, from the farmers around Darrowby, and now it seemed to be more strikingly proven than ever. I looked up Papua New Guinea in the public library, and read that it wasn't until 1930 that the first white man had made contact with the 1 million inhabitants of the unexplored highlands where Callum had gone. It was a whole intact civilization that had had no contact with the outside world. I looked at pictures of fierce-looking, almost naked men with slivers of bone transfixing their nostrils, brandishing bows and arrows as they glared into the camera. These frightening people would be his neighbours, and there was nothing surer than that he would love them all, especially those little wide-eyed black children. The letters started to arrive from Mendi in the southern New Guinea highlands. Callum, as expected, was utterly entranced by it all. The agriculture was Stone Age in character, with pigs the only livestock. Most of the settlements were unchanged from when the first whites discovered them. The primitive farmers, though a bit careless about keeping appointments when he tried to teach them animal husbandry, were charming chaps. Deirdre and he were already firm friends with all of them. As the months and years passed, he was clearly absorbed in the development and improvement of the country. I learned how he introduced sheep, cattle and poultry into the local agriculture, educated the farmers, and immersed himself with all his energy in the life there. In 1988, one of his daughters, Sarah, wrote to me. She said, "Dad still amazes me with his knowledge of the local vegetation and wildlife. On his station farm, he has 11 border collies, 2 Labradors, 2 water buffalo, 5 horses, many cattle, sheep, goats, an assortment of chickens, ducks, guinea fowl, and a huge flock of homing pigeons." As I put down her letter, I thought of Callum's little menagerie at Scaledale House. It had been only a rehearsal for this. The vet with the badger would be happy now. Ginny and Ollie had been with us for some 2 years when Helen called me to the kitchen one day. "Jim, just look at him," she said. "He's a dreadful sight." I peered through the window. Unlike his sister, Ollie was a long-haired cat, and, as such, was subject to constant tangling and knotting of his fur. Now, with his matted fur and dangling knots, he did indeed look a bit of a scarecrow, in cruel contrast with his sleek and beautiful little sister. To solve the problem, I had Helen set out for Ollie a plate of chopped fish, spiked with nembutal. Minutes after he ate the meal and returned to the shed, he was deeply sedated, and sleepily curled up for a nap in the straw. I tiptoed after him, and chuckled to myself as I watched him go down. Now I could pretty well do what I wanted with him. As I knelt down beside him and began to snip away with my scissors, he opened his eyes and made a feeble attempt to struggle. But it was no good, and I worked my way quickly through the ravelled fur. I wasn't able to make a particularly tidy job, because he was wriggling slightly all the time, but I clipped off all the huge, unsightly knots that used to get caught in the bushes, and must have been horribly uncomfortable. I noticed that Ollie wasn't only moving, he was watching me. Dazed as he was, he knew me all right, and his eyes told me all. "It's you again," he was saying. "I might have known." Helen was enchanted with my handiwork, and she pointed eagerly at the 2 cats on the wall the next morning. "Doesn't he look smart? Oh, I'm so glad you managed to do him. It was really worrying me. And he must feel so much better." But that episode had taken place nearly a year ago. The months in between had passed without any thawing of relations between me and the cats, and I noticed with growing apprehension that Ollie's long coat was again reverting to its previous disreputable state. The familiar knots and tangles were reappearing, and it became more obvious every day that I had to do something about it. But could I trick him again? I had to try. I made the same preparations, with Helen placing the nembutal-laden food on the wall. But this time Ollie sniffed, licked, then walked away. We tried at the next mealtime. But he examined the food with deep suspicion and turned away from it. It was very clear that he sensed there was something afoot. Hovering in my usual position at the kitchen window, I turned to my wife. "Helen, I'm going to have to try to catch him." "Catch him? With your net, do you mean?" No, that was all right when he was a kitten. I'd never get near him now." "Well, how then?" I looked out at the scruffy black creature on the wall. "Well, maybe I can hide behind you when you feed him and grab him and throw him into the cage. I could then take him down to the surgery, give him a general anaesthetic, and make a proper job of him." "Grab him? And then fasten him in the cage?" Helen said incredulously. "It sounds impossible to me." "Yes, I know, but I've grabbed a few cats in my time, and I can move fast. If only I can keep well hidden. We'll try tomorrow." My wife looked at me wide-eyed. I could see that she had little faith. Next morning, she placed some delicious, fresh-chopped raw haddock on the wall. It was the cats' favourite. They were not particularly partial to cooked fish, but this was irresistible. The open cage lay beneath the wall, hidden from sight. The cats stalked along the wall. Ginny, sleek and shining. Ollie, a pathetic sight, with his ravelled hair and ugly appendages dangling from his neck and body. Helen made her usual fuss of the two of them. Then, as they descended happily on the food, she returned to the kitchen where I was lurking. "Right," I said. "Now I want you to walk out again very slowly, and I'm going to be tucked in behind you. When you go out to Ollie, he'll be concentrating on the fish and maybe won't notice me." Helen made no reply as I pressed myself into her back, in close contact from head to toe. "Okay, off we go." I nudged her left leg with mine, and we shuffled off through the door, moving as one. "This is ridiculous," Helen said. "It's like a music hall act." Nuzzling the back of her neck, I hissed into her ear. "Quiet, just keep going." As we advanced on the wall, double-bodied, Helen reached out and stroked Ollie's head. But he was too busy with the haddock to look up. He was there, chest high, within a couple of feet of me. I'd never have a better chance. Shooting my hand round Helen, I seized him by the scruff of his neck and held him for a couple of seconds, a flurry of flailing black limbs, then pushed him into the cage. As I crashed the lid down, a desperate paw appeared at one end, but I thrust it back and slotted home the steel rod. There was no escape now. I lifted the cage onto the wall with Ollie and me at eye level, and I flinched as I met his accusing stare through the bars. "Oh no, not again, I don't believe this," it said. "Is there no end to your treachery?" In truth, I felt pretty bad. The poor cat, terrified as he was by my assault, had not tried to scratch or bite. It was like the other times. His only thought was to get away. I couldn't blame him for thinking the worst of me. However, I told myself, the end result was going to be a fine, handsome animal again. "You won't know yourself, old chap," I said to the petrified little creature, crouched in his cage by my side as we drove to the surgery. "I'm going to fix you up properly this time. You're going to look great and feel great." Siegfried had offered to help me, and when we got him on the table, a trembling Ollie submitted to being handled, and to the intravenous anaesthetic. As he lay sleeping peacefully, I started on the awful, tangled fur with a fierce pleasure, snipping and trimming, and then going over him with the electric clippers, followed by a long combing till the last tiny knot was removed. I had given him only a makeshift hairdo before, but this time it was the full treatment. Siegfried laughed when I held him up after I'd finished. "Looks ready to win any cat show," he said. I thought of his words next morning when the cats came onto the wall for their breakfast. Ginny was always beautiful, but she hardly outshone her brother, as he strutted along, his smooth, lustrous fur gleaming in the sunshine. Helen was enchanted at his appearance, and kept running her hand along his back as though she couldn't believe the transformation. I, of course, was in my usual position, peeking furtively from the window. It was going to be a long time before I even dared to show myself to Ollie. It very soon became clear that my stock had fallen to new depths, because I only had to step out of the back door to send them scurrying away into the fields. The situation became so bad that I began to brood about it. One morning I said, "Helen, this thing with Ollie is getting on my nerves. I wish there was something I could do about it." "There is, Jim," she said. "You really have to get to know him, and he'll have to get to know you." I gave her a glum look. I'm afraid if you asked him, he'd tell you that he knows me only too well. Oh, I know. But when you think about it, over all the years that we've had these cats, they've hardly ever seen anything of you except in an emergency. I've been the one to feed them, talk to them, pet them, day in, day out. They know me and they trust me. Well, that's right, but I haven't had the time. Of course you haven't. Your life is one long rush. You're no sooner in the house than you're out again. I nodded thoughtfully. She was so right. Over the years I had been attached to those cats, enjoyed the sight of them trotting down the slope for their food, playing in the long grass in the field, being fondled by Helen, but I was a comparative stranger to them. I felt a pang at the realization that all that time had flashed past so quickly. Well, maybe it's too late. Is there anything I can do? Yes, she said. You have to start feeding them. You'll just have to make time to do it. Oh, I know you can't always do it, but if there's the slightest chance, you'll have to get out there with their food. So you think it's a case of cupboard love with them? Absolutely not. I'm sure you've seen me with them often enough. They won't look at their food until I've made a fuss of them for quite a long time. It's the attention and friendship they want most. But I haven't a hope. They hate the sight of me. You'll just have to persevere. It took me a long time to get their trust, especially with Ginny. She's always been the more timid one. Even now, if I move my hand too quickly, she's off. Despite all that's happened, I think Ollie might be your best hope. There's a big well of friendliness in that cat. Right, I said. Give me that food and milk. I'll start now. That was the beginning of one of the little sagas in my life. At every opportunity, I was the one who called them down, placed the food on the wall top, and stood there waiting. At first, I waited in vain. I could see the two of them watching me from the log shed, the black and white face and the yellow gold and white one observing me from the straw beds. But for a long time they would never venture down until I had retreated into the house. Because of my irregular life, it was difficult to keep the new system going, and sometimes when I had an early morning call, they didn't get their breakfast on time. But it was on one of those occasions when breakfast was over an hour late that their hunger overcame their fear. They came down cautiously while I stood stock still by the wall. They ate quickly with nervous glances at me, then scurried away. I smiled in satisfaction. It was the first breakthrough. After that, there was a long period when I just stood there as they ate, and they became used to me as part of the scenery. Then I tried a careful extension of the hand. They backed away at that, but as the day passed, I could see that my hand was becoming less and less of a threat. My hopes rose steadily. As Helen had prophesied, Ginny was the one who shied far away from me at the slightest movement, whereas Ollie, after retreating, began to look at me with an appraising eye, as though he might possibly be willing to forget the past and revise his opinion of me. With infinite patience, day by day, I managed to get my hand nearer and nearer to him. And it was a memorable occasion when he at last stood still and allowed me to touch his cheek with a forefinger. As I gently stroked the fur, he regarded me with unmistakably friendly eyes before skipping away. "Helen," I said, looking round at the kitchen window, "I've made it. We're going to be friends at last. It's a matter of time now till I'm stroking him as you do." I was filled with an irrational pleasure and fulfillment. It did seem a foolish reaction in a man who was dealing every day with animals of all kinds, but I was looking forward to years of friendship with that particular cat. I was wrong. At that moment I could not know that Ollie would be dead within 48 hours. It was the following morning when Helen called to me from the back garden. She sounded distraught. "Jim, come quickly! It's Ollie!" I rushed out to where she was standing near the top of the slope near the log shed. Ginny was there, but all I could see of Ollie was a dark smudge on the grass. Helen gripped my arm as I bent over him. "What's happened to him?" He was motionless. His legs extended stiffly, his back arched dreadfully, his eyes staring. I'm afraid he's gone. It looks like strychnine poisoning." But as I spoke, he moved slightly. "Wait a minute," I said. "He's still alive, but only just." I saw that the rigor had relaxed, and I was able to flex his legs and lift him without any recurrence. "This isn't strychnine. It's like it, but it isn't." It's something cerebral. Maybe a stroke. Dry-mouthed, I carried him down to the house where he lay still, breathing almost imperceptibly. Helen spoke through her tears. "What can you do?" "Get him to the surgery right away. We'll do everything we can." I kissed her wet cheek and ran out to the car. Siegfried and I sedated him, because he had begun to make paddling movements with his limbs. Then he injected him with steroids and antibiotics, and put him on an intravenous drip. I looked at him as he lay in the big recovery cage, his paws twitching feebly. "Nothing more we can do, is there?" Siegfried shook his head and shrugged. He agreed with me about the diagnosis. Stroke, seizure, cerebral hemorrhage, call it what you like, but certainly the brain. I could see that he had the same feeling of hopelessness that I had. We attended him all that day, and during the afternoon I thought for a brief period that he was improving. But by evening he was comatose again, and he died during the night. I brought him home, and as I lifted him from the car, his smooth, tangle-free fur was like a mockery, now that his life was ended. I buried him just behind the log shed, a few feet from the straw bed where he had slept for all the years. Vets are no different from other people when they lose a pet, and Helen and I were miserable. We hoped that the passage of time would dull our unhappiness, but we had another poignant factor to deal with. What about Ginny? Those two cats had become a single entity in our lives, and we never thought of one without the other. It was clear that to Ginny the world was incomplete without Ollie. For several days she ate nothing. We called her repeatedly, but she advanced only a few yards from the log house, looking around her in a puzzled way before turning to her bed. For all of those years she had never trotted down that slope on her own. Over the next few weeks, her bewilderment as she gazed about her, continually seeking and searching for her companion, was one of the most distressing things we had ever had to witness. We fed her in her bed for several days, and eventually managed to coax her onto the wall. But she could scarcely put her head down to the food without peering this way and that, still waiting for Ollie to come and share it. "She's so lonely," Helen said. "We'll have to try to make a bigger fuss of her than ever now. I'll spend more time outside talking with her. But if only we could get her to come inside with us, that would be the answer. But I know it can never happen." I looked at the little creature, wondering if I'd ever get used to seeing only one cat on that wall. But Ginny sitting by the far side or on Helen's knee was an impossible dream. Yes, you're right. But maybe I can do something. I just managed to make friends with Ollie. I'm going to start on Ginny now. I knew I was taking on a long and maybe hopeless challenge, because she had always been the more timid of the two. But I pursued my purpose with resolution. At mealtimes, and whenever I had the opportunity, I presented myself outside the kitchen door, coaxing and wheedling, beckoning with my hand. For a long time, though she accepted the food from me, she would not let me near her. Then, maybe she needed companionship so desperately that she felt she might even resort to me. Because the day came when she did not back away, but allowed me to touch her cheek with my finger, as I had done with Ollie. After that, progress was slow but steady. From touching, I moved week by week to stroking her cheek, then to gently rubbing her ears, until finally I could run my hand the length of her body and tickle the root of her tail. From then on, undreamt-of familiarities gradually unfolded, until she would not look at her food till she had paced up and down the wall-top again and again, arching herself in delight against my hand and brushing my shoulder.
Thing, Part 2.
My client's opinion of me varied widely, and although there was the odd one or two who thought I was brilliant, a large majority looked on me as a steady, reliable vet, while a few regarded me as of strictly limited ability. But I really think that only one family nourished the private conviction that I was not quite right in the head. They were the Hardwicks, and it was a pity, because they were some of my favourite people. This situation was due to a few unfortunate little accidents, and on this sharp and sunny January morning, I had no inkling that I was going to sow the seeds of my image disintegration that very day. There had been just enough snow overnight to turn the world white, and I could see the road to the Hardwick farm threading its way through a glittering frostiness under a sky of cloudless blue. It was a long, long road, too, not much more than a rough track, trailing ever upwards for nearly a mile, disappearing from time to time behind bluffs or rocky outcrops, until it reached the farm whose faded red roofs were just visible as I drove up to the first gate. Those farms of many gates were places of dread on busy days, eating up the precious minutes with nothing to show for all the effort. But this morning, as I got out of the car, the sun struck warm on my face, and the crisp air tingled in my nostrils. Pushing back Gate 1, I looked around at the wide landscape, silent and peaceful under its white mantle, and blessed my good fortune. There were 6 of these gates, and I hopped out happily at each one, the snow crackling under my feet. Seb and Josh Hardwick were attacking a mountain of turnips in the yard, forking them up onto a cart that stood in the farmyard. Despite the cold, their faces gleamed with sweat as they turned smilingly to me. "Now then, Mr. Herriot, grand morning." They were typical Dales farmers, quiet, polite, even-natured, and I had always got on well with them. "How are the calves today?" I asked. "Lot better," Seb said, "and thank heavens. We were a bit worried." I was relieved too. Salmonella is a nasty thing, highly fatal to young animals and dangerous to humans, and when I had seen the calves a couple of days ago, the whole picture had looked ominous. I went into the fold yard with the brothers and over to the big pen at one end, where my patients, 20 in all, were standing. I felt a glow of satisfaction. Everything was different. 2 days ago there was an air of doom over that pen, with the little creatures, listless and dejected, hanging their heads as the diarrhea trickled down their tails. But now they were brighter and livelier, looking at me with interest as I leant over the rails. Actually, I was mentally patting myself on the back, because I felt I had done rather well. I could easily have treated this as an ordinary case of scour, but the high temperatures and the telltale soft cough had alerted me. I had given them the usual combination of medications, and it was clearly doing the job. "Well, that's fine," I said, climbing into the pen. "So far, so good. I'll repeat the injections, and you must carry on with the powders for another 5 days. And I think all is going to be well. Oh, and don't forget to wash your hands well every time." Josh took off his cap and wiped his streaming face. "That's what we like to hear, Mr. Herriot. It's a good job we got you in right away, or we'd have had some dead uns lying about." After the injections, Seb waved me towards the house. "We'll all want a wash, and it's time for our 10 o'clocks any road." Later, in the kitchen, as I sipped my tea and bit into a homemade scone, the 2 attractive young wives, one dark, the other a blazing redhead, chatted to me. And as I sat in the warmth of the fire, with a baby crawling round my feet and 2 toddlers wrestling happily on the stone flags, I felt that life was pretty good. I could have stayed there all day, but my other work was pressing. The brothers, too, who had joined me for the tea, had begun to fidget, no doubt thinking of all those turnips outside. It was no good. I had to go. In the yard, we made our farewells, the 2 men lifted their forks, and I put my hand on the car door. But nothing happened. I tried to turn the handle, but it wouldn't move. I went round trying the other doors, but the result was the same. I was locked out. My little beagle, Dinah, was the culprit. While I was treating the calves, I had heard her barking at the farm dogs, which was one of her hobbies. In the process, as she threw herself at each window, her paws had pushed down the knobs that locked the doors. I called to the brothers. "Look, I'm very sorry, but I can't get into my car." "Oh, aye? What's happened?" They came over and looked inside, and Dinah, tongue lolling, tail lashing delightedly, looked out at them. Behind her, my keys hung in the ignition switch, just an arm's length away, but maddeningly inaccessible. I explained the situation, and Josh looked at me in surprise. "You always carry that little dog with you, don't you?" "Oh, yes." "But you don't take your keys out when you leave the car?" No. No, I'm afraid not." "Funny thing, it's never happened before, then." "Well, yes it is, when you think about it. And it's a great pity it's happened away out here." "Oh, how's that?" "Well, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to give me a lift home to get my spare key." Seb's mouth fell open. "Back to Derby?" "Afraid so. Nothing else I can do." I tried not to think of the 10 miles. The Hardwicks looked at each other in alarm, then at the vast heap of turnips, and back at me. I knew what they were thinking. It wasn't only the turnips. There were always 1,000 jobs to be done on a farm, and I was about to wreck their chances of getting some of them done this morning. But, nice fellows that they were, they didn't tell me what a daft bugger I was. Seb blew his cheeks out. "Aye, well, we better get started then." He turned to his brother. "I'll have to leave it to ye, Josh. When you've shifted them turnips, you'd better get on with the mucking out. We can move that lot of sheep down to Lokegarth this afternoon." Josh nodded and wordlessly seized his fork again while his brother got the family car out. Like a lot of the hill farmers' vehicles, it was very large and very old. We rattled down the track, and as I opened each gate I was enveloped in a cloud of acrid fumes from the exhaust. The road to Derby seemed very long, and longer still on the way back. I tried to pass the time with comments on sport, the weather, and farming conditions, but for the last half hour the conversation languished. At the farm, Seb opened the car door, gave me a hasty wave, and trotted away to find his brother. Dinah was in transports of joy at my return, jumping all over me, licking at my face. But driving away, I had the strong feeling that I wasn't as popular with the humans I had left behind. However, when I made my final check on the calves a week later, all seemed to be forgiven. I had no doubt been a damn nuisance, but the Hardwick brothers greeted me smilingly. Although there was a bad moment when I got out of the car and both men shouted, "Hey, get your keys out! Don't forget that!" as I was about to close the door. Feeling foolish, I sheepishly complied, because ever since the previous incident I had made a point of doing just that. I felt a lot better when I saw that the calves were completely recovered, and after washing my hands and drinking the ritual cup of tea in the kitchen, I felt that I could consign the whole silly episode to the past. A few days afterwards, my wife Helen met me with a strange message on my return home. "I've had a funny phone call from a Mrs. Hardwick." "Well, how do you mean, funny?" "She says you've pinched her husband's spectacles." "What?" "That's what she said." How? I don't know what you're talking about." "Well, they've searched high and low for those spectacles, and they're definitely not in the house, and the only visitor they've had was you. She's convinced you've got them." "I've never heard anything so daft in my life. What the devil would I want with them?" Helen spread her hands. "I've no idea, but Mr. Hardwick wants them badly. They're his reading glasses, and he can't read the Farmer and Stock Breeder. He's quite upset. You'd better have a search." "This is crazy," I said. But I went over to my working coat and began to go through the pockets. And there, among the little bottles and scissors and other veterinary odds and ends, was the spectacle case. It was lying next to the wallet, in which I kept my thermometer, and which it closely resembled. I looked at it in disbelief. My God, it's here right enough. I must have picked it up by mistake after I'd rinsed my thermometer in the kitchen. I rang the farm and apologized to Seb. "Another silly thing I've done," I said laughingly. He didn't disagree, but was still polite and declined my offer to bring the spectacles to him. "No, it's all right. I'll come down for 'em now." Clearly the Farmer and Stock Breeder was waiting. I was embarrassed at the thought of his long and needless journey on my account, and the feeling hadn't left me 3 days later when I looked in the appointment book and saw that I had another call to the Hardwicks' farm. When I arrived, I found the brothers in the cow byre, forking hay into the racks. They didn't give me the usual greeting. In fact, they seemed surprised to see me. "I've come to see your lame cow." They looked at each other without expression, then back at me. "We haven't got no lame cow," Josh said. "But there was a call from you this morning." Again, the blank look between them. "Well, there must be some mistake." I tried a light laugh, which wasn't reciprocated, and I couldn't help looking along the line of cows. Seb raised a hand. "Honest, Mr. Herriot, there's none of them lame. You can examine them if you like." No, of course not. Somebody in the practice has got a message wrong. Do you mind if I use your phone?" Seb led me into the kitchen, and as I dialed the surgery, it didn't make me feel any better when I saw him lift his spectacle case from the table and slip it unobtrusively into his pocket. When I got through, I found that I should have gone to the Borthwick's farm, only half a mile away. But what was happening? Why did I have to keep making a fool of myself here? I lifted the ballpoint by the side of the phone, wrote the name down so that I could not make any more mistakes, and turned to the young wives. "I'm terribly sorry. I'm always being such a nuisance to you." I was about to leave when one of them held out her hand. "Could we have our pen back, Mr. Herriot?" Hot-faced, I took it from my pocket and fled. My embarrassment was acute when I was called back to the farm within a few days. When I arrived, Seb was pointing gloomily at a young heifer lying on the cowhouse floor. "She can't get up," he said, "and that hind leg stuck out funny-like." I bent over the animal and flicked her ear. "Come on, lass. Let's see you try." She replied by struggling briefly, then subsided onto the cobbles. There was no doubt that her right hind leg was the cause of the trouble. It seemed to be useless. I ran my hand up the shaggy limb, and when I reached the pelvic region, diagnosis was easy. "She's got a dislocated hip, Seb. There's nothing broken, but the head of the femur is right out of its socket." "Are you sure?" The farmer looked at me doubtfully. "Absolutely positive. Here, feel this prominence. In fact, you can just about see it sticking up there." Seb didn't bother to take his hands out of his pockets. "Well, I don't know. I thought she'd maybe just strained herself. Maybe you could give me something to rub on her. That might put her right." "No, I assure you, there's no doubt in my mind." "All right, then. What do we do?" "Well, we'll have to try to pull the joint back into place. It's not easy, but since it has only just happened, I'd say there was a good chance of success." The farmer sniffed. "Very well, then. On you go." "I'm sorry," I said, smiling, "but it's quite a big job, and I can't do it by myself. In fact, you and I can't do it. We need some help." "Help? I haven't got no help. Josh is right over in the far field." "Well, I'm really sorry about that, but you'll have to get him back. And I hate to say it, but we'll also need one of your neighbours to lend a hand." Seb stared at me. "Bloody hell! What's all this for?" "I know it seems a big fuss to you, but although she's only a young beast, she's big and strong. In order to get the joint back in place, we have to overcome the muscular resistance. It needs a right good pull, I can tell you. I've done a lot of these jobs, and I know." He nodded. "Aye. Well, I'll go and see if Charlie Lawson can come over." "You'll wait here, then?" "No, I'll have to go back to the surgery for the chloroform muzzle." "Chloroform? What the hell next?" "I told you about the muscular resistance. We need to put her to sleep to overcome that." The farmer lifted a portentous forefinger. "Now look here, Mr. Herriot. Are you sure we have to go through all this carry-on? Don't you think we could just rub something on? A bit of embrocation, maybe?" "I'm sorry, Seb. It's all necessary." He turned and strode out of the cowhouse, muttering while I hurried across to my car. On the journey to Darrowby and back, two thoughts were uppermost in my mind. This was one of those tricky jobs in veterinary practice, but when successful, it was spectacular. A hopelessly lame animal would rise and walk away, good as new. And I did feel I badly needed something to resuscitate my reputation on this farm. When I returned with the muzzle, Josh and Charlie Lawson were waiting in the yard with Seb to greet me. "Now, Mr. Herriot." "Now then, Mr. Herriot," they said, but they looked at me sceptically, and I could tell that the other brother had been voicing his doubts. "It's good of you gentlemen to rally round," I said cheerfully. "I hope you're all feeling strong. It's a tough job, this." Charlie Lawson grinned and rubbed his hands. "Aye, we'll do our best." I looked down at the heifer. OK, now, we'd better move her nearer the door. We'll get a stronger pull that way. Then we'll get the chloroform muzzle on and rope the leg. You haul away while I put pressure on the joint. But first, let's roll her over. As the farmers pushed against the animal's side, I tried to tuck the lame leg underneath her. As she rolled over, there was a loud click, and after a rapid look round, she rose to her feet and walked out through the door. The four of us watched her as she ambled across the yard and through a gate into the field. She was perfectly sound, not the slightest trace of lameness. Well, I've never seen that happen before. The rolling movement and the pressure on the joint must have clicked it back. Would you believe it? The three farmers gave me a level stare. It was clear they didn't believe it. Retreating to my car, I heard Seb confiding to the other two. Might as well have rubbed summit on it. And as I drove away past the heifer grazing contentedly on the green hillside, Siegfried's words at the beginning of our partnership came back to me. Our profession offers unparalleled opportunities for making a chump of yourself. How true that was. How true it would always be. But why did it have to happen this time at the Hardwicks? I couldn't believe it when I saw the Hardwick name on the book for another visit less than a week afterwards. Siegfried, I said, I wish you'd go there. There's a jinx on me at that place. He looked at me in surprise. But it's one of your favourite spots, and they always ask for you personally. Oh, I know, but I've got a feeling of doom at the moment. I told him about my recent experiences. Nonsense, James! He made a dismissive gesture. You're imagining things. These are tiny happenings. Amusing, I grant you, but of no importance. The Hardwicks are a grand family. They won't have given a thought to such details. I'm not so sure. I know they're good people, but I'm convinced they think I've got a screw loose. A touch of kleptomania for a start. He laughed again. Oh, what rubbish! Off you go! It's only a sick pig. Nothing can go wrong this time. It was possibly my imagination, but I thought the brothers looked a little apprehensive as I got out of the car at the farm. The pig in question was a sow with a family of 12 piglets squealing around her. She was lying in a dark corner of the fold yard. The gloom was such that I could hardly see the animal, but I was used to this, and had always done a lot of my work by touch and feel. I climbed into the pen where the sow could only be seen as a dim bulk. I got out my thermometer and groped my way towards her rear end. Hasn't eaten today, you say? Nay, not a thing, replied Josh. And she hasn't moved from that spot. The little pigs look hungry too. They don't seem to be getting much milk. Yes. I was fumbling desperately to find the anus to insert my thermometer, but I just couldn't locate it. It was as black as pitch down there, but this was something I'd done many times in the dark. I couldn't make it out. I could feel the tail, and if I slid my hand down there, the thermometer would pop into the anus. But it didn't. And when I found something lower down, it was the vagina. The solution burst on me like a great light. This pig's got no backside, I cried. For a moment it seemed like a triumphant scientific discovery to be shared with the world, and I beamed up at the brothers. They were looking down at me in tight-lipped silence. Seb spoke with a touch of weariness in his voice. Know what? I realized suddenly that I was in the wrong place for such discoveries. Stop smiling. Speak soberly. From my crouched position, I said, no backside, no anus. A very rare condition. Quite fascinating. Common enough in little pigs, but I've never seen it in an adult animal. Oh, aye, said Josh. And if she hasn't got no backside, where does all that muck come from? I have to shovel a hell of a lot of it out of here every morning. My eagerness flared again, and I said, the feces are coming through the vagina. That's what happens in this condition. And she's been doing that for all them years? Yes, she really has. Look, bring me a flashlight and I'll show you. The brothers exchanged another look. It's all right. We believe you. It was very obvious that they didn't. I launched into further explanation, but I realized I was beginning to gabble, and I desisted. In any case, On resting my hand on the sow's belly, I could feel her udder, inflamed and lumpy. Anyway, I don't need to take her temperature. She's got mastitis. Her udder's very hot and swollen. I'll give her a shot of antibiotic and I'm sure she'll be okay. I was trying to be brisk and businesslike, but I wasn't impressing anybody. Josh spoke again. So you don't have to take the temperature? That's right. There's no need. Of course there's no need, he said, and they both nodded. Don't you worry, Mr. Herriot. It doesn't matter. I felt my toes curling. They were trying to humour me. That was the worst part. Mechanically, I gave the sow her antibiotic injection, hurried through my hand-washing, and declined a cup of tea. As I drove away, Seb and Josh, side by side on the cobbles of the yard, raised their hands gravely in farewell, and I saw the young women watching from the kitchen window. I could read their thoughts. Poor old Herriot. Not a bad chap, really. It was so sad to see him losing his mind like this. That was old William Hawley, Siegfried said as he put down the phone. Sounded a bit agitated. One of his calves is laid out unconscious, thinks it may be dying, and he hasn't many of them, poor old lad. We'll have to get there quick. I looked up from the daybook. But we've got to take those tumours off Colonel Fulter's horse at 10 o'clock this morning. Yes, I know, but we can drop in at Hawley's place on the way. It's in the same direction. It was a familiar situation as we drove off together. Siegfried eagerly anticipating one of his operations, myself, his anaesthetist, by his side, and our enamel tray with the freshly sterilized instruments rattling behind us in the back. It was a fine morning, which was good, because the open fields were to be our operating table. After 3 miles we struck off down a narrow side road, and soon we could see the Hawley farmhouse, not much bigger than the grey stone barns that dotted the wide green miles of the fell above. To me, those barns, squat and sturdy, and that pattern which the endless stone walls traced on the high pastures, were at the very heart of the Dale's scene. As I looked from the car, I thought, as I always did, that there was nowhere else in the world quite like this. The farmer, white hair straggling from under a tattered cap, watched anxiously as Siegfried bent over the prostrate calf in a pen in the corner of the cowhouse. "What do you make of it, Mr. Farning? I've never seen aught like it." The appeal in his eyes was mingled with a deep faith. Siegfried was his hero, a wonder-worker, the man who had brought off miracle cures for years, before I had even come to Daramie. William Hawley was one of a breed of simple, unsophisticated farmers who still survived in the 50s, but who have long since melted away under the glare of science and education. Siegfried spoke gravely. Very strange indeed. No scar, no pneumonia, yet the little thing's flat out like this. Carefully and methodically, he went over the little body with his stethoscope, listening to heart, lungs, and abdomen. He took the temperature, opened the mouth and peered at the tongue and throat, examined the eyes, and ran his hand over the roan hairs of the coat. Then slowly he straightened up. His face was expressionless as he looked down at the motionless form. Suddenly he turned to the old man. "William, would you be so kind as to fetch me a piece of string?" "Eh? A piece of string, please." "String?" "Yes, about this length." Siegfried spread his arms widely. "And quickly, please." Right. I'll get you some. Now, where can I lay me hands on a bit that length?" Flustered, he turned to me. "Can you come and give me a hand, Mr. Herriot?" "Certainly." I followed him as he hurried from the cowhouse, and outside he clutched at my arm. It was clear he had only asked me to come with him to enlighten him. "What does he want a piece of string for?" he asked in baffled anticipation. I shrugged. "I really have no idea, Mr. Hawley." He nodded gleefully, as though that was only what he expected. An ordinary vet couldn't possibly know what was in the mind of Mr. Farnan, a man of legendary skill who was known to employ many strange things in the practice of his art. Puffs of purple smoke to cure lame horses, making holes in jugular veins and drawing off buckets of blood to cure laminitis. Old William had heard all the stories, and he was in no doubt that if anybody could restore his animal to health by means of a piece of string, it would be Mr. Farnan. But the maddening thing was that as we trotted round the buildings, he couldn't find such a thing. "Dang it," he said. "There's always a coil of binder twine hanging around here, but it isn't there now, and I'm always tripping over bits of string all over the place, but not today. What'll he think of a farmer with no string?" In a growing panic he rushed around, and he was almost in tears when he saw a piece lying across a heap of sacks. "How about this, Mr. Herriot? Is it right length, do you think?" "Just about right, I'd say." He grabbed it and ran as fast as his elderly limbs would carry him back to Siegfried. "Here you are, Mr. Farnan. I'm not too late, am I? He's still alive?" "Oh, yes, yes." Siegfried took the string and held it dangling for a moment as he measured the length with his eye. Then, as we watched, wide-eyed, he quickly tied it round his waist. "Thank you so much, William. That's much better. I couldn't work with that damned coat flapping open as I bent over. I lost a couple of buttons yesterday. Cow got her horn underneath them and tore them off. It's always happening to me." But... The old man's face was a picture of woe. "The string! I thought you can't do anything for me calf, then?" "Of course I can. Whatever makes you think that?" "Well, do you know what ails him?" "Yes, I do. He's got CCN." "What's that?" "Cerebrocortical necrosis. It's a brain disease." "It's a terrible big name." "And his brain? It'll be a hopeless case?" "Not a bit. I'm going to inject vitamin B into his vein. It usually works like a charm. Just hold his head for a moment. You see how it's bent over his back? That's called opisthotonus, typical of this condition." Siegfried quickly carried out the injection and got to his feet. "One of us will be passing your door tomorrow, so we'll look in. I'd like to bet he'll be a lot better." It was I who called next day, and indeed the calf was up and eating. William Hawley was pleased. "Must have been wonderful stuff Mr. Farnan gave him," he said. To him it was another miracle. But in his manner I sensed something of the deflation I'd seen the day before when Siegfried fixed up his coat. His favourite vet had done the trick again. But I knew that in his heart there was still the wistful regret that he hadn't done it with that piece of string. "8 o'clock on a Saturday evening, and as I prepared to visit a sick calf, the phone rang. "This is Mr. Burse, number 10 Ivy Street. I have a dog bad. Will you come?" "What's the trouble, Mr. Burse?" "Don't know. Won't eat. Will you come?" The voice was surly and impatient. It sounded as though the man had other more pressing affairs to attend to. "All right, I'll be along very soon." Bonk went the phone at the other end, and I pondered not for the first time on the fact that vets often weren't regarded as people. They had no interest in staying at home with their families on a Saturday night like others. Number 10 was one of a long row of mean, brick-built dwellings, and I rang the bell and waited. Nothing happened, and I tried again. Still no result, yet I could tell by the light in the window that there was somebody at home. I must have rung and hammered on the door for 5 minutes before a 50-ish man in shirt and suspenders opened the door. He seemed in a big hurry, and after beckoning hastily, he turned and almost trotted along the passage and into the front room. He stabbed a finger at the dog basket in the corner before dropping into a chair to join the family, who were grouped around a blaring television set. Not one of the intent faces staring at the screen showed the slightest interest in me. It was clear that I wasn't going to get a case history from any of them, so I went over to the basket to inspect my patient. He was a big black Labrador dog, chin resting on the rim of the basket, looking at me with the kind eyes of his breed. As I knelt down, his tail thrashed against the bedding. He licked at my hand, but turned away immediately and began a frantic scratching and worrying at his coat. I could see now that there were bald patches and sores all over his body. I lifted up his foreleg and then his hind, and saw that the skin inflammation was most intense under elbow and thigh. Typical sarcoptic mange, but in this case, neglected, till the sheer misery of the irritation had put the poor animal off his food. I was pretty sure of my diagnosis, but decided to take the routine skin scraping. Nobody took any notice as I went out to the car for scalpel and slide, leaving the door ajar. Back inside, I scraped a little of the inflamed tissue onto the glass slide and slipped it into an envelope, as the dog gazed at me patiently, and the television boomed. When I had finished, I went into the kitchen and washed my hands at a sink filled with dirty dishes, to which congealed vegetables and Yorkshire pudding adhered. Back in the living room, I looked round the unheeding group. Father, mother, and son and daughter in their 20s, all puffing cigarettes, all gaping wide-eyed at the bawling screen. I had to communicate somehow, and I chose father. "Your dog has mange," I shouted into his ear. For an instant his eyes flickered towards me. Then, as the screen belched out a screech of brakes and a volley of shots, they resumed their hypnotic stare. I held out 2 packets of my activated sulphur mange wash. More modern treatments for external parasites were coming onto the market, but I had always had great results with my beloved number 3 wash, as we called it, and I remained faithful to it. "Follow the directions on the packet," I bellowed. "Give him a really thorough bath and be sure to get into every nook and cranny of his body. Repeat with the other pack in a week, and then I'll have another look at him." Father nodded, glassy-eyed. It didn't seem as though I could do anything more, so I put the packets on the sideboard and let myself out. In the dark street, I leant against my car for a moment. Strange things happened in veterinary practice, but this was really very strange. All that time in there without a word spoken. And why, after they had let that nice dog get into such a state, which must have taken several weeks, had they decided to call assistance on a Saturday night? Ah, well, part of the rich tapestry of veterinary life. I got into the car and drove away. The sick calf was at Mr. Farrow's farm 2 miles outside Darrowby. I walked into the fold yard where the farmer was forking straw to bed up a group of young heifers. When he saw me, he put down his fork and opened his arms wide in delight. "Well, Mr. Herriot, well, well, well. I'm sorry to bother you on a Saturday night, but it is lovely to see you again. It's been a long time." His tall son went by with a sack of meal on his shoulder, and he too grinned and waved. I was about to turn into the calf-house when Mr. Farrow held up a hand. "Nay, nay, you'll have to come and see Mrs. first." He hurried with me to the farm kitchen. "Edith, Edith," he called out eagerly. "Here's Mr. Herriot come to see us again." Mrs. Farrow was a shy lady, but she got up from her chair and gave me a gentle smile as though she'd been looking for me for a long time. "Well, Mr. Herriot, it's a bit since you were here. You're a sight for sore eyes. I'll put the kettle on, and you'll come in for a cup of tea when you're done, won't you?" "Yes, thank you very much, I will." I went out into the yard, feeling the cold air on my face, but warmed inside by the welcome. The Farrows were always like that, but it was particularly sweet after my visit to the Burse household. The difference in their concern for their animal, too, was marked. The calf was suffering from a congestion of the lungs, which could easily have become pneumonia. After I had injected it, the farmer and his son, without my telling them, began to thread binder twine through the corners of a thick sack. By the time I was ready to leave, the little creature's chest was warmly wrapped. "That's good to see," I said. "With all these new sulphur drugs and antibiotics, it's easy to forget the nursing of animals, but it's still so important." Back in the surgery, I put my skin scraping under the microscope, and the nasty little Sarcoptes scabii looked up at me. The unpleasant, bristly-legged mite which was burrowing pitilessly into the skin of that nice dog and making his life a torment. My trusty number 3 wash would clear up this present case, bad as it was. And yet, over the weekend, the thought kept recurring. Would those Burses have done the job properly? Would they have done it at all? Somehow, the solicitude of the Farrows with their calf seemed to make the situation almost unbearable. By Monday morning, I couldn't stand it any longer, and I rang the doorbell at number 10 Ivy Street. "Good morning, Mrs. Burse. I was just passing and thought I'd have another look at your dog." "Aye, well—" The lady seemed a little nonplussed, but as she hesitated, I slipped past her and into the front room. The big dog was still in his basket, and my 2 white packets were still on the sideboard where I had put them. "We've been a bit busy," she said. "We'll get him done tonight." I looked at the dog. I have always thought that there is a special beauty in the lustrous coat of a black Labrador, but this was a desecration. The ravaged skin looked even worse in the daylight, and the hind legs moved convulsively in response to the constant itching. "What's his name?" I asked. "Jet." I bent down and stroked the dog's head. "Poor old Jet. You are in a state." And as the tail thumped and his tongue lapped my hand, I made up my mind. "Give me a bucket of warm water, will you please, Mrs. Burse? I'll give him his first treatment. It'll only take a minute or 2. "Come on, lad," I said, and Jet trotted obediently after me into the back garden, where a few tired-looking Brussels sprouts stood among a jungle of weeds. I tipped the packet into the water and stirred the mixture rapidly, feeling an irrational compulsion to get at those mange mites. I felt a bit silly, too, because I'd never done this on a client's premises before, but I didn't care, and slapped the thick liquid onto Jet's coat with a kind of savage joy. As I rubbed the stuff into the dog's skin, working it deeply into the clefts of thigh and elbow, he looked up at me happily, his tail waving. In my experience, dogs hated being bathed, but it seemed as though the big animal was only too pleased to have any sort of attention. He was enjoying the whole thing. As I worked, I became aware of a head watching me over the garden hedge. I looked up, and an elderly man nodded cheerfully. "Morning. You'll beat veterinary." "That's right." He blew out his cheeks. "By God, you must be a busy fellow going round washing all them dogs all the time." I smiled at his idea of a veterinary surgeon's life. "Oh yes, it's, quite a job." I was aware of his intent gaze as I completed my shampoo and began a brisk toweling. I was happy in the knowledge that I had delivered the first blow against those malignant little beasties in the skin. "Grand dog, that," said the old man. "He is indeed." The man lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "Them folks don't bother with him, you know. He's in hell of a state." I didn't say anything, but the sight of Jet standing bedraggled and half-bald like a canine scarecrow bore out his words. "Can you cure him?" "I think so, but it's going to take time, and regular bathing with this stuff of mine. Every week until he's right." "Next week for a start, eh?" "That's right. I'm going to ask Mrs. Burse to do it next Monday." "You'll be lucky," the old man grunted, and his head moved away from the hedge. In the kitchen, I passed on my instructions to Mrs. Burse, and she sniffed. "I say, you've been talking to our Owl. He's a nosy old bugger, always watching over that hedge." Nosy or not, I thought, he was a lot more concerned about her dog than she was. And as I took my leave with a last look back at Jet wagging cheerfully despite his plight, I knew that I'd be back at number 10 next Monday. And feeling daft but determined, I was duly there on the day, ringing that bell. Mrs. Burse displayed her usual lack of enthusiasm and beckoned me unsmilingly into the house. She led me into the back garden and jerked her head in the direction of the hedge. "Them next door's doing him." She turned and went back into the house. I looked over the hedge. In the middle of the tidy little garden, Jet was standing by a steaming bucket, while Mr. Howell and his wife busily rubbed a mange wash into his coat. The old man looked up at me and grinned. "Now then, veterinary, we're doing your job. Them Burses would never bath him every week like you said, so I asked if we could have a go. We like this dog." "Well, that's fine. You're doing a good job, too." Jet looked up at me, and though his face was thickly smeared with my concoction, his eyes danced with pleasure and his tail lashed. This, he was telling me, is great. As the 2 old people worked, they were talking to him all the time. "Now then, a bit more on here, Jet lad. Let's have all of that other leg, old fella." The friendly murmurings went on, and the big dog was lapping up the unaccustomed affection. I watched until they were finished, and as they towelled my patient, I spoke again. "That's absolutely terrific. You've done him properly. You haven't missed an inch." The old lady smiled. "Aye, well, we heard what you said at start. We want to get him better." "Good. Good. You're going the right way about it." I looked at Jet, still as bare and scruffy as ever. "You understand that it's going to be a long time before his coat gets back to normal, if it ever does. But the main question is he scratching less?" "Oh, aye," replied Mr. Howell. "He still does a bit, but nothing like before. He's much less itchy now, and he's eating well again." "Fine, fine. So far so good, but there's a lot of work still to do. Are you prepared to do this for several weeks? After all, he isn't your dog." "Oh, we'll do him all right," said the old lady eagerly. "We'll stick to him. You needn't worry about that." I looked at the two Howells in wonder. "You're real dog lovers, aren't you? And yet you haven't got a dog of your own?" There was a silence. "Oh, we did have," said the old man. "Had him for 12 years, but you never saw him, Mr. Herriot, because he never ailed a thing." He paused and swallowed. "But he was knocked down and killed just a month ago." I gazed for a few moments at their stricken faces. "I'm so sorry. I know what it's like. It's awful. But you didn't think of getting another dog? It's the only thing to do, you know." Mrs. Howell shrugged. "We understand that, and we thought about it, but we're both in our 70s, and if we got a pup now and anything happened to us, he'd be left, and we'd never know if he was properly looked after." I nodded and looked at the old couple with renewed respect. It was the attitude of caring people. "Anyway," I said, "you've got a good friend in Jet for the time being. I can see that he appreciates all you're doing for him. I'll leave you a few more packets of the wash, and I know he'll be in good hands." My confidence was such that I didn't call at the house again, and it was 3 weeks before I saw Jet. The Howells were shopping in the marketplace, and Jet was by their side. He was cheerful, but his skin was still wrinkled and hairless with many half-healed sores. "You've got him out, then?" I said. "Oh, aye, we have." The old lady clutched my arm. "He's ours now." "Yours?" "Yes. Mrs. Burst said he was still bare and scabby, and she didn't think he'd ever get better, and she didn't want a big vet bill with all them visits and packets of stuff. She said her husband and her wanted to put Jet down." "Oh. What then?" "Well, I said we'd take him and we'd pay the bill." "You did?" "Aye. She wasn't sure at first, but I said it would be a whacking big bill, and you'd charge double for coming out that Saturday night." I looked at her for a moment and detected a suggestion of a twinkle in her eye. "We don't do that. Maybe we should, but we don't. But maybe you wanted to persuade her, eh?" "Well—" It was indisputably a twinkle. I smiled. "Anyway, Jet has moved next door, and I'm sure it's a good thing for everybody, even the Burses. They didn't seem to have any interest in him." "Aye, that's right. And he's lovely. They never took him out for a walk, just let him wander about by himself. I don't know why some people have dogs at all." "And how about what you were saying to me before? About your fears about being too old?" She squared her shoulders. "Oh, well, we talked that over, and we thought that after all, Jet isn't a pup. He's 6 now, so the 3 of us will just potter on together." "That's great. Grow old along with me. The best is yet to be." They both laughed, and Mr. Howell held up a finger. "Yes, that's just it. That poem's got it right. Oh, it's so grand having Jet. It was awful being without a dog after we lost ours. We've always had one, and now we're happy." They did indeed look happy, as did Jet, laughing up at me and lashing his tail. It was many weeks before I saw them again. I was walking along one of the many bridle tracks which wound among the fields around Darrowby. The sun was blazing from a cloudless sky, and even from a distance it was easy to see the rich black gloss of Jet's coat. When I came abreast of them, I bent and stroked the big dog's head. "Well, what a handsome dog you are," I said, running my hand over the flawless sheen of the neck and ribs. I turned to the old couple. "There's not a bare patch anywhere. I can nearly see my face in his coat. You've done wonderfully well with him." The Howell smiled modestly, and Jet, perfectly aware that we were talking about him, wagged his entire rear end and capered around in panting delight. "Oh, it's been worth it," said the old lady. "We're having a great time with him. We can't believe our luck having such a dog." I watched them as they went their way along the green path, and under the overhanging branches of an oak tree. Jet was chasing a stick, and I could hear the cheerful voices of the Howells as they shouted their encouragement to him. I just couldn't believe that I was going to launch this boy on his own into the jungle of veterinary practice. Young John Crooks, so familiar a face after the months he had spent seeing practice with us during his university vacations, watching us work, picking up the practical hints and knowledge, doing the odd job himself, but always under our wings, was standing there by my desk, cheerful and smiling as always, but oh, so youthful. He looked about 17. It didn't seem fair to send him out there unprotected. However, there was no doubt that it was J.L. Crooks, Esquire, standing there, suitcase by his side, bright-eyed and eager to go, and I had to adjust to the fact. I cleared my throat and smiled up at him. "Well, John," I said, "congratulations on qualifying. You're a fully-fledged veterinary surgeon now, all your examinations behind you, and it's good to see you here. And you know, this is quite an occasion. You are the very first assistant to be employed in the practice of Farnan and Herriot." He laughed. "Really? That makes me sound very important. But when I was here as a student, you had people working for you?" "Yes, that's right. Tristan, of course. But he's one of the family, and we never thought of him as an assistant. And there were 1 or 2 temporary people, but you are the first official man." "Well, that's nice. And now that I'm here, I'd better start earning my keep." As the young man filled the cart trunk with the drugs and instruments he was going to need, I could see that he was keen to pitch into the unpredictable world of practice. But I wondered just how nervous he was at the prospect of confronting the tough Yorkshire farmers on his own. Would he make the grade? Some new graduates just couldn't do it, and as he drove away with his bag of tricks rattling behind him, I found myself crossing my fingers. I have a big streak of old hen in me, as my family will testify, and throughout the day I was almost wringing my hands. How was the poor lad getting on? We were so busy that I didn't see him to talk to, and I kept hoping he hadn't come up against any awkward situations. Our farmers were nearly all no-nonsense but kindly men, but there was the odd, very difficult client. I recalled my session with Major Sykes a few days ago. That fierce little man barked at me as I treated his horse. "Herriot, good God, man, can't you do better than this? You don't seem to have much idea how to treat this blasted animal." Then he shouted at his groom. "No, don't put the bucket down there, you bloody fool!" He was impossible to please, and verbally steamrolled people into the ground, treating everybody, especially veterinarians, it seemed, like the more dim-witted private soldiers of his army days. In fact, despite myself, I often found my thumbs edging into line with the seams of my trousers, taking me back to the RAF. It was late afternoon when I came into the surgery and looked at the daybook, and the words seemed to jump out at me. Major Sykes, hunting horse, laminitis. John had taken the assignment. He'd be there now. My eyes popped. One of those adored and valuable hunters. And laminitis. A condition with so many nasty possibilities. No job for a newly qualified young chap. The Major would eat him alive. I had to check up, and I hurried out to Ruver Grange. As I got out of the car, I could hear the Major's aggressive tones coming from a stall, and I feared John was already going through it. I peeped over the half-door of the stall. A fine bay mare was standing there in the painful crouching position of laminitis, her hind feet drawn under her body. A foal, obviously only a few days old, was close by her side. The Major, hands on hips, was almost shouting up into John's face. "Now look here, what did you say your name is? Crooks, yes. Now look here, damn it, Crooks. You say this mare has a bad laminitis.
Bloody great temperature, all crippled up, and you're trying to tell me that she'll be all right? Well, I bought her in full, and I bought her in good faith. Is she always going to be subject to this, eh? Eh? I've heard about horses that are always getting it. Have I been sold a pup, do you think? Do you know enough about the job to tell me that, eh? Eh?
The young man, however, did not seem at all put out. He spoke soothingly. Now, Major Sykes, I've told you the cause of the trouble. Your mare retained her afterbirth when she foaled, and she developed metritis. Laminitis is a common complication of this, and what you have here is an isolated case. I've given her a shot of antibiotic, and I'll repeat it over the next day or two. That will clear the metritis. Still bristling, the little man stuck out his chin.
And how about the bloody laminitis? What are you going to do about that, eh? Eh?
John gave him a serene smile. Well, as you saw, she's had an injection for that too. And if you'll keep her on bran for a few days and stand her in your pond to cool the feet, as I directed, I'm sure she'll soon be back to normal.
And do you think she's had it before?
No, no, no.
How the hell do you know that?
Well now, she's got no lines round her hooves, and look here. He lifted one of the mare's forefeet. A lovely concave sole. She's never had laminitis before.
And it won't come back, eh?
No likelihood of a recurrence.
Just hope you're right.
I'm sure I am, you'll see. You worry too much, you know. I shuddered and closed my eyes as John reached out and gave the little man a comforting pat on the shoulder. For a moment I thought the Major would erupt. Then, to my amazement, his face broke into something like a shy smile.
You think so, eh?
I do indeed. You really oughtn't to let things upset you so much. This was something new in the little man's experience, and for a few seconds he looked up into John's face. Then he took off his cap and scratched his head.
Well, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right, young man.
I couldn't believe it. He was laughing. John threw back his head and laughed too. It was like a reunion between two old college chums. And suddenly I realized that that wasn't little John Crooks, our student, in there. It was a tall, good-looking, self-assured veterinary surgeon with a fine, big voice which lent authority to everything he said. I slunk away to my car and drove off with a resolution already formed in my mind. I wasn't going to worry about John any more. He had been with us for a few weeks when I answered the phone one morning.
"Hello, is that Mr. Herriot?"
a cheerful voice inquired. I recognized one of our farmer clients.
"Yes, Mr. Gates," I replied. "What can I do for you?" "Nay, it's all right. I want to speak to the young man."
A pang, unexpectedly deep and piercing, shot through me. What was this? I was the young man, always had been. That was how the clients had invariably referred to me, even though I was only 6 years younger than Siegfried. There was some mistake here. "Whom did you say you wanted?" I asked.
"The young man, Mr. Crooks."
Ah, well, there it was. I hadn't realized that I had become attached to my title. Walking along the passage to fetch John, I felt strangely wistful as I faced the fact that although I was in my early 30s, I wasn't the young man anymore. From then on, I had to live with an ever-increasing flood of requests for the services of a young man who wasn't me. However, it was only depressing for a short time because the compensations were enormous. As John settled into the practice, I found a miraculous easing of my life. It was rather wonderful to have an assistant, especially a good one like him. I had always liked him. But when I got a call to a calving heifer at 3 o'clock in the morning, and was able to pass it on to him and turn over and go back to sleep, I could feel the liking deepening into a warm affection. He had his own ideas about treatment, and wasn't afraid to express them. One day Siegfried found the two of us in the operating room.
"I've been reading about this inductotherm," Siegfried said. "Revolutionary new treatment for strained tendons in horses. You just wrap this electric cable round the leg for a certain time every day, and the heat clears up the strain."
I gave a non-committal grunt. I seldom had any ideas, and in fact was constitutionally opposed to any change, any innovation. This trait, I knew, irritated my partner intensely, so I remained silent. John, however, spoke up. "I've read about it too, but I don't fancy it." Siegfried's eyebrows went up. "Why not?" "Smacks of witchcraft to me." Siegfried frowned at him. "Oh, rubbish. I think it sounds perfectly rational. Anyway, I've ordered one of the things, and I'd like to bet it'll be a big help to us." Siegfried was the horse specialist, so I didn't argue, but I was very interested to see how the thing worked. We soon had the opportunity to find out. The lord of the manor of Darrowby, usually called the squire, kept his horses in some stables at the foot of our street, a mere 100 yards away. It seemed like fate when he reported a case of strained tendons. Siegfried rubbed his hands. "Just what we wanted. I've got to go over to Whitby to inspect a stallion, so I'll leave you to handle this case, John. I've got a feeling you'll think the treatment is a great advance." I know my partner was looking forward to saying, "I told you so," to the young man, but after a week of the treatment, John still wasn't impressed. "I've been winding this thing round the horse's leg every day, and hanging about, but I can't see any difference. I'm having another session this afternoon, but if it still isn't any better, I'm going to suggest a return to the old treatment." Around 5 o'clock that afternoon, with heavy rain sweeping along the wind, I was drawing up outside the surgery when I froze in my seat. I was looking out at something terrible. Several of the squire's men were carrying a body down the street. It was John. As I got out of the car, they bore him into the house and deposited him at the foot of the stairs. He seemed to be unconscious. "What on earth's happened?" I gasped, looking down in horror at the prone form of my colleague draped over the lower steps. "The young man's electrocuted himself," one of the men said. "What?" "Aye, it's right. He was soaked with rain, and when he went to connect up the machine to the plug, he must have got his fingers on the live metal. He started to yell, but he couldn't let go. He went on yelling, but I was hanging onto the horse's head and I couldn't help him. He sort of staggered about like, and at the finish he fell over the horse's hind leg and that broke his grip on the thing, or I think he'd have been a goner." "My God, what can we do?" I turned to Helen, who had appeared from the kitchen. "Could you phone the doctor?" "No, wait a minute. I think he's coming round." John, stretched out on the stairs, had begun to stir. And as he peered up at us through half-closed eyes, an amazing flow of colourful language began to pour from him. He went on and on and on. Helen stared at me, open-mouthed. "Just listen to that! And he's such a nice young man, too." I could understand her astonishment, because John was an upright, very correct lad who, unlike most vets, did not swear. However, he had a wonderful store within him, because some of the words were new even to me, which was surprising, considering that I grew up in Glasgow. After a while, the torrent slowed down to an unintelligible mumble. Siegfried, who had just come in from his rounds, began to ply him with neat gin, which I believe is contraindicated in these cases. There is no doubt that John could have lost his life, but mercifully, as the minutes passed, he recovered steadily till he was able to sit up on the stairs. At last, as we adjured him to take it easy and stay where he was, he shook himself, got up, drew himself up to his considerable height, and faced Siegfried. "Mr. Farnan," he said with great dignity, "if you ask me to operate that bloody apparatus again, I shall tender my resignation." That was the end of the short career of the Inductotherm. It was a few days later, and as always I felt a little wary when I saw the formidable figure of Sepp Craggs bearing down on me in the passage at Scaledale House. "Hey, Herriot!" he barked. "I want a word with you." He was a rude man, and I was used to his mode of address, but I put up with it, because he was a valuable client, with a large farm which he ran with 4 grown sons whom he bullied and terrorized. "Well, Mr. Craggs, what's the trouble?" I asked, peaceably. He glared down at me from his 6'4" bulk and pushed his face close to mine. "I'll tell you what the trouble is. You've been wasting my time." "Oh, really? In what way?" "Remember them mastitis powders you were going to put out for me?" Oh, God, those sulfanilamide powders. I'd forgotten about them. "I'm terribly sorry, You forgot 'em, didn't you?" "Come down this afternoon," you said. "They'll be in the box at the door for you." Well, I come down at 3 o'clock, but there was nowt in the box and nobody knew a thing about it.
I'm bloody cross, I tell you. Well, as I say, Mr. Craggs, I'm very sorry, and it's all right being sorry, but that doesn't help me. It's a bloody long way to Derby from my place, and I had to leave me haymaking. And all for nowt. I'm a busy fella, thou knows, and I can't afford to have my time wasted like this. Oh, hell, he was rubbing it in, but he had me cold. I picked up the powders from the dispensary and handed them to him. He was still grumbling. I don't want any more of this in the future, so think on. If you ask me to come here for anything, just think on and have it ready for me. I nodded dumbly, but he wasn't finished yet. It's you that needs the powders, he grunted. Thinking on powders. He gave me a final glare and left. I took a few deep breaths and hoped fervently that I would never transgress again in that quarter. The incident was still fresh in my mind the following week, when I again found Sepp Craggs waiting for me at the surgery when I returned from my rounds. His face was inscrutable, but I felt a twinge of apprehension as he again towered over me. I came this morning to pick up a bottle of liniment, but it wasn't in the box. Oh, no, I thought. Please, not again. Was I losing my mind? I dug my nails into my palms. I'm so sorry. I really can't remember arranging this. But there was no outburst this time. The man was strangely subdued. It wasn't you. It was a young man. So, it was poor John's turn to fall under the lash. How could I divert the wrath from him? I gave a light laugh. Oh, I see. Well, Mr. Crooks is a splendid chap, but he hasn't the best of memories. Nay, don't criticise the young man. He's got enough on his mind without bothering about a little thing like a bottle of liniment. Eh? I said. Aye, don't start blaming him. I'm not having that. He gave me a disapproving scowl. With all he's got to think about, you can't expect him to remember everything. I opened my mouth, but no words came. I had never seen Mr. Craggs smile, but his granite features relaxed a little, and an almost dreamy look came into his eyes. By God, he knows a lot, does that lad. I've never met anybody with such learning. I'll tell thee summat, Herriot. He came to a bullock with foul in the foot, and he didn't mess about with tar and salt for a week like you do. He never touched the flipping foot. All he did was inject into the shoulder, and the beast was better in 2 days. What do you make of that, eh? He tapped me on the chest. I knew he wouldn't believe me if I told him that I, too, was using the new sulfadimidine injection now, so I didn't say anything. And I'll tell thee someone else, he went on. It was the right leg that was lame, but he injected it to the left shoulder. His eyes widened. It was like magic. Good. Good. Well, I'll get you that liniment. I brought the bottle from the dispensary and handed it to him. Here it is, Mr. Craggs. I'm sorry you've had an extra journey. The big man shook his head. Nay, that makes no matter. It only takes a few minutes to get here. As in a dream, I saw him out of the door, and as I watched him walk down the street, one thought was uppermost. If John could touch the heart of Sepp Craggs, his future was assured. In fact, I think it was then that I realized that John was destined for something big. I had from the start begun to detect the seeds of greatness in him, because of his uncanny ability to get through to people of all stations in life. It wasn't just his appearance, his confident approach, his rich voice. There was something else, and I couldn't quite identify it. But whatever it was, everything about him stamped him as the young man most likely to succeed. My instincts proved to be correct. In the ensuing years, John married Heather, a very attractive girl from his hometown of Beverley, 50 miles from Derby, and eventually he left our practice to start up his own, in Beverley. I felt the loss not only of a great assistant, but a friend. After he had left, we were absorbed in our own busy lives and saw less and less of each other. There were special occasions, of course. Helen and I were honoured to become godparents to Annette, the firstborn of the Crooks family.
Then we had a happy notice of the arrival of James, and then Elizabeth. We managed to meet Heather and John the odd time at Scarborough, and I saw John at veterinary meetings, but the old chapter was closed. However, with my conviction that he would rise high in the profession, I followed his progress over the years. I noted the rapid growth of his practice, until he was employing several assistants. I also noted that he was being increasingly recognized for his drive and organizing ability, and involved in the growth and administration of the profession. I was right in my prognostication. The only thing that at last stopped John's rising was that he couldn't go any higher. In 1983, 30 years after he left Darrowby, he was elected President of the British Veterinary Association. It touched me then that after all that time he reached back to his first boss and asked me to make the induction speech at his inauguration. "Those years in Darrowby were the happiest times of our lives for Heather and me," he said. "I want you to do it." So there it was. The great day came with me sitting in the conference hall of Lancaster University among hundreds of vets from all over the world. All the notables were there, distinguished names everywhere. But as I looked up at the august company on the platform, after I had said my piece, it gave me a tremendous kick to realize that right in the middle, and the most important of them all, was Cheung Man from Darrowby. My speech over, the ceremony proceeded, and John stood tall as he was arrayed in the regalia of president. The association secretary helped him into the handsome black gown with green watered silk facings. Then the president of the previous year placed the chain of office round his neck. As this happened, and I saw this chain being fastened from behind, the whole thing suddenly reminded me of dressing up in an obstetric gown before calving, with the farmer tying the tapes from the rear. It seemed that John felt exactly the same, because at that very solemn moment he said, "Could I have a bucket of hot water, soap, and a towel, please?" A roar of laughter went up from the audience. So many of us had uttered those words 1,000 times. Finally, in full raiment, he turned and faced the assembly. Among them I saw baby Emily, first of the grandchildren, perched on James's knee, and the years rolled away. Ah, well. John wasn't the young man anymore, but he was a famous and happy one. I unwound the spiral Hudson's instrument from the cow's teat and drew forth a strong jet of milk. "Hey, that's wonderful, marvellous," breathed Mr. Dowson reverently. "I don't know how you do it. You've saved me again. You're a great man, Mr. Herriot." We were still doing a lot of these teat operations, because milking machines had not yet come into general use. The farmer's horny-handed pulling at the cow's teats often resulted in damage to the lining and blockage. It wasn't a particularly popular procedure with the vets, because there was an excellent chance of having your head kicked off as you crouched down by the udder. But it was undeniably satisfying to bring a useless teat back to life. A lot of the cow's value was lost when she became a three-titted one. However, valuable though the operation was to a farmer, it was most unusual to receive profuse gratitude like Mr. Dowson's. But it was always like that with him. He poured praise on me, and though over the years I was sure that all my cases on his farm hadn't been triumphs, that was how he pictured it. Mr. Dowson's attitude was always balm to my soul. He was gazing at me now, as I put the instrument back in its bottle of spirit. His little brown face crinkled in a benevolent smile. He pulled off his cap and smoothed back the straggling white hair from his brow. "I don't know. There's no end to your cleverness. I was just thinking of that cow of mine with magnesium deficiency. She was laid there like a dead thing. I was sure she'd stop breathing. But you put a bottle into her vein, then you looked at your watch. 'Mr. Dowson,' you said, 'this beast will get up on her legs in exactly 12.5 minutes. Did I? I'm not joking nor jesting, that's what you said. And you can believe me or believe me not, just the very second the hands on your watch got round to 12.5 minutes, that cow jumped up and walked away." Good heavens! Did she really? She did that, and I'll tell you something else. She's never looked back since. Well, that's great. I had the same feeling of bewilderment as I always felt at Mr. Dowson's adulation. I could never remember the magical things I had done, but it was very pleasant all the same. Was I really that brilliant, or did he make it all up? His habitual phrase of, "believe me or believe me not," suggested that he may have had doubts about it himself. But that didn't alter the fact that his eulogies were always delivered with the greatest certainty and emphasis. Even the surroundings of his farm were idyllic. As I walked to my car with a gentle breeze full of the sense of summer eddying around me, I looked back at the little farmhouse, tucked into the green hillside which dipped down over rig and furrow to the river, sparkling in the sunshine. As always, I drove away in a rosy glow, with Mr. Dowson waving till I was out of sight. I was back there again within a week to deal with a calving heifer. Mr. Dowson was worried because she was overdue, but the delivery was uneventful, and I soon had a large bull calf snuffling and snorting among the straw in the byre. "Well, that's fine," I said. "Sometimes these big calves are a bit late. It was a tight squeeze, but all's well." "Aye, aye," said the farmer. "There was no need to worry. I should have known. You told me more than a month ago that heifer would be exactly 5 days late, and you were right, as usual." "Did I really say that? I don't see how I would know." He shrugged his shoulders. "Well, Mr. Herriot, them was your words. I ought to remember them." As we left the byre, Mr. Dowson stopped to pat a little Dale's pony which was happily cropping the grass by the side of the house. "Remember this little fella? Remember that bad stoppage he had?" "Oh, yes, of course I do." "Well, he looks fine now." "He does that, and by God he was ill. Thought I was going to lose him. Right bunged up and groaning in pain he was. I'd given him all sorts of medicines to try to shift his bowels, but it did no good. Nothing came through him for 2 whole days. Then I got you in, and I'll never forget what you did." "What did I do?" "I'll tell you. It were like a miracle. You came in the morning, and you gave him 2 injections, and you said to me, 'Mr. Dowson, his bowels will move at 2 o'clock this afternoon.'" "I said that?" "You did. And then you said, 'At first he'll pass exactly a handful just like this.'" He cupped his hands to illustrate. "And right on 2 o'clock, that's what he did. No more, no less. And then you said, 'At 2:30, he'll just pass enough to fill that small shovel.'" Mr. Dowson hurried busily over to the house and picked up a little shovel which stood by the coal bunker. He held it out to me. "There's the very thing. And right on the dot by my watch, he passed just the amount you said. I measured it." "Never." "Are you sure?" "You can believe me or believe me not. Then you said, 'At 3 o'clock, he'll have a good clear out,' and that's just what happened. I was looking at my watch when he cocked his tail and got rid of everything that was troubling him. He's been as right as 9pence ever since." "Well, that's wonderful, Mr. Dowson. I'm so pleased to hear it." I shook my head to dispel the mists of fantasy which had begun to billow round me. I am a run-of-the-mill veterinary surgeon, hard-working and conscientious, but that's all. It knocks me out of my stride to be hailed as a genius, but, as always, listening to Mr. Dowson was like soothing oil being poured on my oft-bruised ego. I had to admit I enjoyed it, and I didn't demur when he went on. "And while you're here, just have a look at this pig." He took my arm and led me into an outbuilding. "There she is," he said, leaning over a pen and pointing to a fine big sow, stretched on the straw with a litter of piglets sucking busily at her teats. "That's the one that had that nasty great swelling on her foot. Dead lame she was, and I was right worried about her. You gave her a jab and left me some salve to rub on the lump, and next morning it was gone." "You mean it vanished overnight? All of it?" "Aye, that's right. I'm not joking nor jesting. It were gone." "Well, that's quite amazing." "Not to me it isn't, Mr. Herriot. Everything you do for me turns out right. I don't know what I'd do without you." Even through my confusion I found his faith touching. I hoped it would never be shattered. I thought that moment had arrived when Mr. Dowson called me to his farm a few weeks later. "What's the trouble this time?" I asked. The old man rubbed his chin. "Well, it's a funny one, I tell you.
It's this calf." He pointed to a sturdy young animal about a month old. "He won't drink his milk properly. Look, I'll show you." He tipped some milk into a big bucket and set it down in front of the little creature. But the calf, instead of drinking, put his head down and with a fierce butt sent the bucket flying, spilling the milk in all directions. "Does he do this every time?" "Oh, aye. Knocks it over every time. It's a dang nuisance. Wastes me good milk, too." I examined the calf, then turned to the farmer. "He seems perfectly healthy to me." "Oh, aye, he is. Fit as a flea and full of life. It's just this one thing with the bucket. I thought you'd maybe be able to give him one of your magic injections to stop him doing it, like." "Well, really, Mr. Dowson," I said, laughing, "this isn't a medical problem, it's psychological. He just doesn't like buckets. I'm afraid I can't do anything for you this time. Can't you hold the bucket while he drinks?" "Yes, that's what I have to do. But even then he keeps bashing it with his head." He dug his hands into his pockets and gave me a crestfallen look. "I'm sure you could do something. You say it's not a medical problem, but it's an animal problem, and everything you've done for me with animals has been successful. And we should have a try. Go on. Give him an injection." I looked at the old man's doleful face. I had a feeling that if I walked off the farm without doing something, he would be truly upset. How could I please him without being an absolute charlatan? If I didn't inject something, it was going to break his heart. But what? What? Mentally, I searched the contents of my car boot, and was beginning to despair when in my mind's eye I saw the bottle of thiamine vitamin B injection. We used it for brain disease called cerebrocortical necrosis. Of course, the calf wasn't suffering from that, or anything like it, but at least it had to do with the head. Anyway, I stilled my conscience with the thought that I wouldn't charge the old man anything. I hurried to the car. "I'll give him a shot of this," I said, and was rewarded by a radiant smile lighting up Mr. Dowson's face. I injected a few cc's with the knowledge that I wasn't doing any harm. The injection would be useless, but it was serving its purpose. The old man was happy, and really, when I thought about it, it would be no bad thing if for once my treatment was ineffective. My mantle of infallibility would be stripped from me, and I wouldn't be expected to do the impossible any more. It was more than a month before I saw Mr. Dowson again. He was leaning over a rail at the cattle market, and he waved and came over to me. I was intrigued at the prospect that for the first time ever he would have to report a failure. What words would he employ? He had never had to do it before. I was pretty sure that he would hate telling me. He looked up at me with wide eyes. "Well, you've done it again, Mr. Herriot." I looked at him blankly. "Done it again?" "Aye, that calf. Your injection worked." "Was? It did. It did." The familiar happy smile flooded over his face. "He's never butted a bucket since that day." Sometimes when our dog and cat patients died, the owners brought them in for us to dispose of them. It was always a sad occasion, and I had a sense of foreboding when I saw old Dick Fawcett's face. He put the improvised cat box on the surgery table and looked at me with unhappy eyes. "It's Frisk," he said. His lips trembled as though he was unable to say more. I didn't ask any questions, but began to undo the strings on the cardboard container. Dick couldn't afford a proper cat box, but he had used this one before, a homemade affair with holes punched in the sides. I untied the last knot and looked inside at the motionless body. Frisk. The glossy, black, playful little creature I knew so well, always purring and affectionate, and Dick's companion and friend. "When did he die, Dick?" I asked. He passed a hand over his haggard face and through his straggling grey hairs. "Well, I just found him stretched out by me bed this morning, but I don't rightly know if he's dead yet, Mr. Herriot." I looked again inside the box. There was no sign of breathing. I lifted the limp form onto the table and touched the cornea of an unseeing eye. No reflex. I reached for my stethoscope and placed it over the chest. "The heart's still going, Dick. But it's a very faint beat. Might stop any time, you mean?
I hesitated. Well, that's the way it sounds, I'm afraid. As I spoke, the little cat's ribcage lifted slightly, then subsided. He's still breathing, I said, but only just. I examined the cat thoroughly and found nothing unusual. I passed a hand over the sleek little body. This is a puzzler, Dick. He's always been so lively. Lived up to his name, in fact. Yet here he is flat out, and I can't find any reason for it. Could he have had a stroke or something? I suppose it's just possible, but I wouldn't expect him to be totally unconscious. I'm wondering if he might have had a blow on the head. I don't think so. He was as right as rain when I went to bed, and he was never out during the night. The old man shrugged his shoulders. Any road. It's a poor lookout for him. Afraid so, Dick. He's only just alive. But I'll give him a stimulant injection, and then you must take him home and keep him warm. If he's still around tomorrow morning, bring him in and I'll see how he's going on. I was trying to strike an optimistic note, but I was pretty sure that I would never see Frisk again. And I knew the old man felt the same. His hands shook as he tied up the box, and he didn't speak until we reached the front door. He turned briefly to me and nodded. Thank you, Mr. Herriot. I watched him as he walked with shuffling steps down the street. He was going back to an empty little house with his dying pet. He had lost his wife many years ago. I had never known a Mrs. Fawcett. And he lived alone on his old age pension. It wasn't much of a life. He was a quiet, kindly man who didn't go out much and seemed to have few friends. But he had Frisk. The little cat had walked in on him 6 years ago and had transformed his life, bringing a boisterous, happy presence into the silent house, making the old man laugh with his tricks and playfulness, following him around, rubbing against his legs. Dick wasn't lonely any more, and I had watched the warm bond of friendship growing stronger over the years. In fact, it was something more. The old man seemed to depend on Frisk. And now, this. Well, I thought, as I walked back down the passage, it was a sort of thing that happened in veterinary practice. Pets didn't live long enough. But I felt worse this time, because I had no idea what ailed my patient. I was in a total fog. On the following morning, I was surprised to see Dick Fawcett sitting in the waiting room, the cardboard box on his knee. I stared at him. What's happened? He didn't answer, and his face was inscrutable as we went through to the consulting room, and he undid the knots. When he opened the box, I prepared for the worst. But to my astonishment, the little cat leapt onto the table and rubbed his face against my hand, purring like a motorcycle. The old man laughed, his thin face transfigured. Well, what do you think of that? I don't know what to think, Dick. I examined the little creature carefully. He was completely normal. All I know is that I'm delighted. It's like a miracle. No, it isn't, he said. It's that injection you gave him. It's worked wonders. I'm right grateful. Well, it was kind of him. But it wasn't as simple as that. There was something here I didn't understand. But never mind. Thank heaven it had ended happily. The incident had receded into a comfortable memory when, 3 days later, Dick Fawcett reappeared at the surgery with his box. Inside was Frisk, motionless, unconscious, just as before. Totally bewildered, I repeated the injection, and on the following day, the cat was normal. From then on, I was in the situation which every veterinary surgeon knows so well. Being involved in a baffling case and waiting with a feeling of impending doom for something tragic to happen. Nothing did happen for nearly a week. Then Mrs. Duggan, Dick's neighbour, telephoned. I'm ringing on behalf of Mr. Fawcett. His cat's ill. In what way? Oh, just lying stretched out, unconscious-like. I suppressed a scream. When did this happen? Just found him this morning. And Mr. Fawcett can't bring him to you. He's poorly himself. He's in bed. I'm sorry to hear that. I'll come round straight away. And it was just the same as before. An almost lifeless little creature lying prone on Dick's bed. Dick himself looked terrible, ghastly white, and thinner than ever. but he still managed a smile. "Looks like he needs another of your magic injections, Mr. Herriot." As I filled my syringe, my mind seethed with the thought that there was indeed some kind of magic at work here, but it wasn't my injection. "I'll drop in tomorrow, Dick," I said, "and I hope you'll be feeling better yourself." "Oh, I'll be all right as long as the little fella's better." The old man stretched out a hand and stroked the cat's shining fur. The arm was emaciated, and the eyes in the skull-like face were desperately worried. I looked around the comfortless little room and hoped for another miracle. I wasn't really surprised when I came back the next morning and saw Frisk darting about on the bed, pawing at a piece of string which the old man was holding up for him. The relief was great, but I felt enveloped more suffocatingly than ever in my fog of ignorance. What the hell was it? The whole thing just didn't make sense. There was no known disease with symptoms like these. I had a strong conviction that reading a whole library of veterinary books wouldn't help me. Anyway, the sight of the little cat arching and purring round my hand was reward enough, and for Dick, it was everything. He was relaxed and smiling. "You keep getting him right, Mr. Herriot. I can't thank you enough." Then a worry flickered again in his eyes. "But is he going to keep doing it? I'm frightened he won't come round one of these times." Well, that was the question. I was frightened too, but I had to try to be cheerful. "Maybe it's just a passing phase, Dick. I hope we'll have no more trouble now." But I couldn't promise anything, and the frail man in the bed knew it. Mrs. Duggan was showing me out when I saw the district nurse getting out of her car at the front door. "Hello, nurse," I said. "You've come to look at Mr. Fawcett? I'm sorry he's ill." She nodded. "Yes, poor old chap. It's a great shame." "What do you mean? Is it something serious?" "Afraid so." Her mouth tightened and she looked away from me. "He's dying. It's cancer. Getting rapidly worse." My God. Poor Dick. And a few days ago he was bringing his cat to my surgery. He never said a word. Does he know? Oh, yes, he knows. But that's him all over, Mr. Herriot. He's as game as a pebble. He shouldn't have been out, really. Is he suffering? She shrugged. Getting a bit of pain now, but we're keeping him as comfortable as we can with medication. I give him a shot when necessary, and he has some stuff he can take himself if I'm not around. He's very shaky and can't pour from the bottle into the spoon. Mrs. Duggan will gladly do it for him, but he's so independent. She smiled for a moment. He pours the mixture into a saucer and spoons it up that way. A saucer? Somewhere in the fog, a little light glimmered. What's in the mixture? Oh, heroin and pethidine. It's the usual thing Dr. Allinson prescribes. I seized her arm. I'm coming back in with you, nurse. The old man was surprised when I reappeared. What's the matter, Mr. Herriot? Have you left summat? No, Dick. I want to ask you something. Is your medicine pleasant tasting? Aye, it's nice and sweet. It ain't bad to take at all. And you put it in a saucer? That's right. Me hand's a bit dothery. And when you take it last thing at night, there's sometimes a bit left in the saucer? Aye, there is. Why? Because you leave that saucer by your bedside, don't you? And Frisk sleeps on your bed. The old man lay very still as he stared at me. You mean the little beggar licks it out? I'll bet my boots he does. Dick threw back his head and laughed. A long, joyous laugh. And that sends him to sleep. No wonder. It makes me right dozy, too. I laughed with him. Anyway, now we know, Dick. You'll put that saucer in the cupboard when you've taken your dose, won't you? I will that, Mr. Herriot. And Frisk will never pass out like that again? No, never again. That's grand. He sat up in bed, lifted the little cat and held him against his face. He gave a sigh of utter content and smiled at me. Mr. Herriot, I've got naught to worry about now. Out in the street, as I bade Mrs. Duggan goodbye for the second time, I looked back at the little house. Naught to worry about, eh? That's rather wonderful coming from him. Oh, aye. And he means it, too. He's not bothered about himself. I didn't see Dick again for 2 weeks. I was visiting a friend in Darraby's little cottage hospital when I saw the old man in a bed in a corner of the ward. I went over and sat down by his side. His face was desperately thin, but serene. "Hello, Dick," I said. He looked at me sleepily and spoke in a whisper. "Now then, Mr. Herriot." He closed his eyes for a few moments. Then he looked up again with the ghost of a smile. "I'm glad we found out what was wrong with the little cat." "So am I, Dick." Again a pause. "Mrs. Duggan's got him." "Yes, I know." "He has a good home there." "Aye. Aye." The voice was fainter. "But often I wish I had him here." The bony hand stroked the bedspread, and his lips moved again. I bent closer to hear him. "Frisk," he was saying. "Frisk." Then his eyes closed, and I saw that he was sleeping. I heard the next day that Dick Fawcett had died, and it was possible that I was the last person to hear him speak. And it was strange, yet fitting, that those last words were about his cat. Frisk. Frisk. I was always apprehensive and ill at ease when I had Mrs. Featherstone's problem dog on the table, but this time I felt relaxed and full of confidence. But then, I was always like that when I was delirious. Delirium was only one of the countless peculiar manifestations of brucellosis. This disease, which causes contagious abortion in cattle, ruined thousands of good farmers of my generation, and was also a constant menace to the veterinary surgeons who had to deliver the premature calves and remove the afterbirths. Thank heaven, the brucellosis scheme has just about eradicated the disease. But in the 50s, such a thing hadn't been dreamt of. I and my contemporaries wallowed almost daily in the horrible infection. I remember standing stripped to the waist in cow barns. Patrician gowns were still uncommon, and the long plastic protective gloves unknown in those days. Working away inside infected cows for hours, and looking with wry recognition at the leathery placenta which told me that I was in contact with millions of the bacteria. The effects on many of my fellow vets were wide and varied. One big fat chap developed undulant fever, faded away to a skeleton, and was ill for years. Others developed crippling arthritis, and some went down with psychiatric conditions. One man wrote in the veterinary record that as part of his own syndrome, he came home one night and decided it would be a good idea to murder his wife. He never got round to actually doing it, but recorded the impulse as an interesting example of what Brucella abortus could do to a man. I used to pat myself on the back and thank God that I was immune. I had been bathing in the infection for years, and had never experienced the slightest reaction. As I looked round at some of my suffering friends, I was so thankful that I had been spared their ordeal. And after all this time, I just knew that such a thing would never happen to me. That was before I started my funny turns. This was my family's term for a series of mysterious attacks that came unheralded and then passed off just as quickly. At first, I diagnosed them as repeated chills. I was always stripping off in open fields, often in the middle of the night. Then I thought I must have a type of flu of short duration. The symptoms were always the same. A feeling of depression, then an ice-cold shiveriness that drove me to my bed, where, within an hour, I shot up to a temperature of 105 to 106 degrees. Once I had developed this massive fever, I felt great. Warm and happy, laughing heartily, chattering to myself, and finally breaking into song. I couldn't help the singing. It felt So good. This was a source of great amusement to my children. When I was at the singing stage, I could always hear them giggling outside the bedroom door, but I didn't mind. I didn't mind anything. However, I finally had to find out what was happening to me. A blood test dispelled all doubts by showing positive signs of Brucella abortus. Reluctantly, I had to admit that I had joined the club. This particular attack, when Mrs. Featherstone's dog arrived, was on a Saturday. I was driving home from a football match in Sunderland with some of my pals. Our team had won, and we were all in high spirits, laughing and joking. I hardly noticed just when I stopped being the life of the party and went quiet. I did know that when I got home to Skeldale House and huddled miserably over the fire, shaking like a man with malaria, that another funny turn was on the way. Helen took one look, chased me upstairs, and began to fill the hot water bottles. Feeling like death, I crawled between the sheets and lay, cuddling one bottle, feet on another, while the bed vibrated with my terrific rigour. Helen piled another eiderdown on top of me, turned out the light, and left me to it. We both knew what was going to happen. It wasn't long before the familiar patterns started to set in. Quite soon I began to feel a bit better. Warmer. More cheerful. Then the warmth mounted, and increased, and spread through every corner of my being till I was floating along in a delicious languor. Utterly at peace, all my troubles dissolved and gone. This, I felt, was heaven. I could stay like this forever, but the warmth developed to a fiery heat when I felt even better. No longer languorous, but powerful, dominant, foolishly and riotously happy. This was the time when I usually extended a burning hand to pick up my bedside thermometer and stick it under my arm. Ah yes, there it was, 106 as I thought. I chuckled with satisfaction. Everything was just fine. Lying there, I was so full of the joy of life that I began to talk aloud, discussing interesting matters with myself. Then my bursting high spirits had to find some further outlet, and singing was the natural thing. By yon bonny brae and by yon bonny brow, and I left my darling afore. I let rip at full volume, and never had my voice sounded as rich and rounded. A few hee-hees sounded from behind the door, followed by Jimmy's whisper, "There he goes," and a muffled laugh from Rosie. The little beggars were there again. But what the hell? You'll take the high road, and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland afore ye. I aimed at the high notes without a trace of self-consciousness, ignoring the further outburst from beyond the door. My children were having a great time out there. Then I heard the ringing of the front doorbell, feet on the stairs, then a knock on the bedroom door. Jimmy's head poked into the room. "Hello, Dad." His face worked in his effort to stifle his laughter. "Mrs. Featherstone's downstairs with her dog. She says it's urgent, and Mum's had to go out for a few minutes." "Righto, old lad." I swung my legs from the bed. "I'll be down immediately." My son's eyes widened. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely. I'll be down in 2 ticks. Put her in the consulting room." With a final startled glance, Jimmy closed the door and left. As I pulled on shirt and trousers, the blood thundered in my ears, and my face was afire. Normally, the very mention of Mrs. Featherstone made me shrink. Rich, middle-aged, imperious, she had plagued me for years with the imaginary ailments of her little poodle, Rollo. Rollo was an outstandingly healthy little dog. In fact, like many poodles, he was a tough little animal, with the characteristic of leaping 6 feet in the air from a standing position as though he was operated by springs. But where he was concerned, Mrs. Featherstone was a raving hypochondriac. From a commercial point of view, it may seem ideal to have a rich client willing to pay for regular visits with her dog, which has nothing the matter with it, but I found it increasingly wearing. Endless sessions of, "Really, Mrs. Featherstone, the thing you are pointing out is quite normal," or, "I assure you, Mrs. Featherstone, you are worrying needlessly," with the lady drawing herself up and sticking out her chin. "Are you suggesting, Mr. Herriot, that I am dreaming these things? That I cannot believe the evidence of my own eyes? My poor Rollo is suffering, and I expect you to do something about it." Weak-mindedly, I invariably submitted, and fobbed her off with some form of placebo which would do the little animal no harm, but the sense of shame was deep. I had to admit that I was overawed by the woman, a jellyfish and a wimp in her presence, allowing her to dismiss my wafflings with a wave of her hand. Why couldn't I assert myself? However, at this moment, knotting my tie, humming a happy tune as the glittering eyes in the vermilion face glared back at me from the mirror, my past diffidence seemed totally incomprehensible. I was really looking forward to seeing the lady again. I ran downstairs, snatched a white coat from its hook, trotted along the passage, and found Mrs. Featherstone standing by the consulting-room table. Damn. She wasn't a bad-looking woman. Very, very nice, in fact. Funny I had never noticed that before. Anyway, there was not the slightest doubt in my mind as to what I had to do. I would grab her, give her a big smacking kiss, and a good long squeeze, and all our past misunderstandings would melt away like the morning mist in the sun. I was advancing on her when I noticed something strange. She had vanished. I was quite sure she'd been standing there a second ago. I was blinking around in bewilderment when I saw that she had ducked behind the table. How wonderful that she too was feeling skittish and ready for a game of peek-a-boo. In a moment her head bobbed up, and I greeted it with a merry cry. "Yoo-hoo! I see you!" I trilled. But it seemed she had merely been stooping to lift her dog, which she deposited on the table. She gave me an odd look. "Have you been on holiday, Mr. Herriot? You have such a high colour." No. I feel extraordinarily well." The lady pursed her lips impatiently. "I really am most frightfully worried about poor Rollo." At the sound of his name, the poodle, aggressively fit, began to caper around on the table and jump up at my face. "You are? Oh, what a shame! Tell me about it." I suppressed a chuckle. "Well, we had just started on our evening walk when he coughed quite suddenly." "Just one cough?" "No, two, like this." Eh? I was having terrible trouble keeping a serious face. "And then what happened?" "Nothing else happened. Isn't that enough? A nasty cough." "Well, tell me, do you mean two or one?" I could not suppress a giggle, captivated as I was by my wit. "I mean, Mr. Herriot, one very unpleasant and alarming cough." A dangerous light glinted in the lady's eye. "Ah, yes!" I took out stethoscope and thermometer and began a thorough examination of the patient. Everything, of course, was normal, and I could swear I detected an apologetic glance from Rollo. And all the time, the giggle was struggling steadily to the surface. And finally, it burst out into a loud, "Ha!" Mrs. Featherstone's eyebrows shot up and she stared at me. "Why are you laughing?" she inquired. "Well, really, you see, it's so funny." I leant on the table and laughed some more. "Funny?" Mrs. Featherstone's expression was a mixture of horror and disbelief. Her mouth opened soundlessly a few times. "I fail to see anything funny in an animal's suffering." Wrapped in my cloak of heat and euphoria, I wagged a finger at her. "But he's not suffering. That's what's so funny. He is never suffering when you bring him in to me." "I beg your pardon?" "It's true, Mrs. Featherstone. All Rollo's ailments are imagined by you." The table shook as another paroxysm seized me. The lady glared at me down her nose. "How dare you say such a thing? You are being insulting, and I really cannot." "Hey, just a minute. Let me explain. I wiped a few tears away and took a few gasping breaths. Do you remember being worried to death by that habit of Rollo's where he lifts up a hind leg for a few steps, then puts it down again? I told you it was nothing, just a mannerism. But you insisted on my treating him for arthritis. Well, yes, but I was worried. I know, but you wouldn't believe me, and he's still doing it. There's nothing wrong with him. Lots of little dogs do it. Well, possibly, but... And another thing, I said between my chuckles. There was the time you made me give him sleeping pills because of his terrible nightmares. Yes, and rightly so. He made the most pathetic whimpering sound while he was sleeping, and his paws kept working as though he was running away from something terrible. He was dreaming, Mrs. Featherstone, probably having a nice dream about chasing his ball. All dogs have these dreams. I took hold of Rollo's head. And look here. You must recall your insistence that there were things growing over his eyes. You would never believe me that they were his normal third eyelids. And see, they're still there, aren't they? You can see them now, and he's quite happy with them. I abandoned myself completely and bent over to dig her in the ribs, but she drew back and evaded my finger. She put her hand over her mouth and continued to stare at me. Her eyebrows had taken up permanent residence high on her forehead. You cannot really mean all this. Oh, but I do. I do. I could go on and on. Well, I don't know what to say. And about his cough tonight. You can take him away. And if there are any more, bring him back tomorrow. But there won't be. I wiped my streaming face and lifted Rollo from the table. The lady seemed in a daze as I steered her along the passage to the front door. She kept putting a hand over her mouth and giving me an incredulous sidelong glance, but she remained silent, as though stunned. After I had shown her out, I retired to bed and drifted to sleep with the satisfied feeling of having cleared up a problem happily and effortlessly. I had handled the whole thing beautifully. I didn't feel like that the next morning. My latest funny turn was following its usual course. After the elation of the night before, I felt a devastating deflation. Lethargy, gloom, despondency, and in this case, the horrid spectre of remorse. As I lay in bed pulling the sheets round my chin, my recollection of the previous evening was a frightening jumble. I couldn't get it all sorted out in my mind. I had been awake only a few moments before the memory hit me. Mrs. Featherstone. Oh, my God! What had I said to her? What had I done? Desperately, I tried to bring back the details, without success. But the main, indisputable fact was that I had laughed, even jeered at her, possibly even pawed at her person. Had I really attempted to embrace her? Had I given her a little cuddle as I walked her down the passage? My mouth opened in a series of soft moans. Of one thing, I could be sure. I had been guilty of the most ghastly impropriety, and I had a searing conviction that I would have to pay dearly for it. Certainly she would never set foot in my surgery again. The whole shameful story would get round. She might even report me to the Royal College. I could see the headlines in the Darrowby and Hulton Times. Veterinary surgeon on serious charge. Herriot to appear before disciplinary body. Groaning, I huddled deeper, gazing sightlessly at the cup of tea which Helen had placed by my bedside. After my funny turns, I always had a day's rest, and after that, I had always made a remarkably quick recovery. But this time, the mental scars would take a long time to heal. And how about the dire consequences? I couldn't stand the self-torture any longer. I swallowed my tea, pulled on my clothes, and trailed downstairs. "Feeling better, Jim?" my wife asked brightly as she washed the dishes. "You'll soon be okay again, you always are. What a strange business it is. But anyway, the kids enjoyed it. I understand you were in excellent voice last night." She giggled as she reached for the towel. I thought a gentle stroll in the fresh air would make me feel better, so I set off to walk around the town. I could hardly believe it when I saw Mrs. Featherstone approaching a mere 100 yards away. Panic-stricken, I scuttled over to the other side of the street, but the lady had spotted me, and she crossed over too. And as the expensively tweeded figure bore down on me, I knew there was no escape. "Ah, well," I told myself. "Here it comes." I could just hear her. "Mr. Herriot, I thought you might be interested to know that I have placed the matter of Saturday night in the hands of my solicitors. Your behaviour was quite outrageous, and I feel it is my duty to ensure that defenceless women are protected from you in future. I can scarcely believe that a professional man would act as you did, taking advantage of your situation, betraying the trust placed in you. And as for your incredible callousness in the face of my poor dog's suffering, I cannot bear to think of it." But it wasn't like that at all. When Mrs. Featherstone came up to me, she put a hand on my arm. "Really, Mr. Herriot, you did me a service last night." "Eh?" "Yes, you were so understanding. I realize now that I have been foolish about Rollo. I must have been such a nuisance to you." "Oh, no, no, no. You are kind. But I know I have been unreasonable, troubling you over nothing at inconvenient times, and there I was again at your door on a Saturday night. But instead of being upset, you laughed. And it was so wonderful how you made me see the funny side of my silliness. I feel so ashamed that I refused to listen to you when you so rightly tried to explain that I was worrying needlessly. And I do hope you can forgive me. From now on, I intend to be a sensible dog owner. And Rollo really is quite healthy, isn't he?" Waves of relief rolled over me as I looked at the little dog, bright-eyed, laughing-faced, leaping almost head-high at the sound of his name. "Well, I'm not quite sure. He doesn't look very lively to me." "Oh, now you're trying to make me laugh again." She put her hand over her mouth with the same embarrassed gesture I remembered, then gave me a quizzical look. "I feel I'm going to laugh a lot more in the future." I haven't had a funny turn for 30 years. They just gradually disappeared from my life. But when I think of that Saturday night with Mrs. Featherstone, I still get an attack of the shivers. As I passed my stethoscope over the old dog's ribs, I wondered how much longer he could last. "Don's heart isn't any better," I said to Mr. Chandler, who sat hunched in the armchair by the kitchen fire. I was doing my best to avoid being gloomy. The heart was definitely worse. In fact, I couldn't remember when I'd listened to such a heart. It wasn't just the ordinary murmur of valvular incompetence. It was a swishing, squirting cacophony, filling me with amazement that the life-giving blood could possibly be driven round the organs of the old dog's body. Don was 14, a shaggy collie cross, and with the heart weakness there was the inevitable chronic bronchitis, adding its own bubblings and gurglings to the symphony within the chest. "Aye, maybe so." Mr. Chandler leant forward in his chair. "But he's not so bad in other ways. Eats right well, he does." I nodded. "Oh yes, he's happy enough, there's no doubt about that." I patted the old dog's head as he lay on the far side rug, and the tail thumped vigorously as though to prove my words. "He's not in any pain and still enjoying life." "If only it wasn't for that danged cough," his master grunted. "He's allus got it, and it was worse than ever today. That's why I called you out." "Ah, well, he'll never get rid of that now. But I can help him when it gets really bad. I'll give him a shot now and leave some tablets for him." After the injection, I counted out a supply of the faithful oxytets. "Thank you, Mr. Herriot." The old man took the packet and placed it on the mantelpiece. "And really, what do you think his chances are?" "It's very difficult to say, Mr. Chandler. I've seen dogs with bad hearts go on for years, but then, you never know. Anything can happen any time." Aye, I understand. I'll hope for the best. But it's a bit depressing when you're an old widower like me." He scratched his head and smiled ruefully. "I've had a rotten night. The television's good company, but even that's not working." He pointed to the blank screen in the corner of the room. "It started going funny at tea time. I've twiddled all the flipping knobs, but it's no good. Do you know anything about these things?" "Afraid not, Mr. Chandler. I've only just bought a set myself." Television was a new wonder in the early 50s, and an impenetrable mystery to a non-mechanical mind like mine. However, I went over and switched on the set. I began to play with the various dials and knobs, pushing in wires, flicking switches off and on. I heard a sudden cry from the old man. "Hey, it's back! The picture's back again!" I stared unbelievingly at the screen. Sure enough, there was a posse thundering over the Texas plain. Somehow I had done the trick. "Hey, that's champion, Mr. Herriot." The old man's face was transfigured. "That's really cheered me up." I felt an unaccustomed flush of triumph. Well, I'm glad I was able to help. But I didn't feel so cheerful as I looked at the dog stretched out on the rug. "You'll let me know if he gets any worse," I said. And as I left the cottage, I had a nasty feeling that I'd soon be hearing bad news from Mr. Chandler. It would be the end of something, because I'd become attached to old Don, one of my good-natured patients, a friendly tail-wagger I had treated for years. I didn't have long to wait. It was 7 o'clock in the evening, 3 days later, when the phone rang. "It's Chandler here, Mr. Herriot." The voice was strained and anxious, and I steeled myself for what was coming next. "I don't want to bother you, Mr. Herriot, but I wonder if you'd slip out to my place." "Yes, of course, Mr. Chandler. I'll come straight away. I can hear how distressed you are." It's a terrible thing, but I know you can fix it." I remembered the sounds that had come through my stethoscope, and I felt I had to be honest. "Mr. Chandler, 14 years is a long time. The old valves do wear out, you know." 14? Dang thing's not but 2. 2? Was the old man going soft? "Don? 2? Don? I didn't say Don. Tow dog's fine since the tablets. It's that flipping TV gone off again. Do you think you could come and put it right for me?" I had first seen the little dog when Molly Minikin, one of my neighbours in Hanley, got him from Sister Rose's dog sanctuary a few months ago. I had been instantly charmed by his shaggy mongrel appeal and his laughing-mouthed friendliness. And now, this. He stood staring straight ahead, immobile, as if glued to the kitchen table. He was trembling, apparently afraid even to move his head, and his eyes registered something akin to terror. "When did Robbie start with this, Molly?" I asked. The old lady put out a hand towards her pet, then drew back. "Just found him this morning. He was running round last night, right as a bobbin." She turned a worried face to me. "You know, he seems frightened you're going to touch him." "He really does," I said. "His whole body is rigid. It looks like an acute attack of rheumatism to me. Has he cried out in pain at all?" The old lady shook her head. "No, not a sound." "That's funny." I ran my hand over the tense musculature of the little body and gently squeezed the neck. There was no response. He would have shown some sign of pain there with rheumatism. Let's see what his temperature says. It was like inserting the thermometer into a stuffed animal, and I whistled softly as I saw the reading. 105 degrees. Well, we can forget about the rheumatism. The temperature is nearly always dead normal in those cases. I made a thorough examination of the little animal, palpating his abdomen, listening to his heart and lungs. The heart was pounding, but that was almost certainly due to fear. In fact, I couldn't find any abnormality. He must have picked up some infection, Molly. And with a fever like that, it could possibly be his kidneys. Anyway, thank goodness we have antibiotics now. We can really do a bit of good in these conditions. As I gave Robbie his shot, I thought, not for the first time, that in a way it was a relief to find the high temperature. It gave us something to get at with our new drugs. A puzzling case with a normal temperature was inclined to make me feel a bit helpless, and at the moment I felt reasonably confident even though I wasn't at all sure of my diagnosis. I'll leave these tablets for you. Give him one at midday, another at bedtime, and another one first thing in the morning. And I'll have a look at him sometime tomorrow. I had the reassuring conviction that I was really blasting that temperature with the antibiotic. Robbie would be a lot better after 24 hours. Molly seemed to think so too. Aye, we'll soon have him right. She bent her white head over the dog and smiled. Silly fella. Worrying us like this? She was a spinster in her 70s, and had always struck me as the archetypal Yorkshire woman, self-contained and unfussy, but with a quiet humour which was never far away. I had been called to her last dog when he was run over by a farm tractor, and I had arrived just as he was dying. And though it must have been a savage blow to a lone woman to lose her only companion, there had been no tears, just a fixed expression and a repeated slow stroking of the little body. Molly was strong. She had taken my advice and visited Sister Rosie's kennels, where she found Robbie. I lifted the dog from the table and put him down by his bed, but he just stood there and made no attempt to lie down. I felt another wave of bafflement as I looked at him. I went over to the sink by the window to wash my hands and had to duck my head to see out into the garden. There was a rabbit there, sunning himself by a gnarled apple tree. When he spotted me through the glass, he hopped away and disappeared through a hole in the ancient stone wall. Everything about the tiny cottage was old. The low-beamed ceilings, the weathered stonework with its climbing ivy and clematis, the once red roof tiles that sagged dangerously above the 2-bedroom windows, which could not have measured more than 18 inches square. I had to bend my head again under the door lintel as I took my leave, and I glanced back at Robbie still standing motionless by the side of his bed. A little wooden dog. Molly was in her garden when I visited next day. "Well now, how's Robbie?" I asked, rather more breezily than I felt. My spirits dropped as the old lady hesitated, and then was clearly trying to find something encouraging to say. "Maybe a little better, but not much." He wasn't a bit better. He was just the same, standing in the kitchen in the same attitude as the previous day. Still rigid, still trembling, and the frightened look in his eyes was replaced by a great lassitude. I bent and stroked him. "Can't he lie down at all?" "Yes, but it's difficult for him. He's been in his bed for a few hours, but when he gets out he's like this." I took the temperature. Still exactly 105. I hadn't even dented it with my antibiotic injection and tablet. With a feeling of bewilderment, I repeated the injection, then I turned to Molly. "I'd like to test his urine. When you carry him out to the garden to cock his leg, try to catch a little in a clean soup plate and put it in this bottle." Typically, Molly laughed. "Well, I'll try, but I might have a job." "Yes," I said, "it can be tricky, but I'm sure you'll manage. I'll only need a very little." On the following day, Robbie was unchanged. Even the temperature was resolutely stuck at 105. The urine test was normal. No protein, nothing to indicate kidney trouble. I switched to another antibiotic, and took a blood sample which I sent to the investigation laboratory. The lab telephoned back that the sample was normal, and after 5 daily visits and a negative X-ray examination, that little dog had not improved. I stood in the kitchen looking down at my baffling patient. He was the picture of misery, utterly dejected, stiff and trembling. The grim reality was there before me. Unless I could pull something out of the bag, Robbie was going to die. "I'll have to try something else, Molly." I had with me one of the new steroid drugs, dexamethasone, and I injected 1 cc. "You must be sick of the sight of me," I said, "but I'll call tomorrow morning to see if this new stuff has done any good." Molly didn't wait till the next day. Her cottage was only about 100 yards from my house, and she was on my doorstep the same afternoon. She was out of breath. "There's some wonderful improvement, Mr. Herriot. He's like another dog. I wish you'd come and see him. I was only too eager, and I almost trotted along the road. Robbie looked almost like the little dog I used to know so well. He was still stiff, but he could walk carefully over the kitchen floor, and his tail gave a slow wag as he saw me. The trembling was gone, and he had lost his terrified look. My relief was tremendous. "Has he eaten anything?" "Yes. He had his nose in the bowl about 2 hours after you left." "Well, that's wonderful." I took the temperature, and it was 102. On the way down at last. "I'll still come tomorrow, because I think one more shot will put him absolutely right." It did indeed. And a week later it was good to see the little animal leaping around in his garden, playing with a stick. He was full of life, back to normal. And though it niggled me that I still had no idea what had ailed him, I was able to file away the whole episode comfortably in my mind as just another happy ending. I was wrong. A month later, Molly arrived at my door looking distressed. "He's starting again, Mr. Herriot." "What do you mean?" "Same as before. Trembling and can't move." Once again, an injection of the steroid brought a rapid recovery. But it wasn't the end of the affair. It was only the beginning of a saga. Over the next 2 years, I fought a long battle with the mysterious condition. Robbie would be a normal, healthy-looking animal for a few weeks. Then the dreaded symptoms would suddenly reappear. Molly would rush along to my house, and when I opened the door, she would be on the step, head to one side, and an anxious half-smile on her face, saying, "SOS, Mr. Herriot, SOS." Desperately worried though she was, she always tried to brighten the situation with a wry humour. Each time it happened, I dashed to the cottage with my steroids. Sometimes the symptoms were very severe, being accompanied by gasping respiration, and I felt that I was saving the dog's life every time I treated him. I adopted various tactics along the way, the most successful being to supplement the injection with steroid tablets given regularly for a few days, then trailing off gradually before finally stopping. Then we would wait breathlessly until the next recurrence. Sometimes nothing happened for many weeks, and we relaxed, thinking we had won, and the whole thing could be forgotten like a bad dream. Then Molly would be back again at my door, head to one side. "SOS, Mr. Herriot, SOS." It became part of our lives. Being a near neighbour, I'd always known Molly well, but now, during those frantic visits, we talked about her life as I cradled a cup of tea in the kitchen by the tiny window, with its trailing ivy and the branches of the apple tree beyond. She had been in domestic service as a young girl, and had lived in the cottage for over 30 years. She had been very ill some time ago, and would have died but for a life-saving operation carried out in Broughton by the brilliant surgeon, Sir Charles Armitage. Her face became radiant when she talked about Sir Charles. He's that clever and world-famous, but he was so kind to me. I'm only a poor old body with no money, but I might have been a queen. He couldn't do enough for me." There was another hero in her life, the actor John Wayne. Whenever one of his films came to the little cinema in Derby, Molly would be there. And when she discovered that I too was a Wayne fan, we had long discussions about his films. "Oh, he's such a lovely man," she would say, giggling at her own infatuation. It was a warm friendship, but hanging over it at all times was the spectre of Robbie's recurring illnesses. I was at her cottage scores of times, and of course I never charged her. She had only her old age pension, and previously I had made a nominal charge, but now even that went out of the window. Often she pleaded with me to accept something, but it was obviously unthinkable. In return, she knitted little things for Helen and the children, and gave us jars of a homemade tomato chutney. When I look back over the years, that part of my life shines like a vivid thread running through the busy routine of my veterinary practice. Robbie's unique illness, Sir Charles Armitage, John Wayne, and SOS. At all times I wondered at the little dog's forgiving nature. Every time I met him, I stuck a hypodermic needle into him. He must have felt like a pincushion, but when he had recovered, he always wagged his tail furiously when he saw me, and rushed up, planting his paws on my legs and looking up at me in delight. There came a time, however, when the attacks became more violent and more frequent. The little animal's distress on those occasions was pitiful to see, and though I always managed to pull him round, I was gradually having to face the grim fact that the battle was going to be a losing one. The climax came at 3 a.m. one morning. I heard the bell ringing, pulled on a dressing gown and went to the door. Molly was on the step again, but this time she was unable to summon her half-humorous password of SOS. "Will you come, Mr. Herriot? Robbie's real bad." I didn't bother to dress, but grabbed my bag and hurried with her to the cottage. The little dog was in a terrible rigour, shaking, panting, hardly able to breathe. It was the worst attack yet. Molly said quietly, "Will you put him to sleep, please?" "You really want that?" "Aye. It's the end of the road for him. I just know it. And I can't stand any more of it, Mr. Herriot. I've not been too well myself, and it's getting me down." I knew she was right. As I injected the barbiturate into the vein and saw the little dog relax into his last repose, there was no doubt in my mind that I was doing the best thing in ending his suffering forever. As before, there were no tears. Just a quiet, "Oh, Robbie, Robbie," as she patted the shaggy little body. I slumped into the kitchen chair where I had drunk so many cups of tea. Sitting there in dressing gown and slippers, I could hardly believe that the long struggle had ended this way. "Molly," I said after a minute, "I'd really like to get to the bottom of this." She looked at me. "You mean a post-mortem?" She shook her head. No, nothing like that." There didn't seem to be anything I could do or say. I went out, leaving the mystery behind me. And as I walked through the moonlit garden, sick with failure and frustration, I reflected that it was a mystery which would never be solved. I was soon swept along in the rush of my everyday work, but I found it difficult to put Robbie out of my mind. Inevitably, some vets' patients die, and with dogs, heartache is always round the corner. Their lives are too short. I knew I would not survive if I suffered every time along with the bereaved owners, and I did my best to preserve a professional attitude. But it didn't always work, and it didn't work with Robbie. The association had gone on too long, and the memories of that little dog wouldn't go away. And it made it worse that I had to pass Molly's cottage every day of my life, seeing her white head bobbing about in her garden where she used to play with Robbie. She looked very alone. I had withheld my usual advice to get another dog, because the old lady's health was obviously failing, and I knew she could not bring herself to start all over again. Sadly, my fears were confirmed, and Molly died a few weeks after Robbie. That chapter was finally closed. It was late afternoon some time later that I came into the surgery and found Siegfried making up some medicine in the dispensary. "Siegfried," I said, "I've had a damned awful day." He put down the bottle he had filled. "In what way, James?" "Well, every damn thing seems to have gone wrong. Every case I revisited had got worse. None had improved. And a few people more or less suggested that I was a bloody awful vet." "Surely not. You're imagining things." "I don't think so. It started first thing this morning when I was examining Mrs. Cowling's dog. It was a rather obscure case, and I tried to spell out the various possibilities to her. She gave me a frosty look and said, 'Well, the long and short of it is that you simply have no idea what is wrong with the animal.' I shouldn't worry about that, James. She probably didn't mean anything." "You didn't see her face." "But then I went out to see a ewe at George Grindley's. It was a pregnancy toxemia, and I was taking its temperature, when, out of the blue, George says, 'You know, you've never cured a single animal on my place. I hope you'll do better with this one.'" "But that's not true, James. I know it's not." I ran my fingers through my hair. "Maybe so, but he said it. And after that I drove out to cleanse a cow at old Hawkins. I had just got out of the car when he looked at me under his brows and grunted, 'Oh, it's you. My wife says it's always fatal when Mr. Herriot comes.' Well, I must have looked a bit shattered, because he patted me on the shoulder and said, 'Mind you, she likes you as a man.'" "Oh dear, James. I'm sorry." "Thank you, Siegfried. I won't bore you any more, but it's been like that all day. And then, right in the middle of it, I had to go through my own village and past poor old Molly Minikin's cottage. There was an auctioneer there, selling off her furniture and her bits and pieces. There were all sorts of things piled up in her garden, and it hit me again that her dog had died without my having any idea what was wrong with him, though I treated him for 2 years. She knew I didn't know, and she must have thought I was a dead loss. I think that was the peak point of my hellish day. Siegfried spread his hands. Look, how many vets and doctors have lost patients without ever being sure of their diagnosis? You're not the only one. Anyway, we all have days like today, James, when nothing goes right. Every vet runs up against them now and then. You'll have a lot of good days to make up for it. I nodded goodbye and set off for home. My partner was trying to be kind, but I still felt low when I got to Hanley. And as I sat down at the tea table, Helen gave me a questioning look. What's the matter, Jim? You're very quiet. Oh, sorry, Helen. I know I'm not a barrel of laughs tonight. I poured out my story. Oh, I thought it must be something to do with your work, she said. But what's really getting you down is Molly Minikin, isn't it? I nodded. That's right. She was a bit special. Seeing all her things lying in her garden brought everything back to me. And I don't like the thought that Molly died convinced I was a bit of a chump. But she was always nice to you, Jim. She was nice to everybody, me included. But I know she must have felt that I had let her down. Well, she's gone now. But I have this rotten feeling that in her heart she had a poor opinion of me. And that's something I can never alter. Helen gave me a quizzical smile. I think I have something here that will make you feel better. She left the room and I waited mystified till she came back with what looked like a framed picture under her arm. Peggy Ford in the village was at Molly's sale, she said. She handed this in to me because it was hanging in the old lady's bedroom and she thought you'd be interested in it. Here, have a look. It wasn't a picture. It was a framed square of cardboard, and across the top, in Molly's spidery writing, I read, My 3 Favourite Men. Underneath, gummed to the cardboard, were 3 photographs in a row. There was Sir Charles Armitage, John Wayne, and me. Look at that little lad. Farmer Dugdale was amused as he watched Jimmy directing his torch beam as I carved the cow. My son, 10 years old, was taking his duty very seriously. It was quite dark in the stall, and he solemnly followed my every movement with his beam, shining on the cow's rear as I worked, then on the bucket of hot water each time I re-soaked my arms or dipped the ropes in the disinfectant. Yes, he loves night work. Jimmy, in fact, loved all veterinary work. But if I was called out in the evening before his bedtime, it was his particular delight to come with me, sitting by me, quite absorbed as the headlights picked out the twists and turns of the country lanes. And tonight, when we arrived, he had been in the boot ahead of me, picking out the different coloured ropes to go on the calf's head and feet, busily tipping the right amount of disinfectant into the bucket. You've got the red rope on the head, Dad? Yes. Well behind the ears? That's right. He nodded. Partly he was seeking information, but he was also keeping me right, making sure I didn't make any silly mistakes. It was a source of wonder to me that both my children were fascinated by my job. I often thought that the sight of their father rushing around all hours of the day and night, missing meals, working on Saturdays and Sundays while my non-veterinary friends played golf, would be enough to turn them away from my profession for life. But instead of that, their greatest pleasure was to come with me on my rounds, taking in every detail of my diagnostic efforts and treatments. I suppose the simple explanation was that, like me and my wife Helen, they were besotted with animals. To be able to work with these appealing creatures made everything worthwhile, and there was no doubt in the minds of both my children. They wanted to be vets. It struck me now that Jimmy, at the age of 10, was halfway there already. As the calf slipped out onto the floor of the stall, he quickly wiped away the mucus from the little animal's nostrils and mouth, seized a handful of hay, and began to administer a brisk rub-down. "It's a heifer, Dad," he said, after an expert glance between the hind legs. That's good, Mr. Dugdale, isn't it? The farmer laughed. Aye, it is. We want plenty of heifers. That and your Robin will maybe make a good milk cow one day. The following day was a Saturday with no school, and after breakfast both children were lined up, ready for action. In fact, they had already started. They had the lid of the car boot up and were throwing out the empty bottles and cartons, checking up to see that I had everything I might need. "You're getting a bit short of calcium, Dad," Rosie said. She was 6 now, and had been doing the rounds since she was 2. She was very familiar with the contents of a big slotted box which a friend had made for me to hold my drugs and instruments. "Right, my pet," I replied. "You better go and get some. Calcium is one thing we can't do without." Flushed with importance, she ran inside to the stockroom. As I had so often before, I wondered why it was that, at home and on the farms, she always ran to get things for me, while Jimmy invariably walked. Often in the middle of a case, I'd say, "Fetch me another syringe, Jimmy," and my son would stroll out to the car, often whistling, perfectly relaxed. No matter how interested he was in what was happening, he never hurried. And I've often noticed that today, when he is a highly experienced veterinary surgeon, he still doesn't hurry. This is probably a good thing, because ours can be a stressful occupation, and going about things calmly must be the best way. When all was ready, we drove out into the hills. It was a bright morning, with the bleak outlines of fell and moorland softened by the sunshine. There had been rain in the night, and all the scents of the countryside drifted through the open windows. The first farm was approached by a lane with several gates, and Rosie was delighted because this was her job. As we drew up at the first one, she was out of the car in a flash. Red-faced and serious, she opened the gate, and I drove through. "Lucky I was with you this morning, Dad," she said. "There's 2 more up ahead. I can see them." I nodded. "It is indeed, sweetheart. If there's one thing I hate, it's gates." My little daughter sat back, well pleased. In the days before she started school, she used to be really worried. "What are you going to do without me?" she would say. "I've got to go to school soon, and Jimmy's there already. You'll be all alone." Jimmy always seemed to be reasonably confident that I'd managed to struggle round on my own, but Rosie had grave doubts. Weekends for her were not just a time to play, but a blessed opportunity to look after her father. And for me, it was a wonderful time, and I marvelled at my luck. So many men with high-pressure jobs see very little of their families, but I had it both ways, with my little son and daughter so often at my side as I worked. And there was no doubt about it. It was an absolute boon to have the gates open for me. Rosie stood stiffly to attention as I drove through the last one. Her hand was on the latch, and her face registered the satisfaction of a job well done. A few minutes later I was in the cow barn, scratching my head in puzzlement. My patient had a temperature of 106 degrees Fahrenheit, but my first confident diagnosis of mastitis was eliminated when I found that the milk was white and clear. "This is a funny one," I said to the farmer. "Her lungs are okay, stomach working well, yet she's got this high fever, and you say she's not eating." "Aye, that's right. She hasn't touched her hay or cake this morning. And look how she's shaking." I pulled the cow's head round and was looking for possible symptoms when my son's voice piped up from behind me. "I think it is mastitis, Dad." He was squatting by the udder, pulling streams of milk onto the palm of his hand. "The milk's really hot in this quarter." I went round the teats again, and sure enough, Jimmy was right. The milk in one quarter looked perfect, but it was decidedly warmer than the others, and when I pulled a few more jets onto my hand I could feel flakes, still invisible, striking my palm. I looked up ruefully at the farmer, and he burst out into a roar of laughter. "It looks like t'apprentice knows more than the boss. Who taught you that, son?" "Dad did. He said you could often be caught out that way." "And he was, wasn't he?" The farmer slapped his thigh. Okay, I said. As I went out to the car for the penicillin tubes, I wondered how many other little wrinkles my son had absorbed in his journeys with me. Later, as we drove back along the gated road, I congratulated him. "Well done, old lad. You know a lot more than I think." Jimmy grinned. "Yes, and I remember when I couldn't even milk a cow." I nodded. Milking machines were universal among the bigger farms, but many of the smallholders still milked by hand, and it seemed to fascinate my son to watch them. I could remember him standing by the side of old Tim Suggett as he milked one of his 6 cows. Crouched on the stool, head against the cow's flank, the farmer effortlessly sent the white jets hissing and frothing into the bucket held between his knees. He looked up and caught the boy's eager gaze. "Does thou want to have a go, young man?" he asked. "Oh, yes, please." "All right, here's a fresh bucket. See if you can fill it." Jimmy squatted, grasped the teat in each hand, and began to pull away lustily. Nothing happened. He tried 2 other teats with the same result. "There's nothing coming," he cried plaintively. "Not a drop." Tim Suggett laughed. "Aye, it's not as easy as it looks, is it? I reckon it'd take you a long time to milk my 6 cows. My son looked crestfallen, and the old man put a hand on his head. "Come round sometime and I'll teach you. I'll soon make a milker out of you." A few weeks later, I returned from my rounds one afternoon to find Helen standing worriedly on the doorstep of Scaledale House. "Jimmy hasn't come back from school," she said. "Did he tell you he was going to any of his friends?" I thought for a moment. "No, not that I can remember. But maybe he's just playing somewhere." Helen looked out at the gathering dusk. "It's strange, though. He usually comes home to tell us first." We telephoned round among his school friends without result. Then I began a tour of Danbury, exploring the little winding yards, calling in at people we knew and getting the same reply. "No, I'm sorry, we haven't seen him." My attempt at a cheerful rejoinder, "Oh, thanks very much, sorry to trouble you," became increasingly difficult as a cold hand began to grip my heart. When I got back to Scaledale House, Helen was on the verge of tears. "He hasn't come back, Jim. Where on earth can he have got to? It's pitch black out there. He can't be playing." "Oh, he'll turn up. There'll be some simple explanation, don't worry." I hoped I sounded airy, but I didn't tell Helen that I'd been dredging the water trough at the bottom of the garden. I was beginning to feel the unmistakable symptoms of panic, when I had a thought. Wait a minute. Didn't he say he'd go round to Tim Suggett's one day after school to learn how to milk? Tim's smallholding was actually in Darrowby itself, and I was there in minutes. A soft light shone above the half-door of the little cow-house, and as I looked inside, there was my son, crouched on a stool, bucket between his knees, head against the patient cow. "Hello, Dad," he said cheerfully. "Look here." He displayed his bucket, which contained a few pints of milk. "I can do it now. Mr. Suggett's been showing me. You don't pull the teats at all. You just make your fingers go like this." Glorious relief flooded through me. I wanted to grab Jimmy and kiss him. Kiss Mr. Suggett, kiss the cow. But I took a couple of deep breaths and restrained myself. It is one of my vivid memories, that night when Jimmy learned how to get the milk out of a cow, so that he could diagnose mastitis and put one over on his old man. To this day, I often wonder if I did the right thing in talking Rosie out of her ambition. Maybe I was wrong, but back in the 40s and 50s, life in veterinary practice was so different from now. Our practice was 90% large animal, and though I loved the work, I was always being kicked, knocked about, and splashed with various kinds of filth. With all its charms and rewards, it was a dirty, dangerous job. Sometimes, after prolonged carvings and foalings, often lasting for hours, every muscle in my body ached for days as though I'd been beaten by a heavy stick. It is all so different now. We have long plastic gloves to protect us when we are doing smelly jobs. There are the metal crushes to hold the big beasts, instead of our having to plunge among them as they were driven into a passage on the farm. The caesarean operation has eliminated the rough side of obstetrics. Also, the gentler small animal work has expanded beyond all expectations, till it now makes up more than half our work. When I entered the veterinary college, there was only one girl in our class, a tremendous novelty. But now young women make up at least 50% of the students in the veterinary schools. I didn't know all this 40 years ago. And though I could imagine tough little Jimmy living my life, I couldn't bear the thought of Rosie doing it. Unfairly at times, I used every wile I could to put her off veterinary work, and to persuade her to become a doctor of humans instead of animals. She's a happy doctor, too. But, as I say, I still wonder. Farmer Whitehead rubbed his chin doubtfully. I don't really know what to make of this fella, he said. He doesn't seem like a farm man. In fact, he says he used to be a school teacher. But you can tell he knows something about stock keeping. Anyway, I'm giving him a trial. It's a heck of a business finding men who'll work up here in this isolated spot, and I can't be too choosy. Let me know what you think about him. I nodded. Right, I will. Married man, is he? Not half. The farmer laughed. 7 kids, too. 7? That's quite a family. Aye, it is. And I suppose it's one reason why I took him on. He seemed desperate for a place to live, and we've got a good big cottage here. I felt a bit sorry for the chap. He paused and looked thoughtfully across the yard. As I say, he's out of the ordinary. I was walking away when he called after me. By the way, his name's Basil Courtney. That's a bit different too, isn't it? In the cowhouse, I studied Basil with interest. Somewhere in the mid-30s, I thought. Very slim, dark, almost Spanish-looking. He greeted me with a wide grin. Now then, veterinary, it's nobbut cold today. It'd freeze your lugs off out in them fields. You're right, I replied. It's really nippy. I scrutinized him afresh. He didn't sound like a schoolteacher, but there was a jaunty cheerfulness about him, a friendliness in the dark eyes. I liked him. The cow was lame in the off hind foot, and as I bent down and put a finger between the cleats, she aimed a warning kick at me. Just hold the head, will you, please? I said. Basil inclined his head graciously, gave a slight bow, and moved into the stall. But he didn't grab a horn and put his fingers in the nose, as was usual. He wound his arms around the neck and hugged the head tightly to his chest. I had never seen it done that way, but it seemed to have the desired effect, and the cow stood quietly as I lifted the foot. By tapping the cell with the handle of my hoof knife, I found a tender area. There's a little abscess in there, I said. I'll have to pare it out. It would be best to put her leg up over that beam to do it. Can you fetch me a piece of rope, please? Again, the little inclination of the head, the bow, and he went down the by with long, graceful steps. When he returned, he proffered the rope graciously, bending from the hips, rather like a high-class tailor displaying his wares. I tied it round the foot, threw the other end over the beam, and with Basil pulling cheerfully, I began to pare the sole. I hear you've done a bit of teaching, I said, as I scraped away at the hard tissue. Oh, I have. I've done a good bit of that in my time, I can tell you. Really? What subjects did you teach? Well, now, a bit of this and a bit of that. There's nowt I couldn't turn me hand to, thou knows. I see. And where did you teach? Which schools? Oh, here and there. Here and there. I got around a bit like. Basil shook his head and smiled as though the words raised happy memories. As I worked on the foot, he chatted away, and without being at all specific, he suggested that he'd also taught in universities. You actually lectured? Oh, aye, I did. A feeling of unreality was beginning to envelop me, but I had to ask. Which universities? Well, here and there. Here and there. The conversation was brought to a close by a trickle of pus appearing under my knife, a happy outcome of my paring. There it goes, I said. She'll be fine now. I'll give her a shot, and she ought to be sound in a day or two, but I'll want some fresh water to wash my hands. Basil made an expansive gesture. You can come into the house and have a proper wash. I followed him to the cottage next to the farm buildings, and he threw open the door before ushering me ceremoniously inside. A table ran down one side of the big kitchen, and the entire family were at their Saturday dinner. Mrs. Courtney, very fat, blonde, and smiling, presided over an array of healthy-looking children who were attacking the heaped plates with relish. Basil waved a hand over the domestic scene. "This is my wife and family, Mr. Herriot, and we're all right glad to meet you." He did not exaggerate. There was an outburst of eager smiles and nods from the children, as their father looked on proudly. A happy family indeed. Basil led me to the kitchen sink, which was filled to overflowing with the unwashed debris of several meals. In fact, it was difficult to get my hands under the tap until Basil cleared a small space for me, pushing greasy pans and dishes to one side, daintily picking pieces of congealed bacon and sausage from around the soap dish. Mrs. Courtney half rose from her seat. "You'll have a cup of tea, Mr. Herriot?" No, thank you. I do have a couple of visits waiting and I must get on. But thank you again, and it's been very nice meeting you." I had to visit the farm several times over the next few months, and Basil seemed to be coping reasonably well with his job. But I always had the feeling that he was doing things differently from other stockmen I'd known. His way of handling the animals was unusual. In fact, his whole approach had something strange about it. On one occasion, in order to get a halter on a loose heifer, he hung upside down from a beam. It was as though he had a smattering of the whole business, but not a lot of experience. I also saw Basil a few times in Darrowby. He wasn't a big drinker, but he liked to visit one of the local pubs on a Saturday evening, and when I first saw him there I was struck again by his distinctive behaviour. He was at a big table with a bunch of grinning farm men sitting around behind tall pint glasses, but Basil wasn't drinking beer. He was lying back in his chair, legs outstretched, and he was holding a glass of wine cupped in his palm, the stem protruding beneath his fingers. I had seen people in films, foreign noblemen and the like, holding wine glasses in this way, but never anybody in a Yorkshire pub. As always, he presented a picture of elegance and grace. Almost reclining in his seat, he was holding forth to his audience, waving a debonair hand to emphasize his points, sipping occasionally at his wine. And it was clear that the farm men were lapping it all up. The outbursts of laughter, the delighted nods, the expressions of amazement all testified to their enthrallment in Basil's recital. He soon became a celebrity among these men, and I gathered that, although he was an object of mystery to them, the facet which had most intrigued them was his vague allusions to his university experiences. They christened him Professor Baz, and as such he was known throughout the agricultural community. The usual, here and there, was all anybody could elicit, and though various theories about him were bandied around, one thing was universal. Everybody seemed to like him. During the month of March, I began to see quite a lot of Basil. It's the time of year when the health of livestock is at its lowest ebb. The animals have been confined to the buildings through the long winter, and their resistance to disease has worn very thin. Calves especially are vulnerable at this time, and the ones under Basil's care had been struck down by the dreaded scour, the highly fatal diarrhea, which has been one of the curses of calf-rearing for generations, always lurking, always ready to strike. Any faults in feeding or environment bring trouble. There were 16 of them in a long row of pens, and I looked at them with growing apprehension. They were miserable and depressed, many with whitish liquid feces trickling down their tails, some prostrate on the straw. "Basil," I said, "are you sure you're getting the right dose into them?" "Oh, aye, Mr. Herriot. Just exactly what you said." "And you're giving it to them last thing at night and first thing in the morning? That's important." "Definitely. You don't have to worry about that." I dug my hands deeper into my pockets. "Well, I don't understand it. They're not responding. And the next thing's going to be pneumonia. I don't like the look of them at all." I administered vitamin injections to back up the medication and left, but I had a nasty feeling that something very unpleasant was just round the corner. It had been bitterly cold all day, and the wind had that piercing quality which usually precedes snow. I wasn't surprised when around 8 o'clock the big white flakes began to drift down. Within an hour the countryside was blanketed in white. The snow stopped then, and I was grateful, because a heavy fall made it almost impossible to reach some of the high farms. A shovel was essential equipment. I was relieved that there had been no more snow the next morning when I had a call at 7 a.m. to a calving at a remote small holding at the top of the dale. I had finished the job by 9 o'clock, And as I drove home, warm with the satisfaction which the delivery of a live calf had always given me, I marvelled at the new world around me. It was always beautiful up there, but the snow had made a magical change, adding a white stillness and peace. I was looking at the delicate roadside drifts the wind had shaped so exquisitely in the night, when I saw the gate to Mr. Whitehead's farm. It was a good chance to check on those calves, and I turned my car along the lane. All was quiet when I reached the buildings, and the first thing I noticed was that between Basil's cottage and the calf house stretched a long expanse of unbroken snow. I knocked at the door, and Basil answered, as cheerful and full of bounce as ever. "Come in, Mr. Herriot. How is there this morning? Mrs. is upstairs making the beds. I'll shout her down, and she'll get you a cup of tea." "No, thanks," I replied. "I just dropped in to see those calves. How are they this morning?" "Oh, about the same, I reckon." "And you've given them the granules?" "Oh, aye, I have. Gave them before breakfast." I beckoned him to the kitchen window. "Come over here, Basil." Together we looked out, and he stood very still as he gazed at the carpet of virgin snow. "You've never been out there at all, have you? And you weren't out there last night either?" "That snow stopped at 9 o'clock, and you were to dose them just before bedtime." He didn't say anything, but his head turned slowly towards me, and it was as though a mask had been stripped from his face. The jaunty smile had gone, leaving a terrible defenselessness. He looked at me with hunted eyes. The transformation was so dramatic that my first anger dissolved. We stared at each other in silence for a few moments. Then I spoke slowly. "Now look, Basil. I'm not going to tell your boss about this, but you've let me down badly. Will you promise me that you'll do your job properly in the future?" He nodded dumbly. "Right," I said. "Let's get over to the calves now." He sat down and began to pull on his Wellington boots. Then he looked at me with a haggard expression. "I tell you, Mr. Herriot, I don't mean no harm. I don't want to neglect them calves, but it's like me heart's not in the job. I'm not a proper farm man. Never will be." I didn't say anything, and he went on. "I've spoken to boss about it, and I'll be leaving soon." "Have you got another job to go to?" Aye. I've got somewhat in mind, but till I go, you don't have to worry. I'll look after them calves." He did, too. From that day the little creatures began to improve, and on my final visit there was the warming sight of all 16 of them, frisky and upright in their pens, poking their heads out into the passage as they looked for their food. Shortly after this, Basil left the district, but the reputation of Professor Baz lingered on, and his departure was bemoaned among the farming community. One cowman expressed the general sentiment to me. "By God, he was a rum fella," he said. "But we had some fun with him. You couldn't help liking him." I nodded. "Yes, that's how I feel. I wonder where he's gone." The man laughed. "Nobody knows. But I expect it'll be here and there." I thought I had seen the last of Basil, but I was wrong. One night, Helen and I drove through to Broughton to celebrate her birthday. We had booked for dinner at one of the fine hotels in the town, and the festive feeling was strong in us as we sat in the pillared splendour of the dining room, lapped around by the Victorian opulence which is one of Broughton's lasting charms. It was a special treat for us, and we enjoyed every bite of the meal. But as we sat over our coffee, I noticed Helen staring intently across the vast room. "That waiter, Jim, working right at the far end. You've had your back to him, but—" I turned and looked. "My God," I said. "It's Basil." I shifted my seat so that I could observe properly, and there was no doubt. Basil it was. He was unbelievably elegant in white tie and tails, and as he bent to serve an elderly couple, it struck me forcibly that, with his dark good looks, his courtly manner, and his natural grace, he was everything that a waiter should be. I watched, spellbound. He was turning to the lady now, proffering vegetables with that inclination of the head I knew so well, smiling and bowing as she made her choice. He was talking, too, and I could imagine the effortless flow which had entertained me so often in the cowhouse. The old couple were nodding and laughing, clearly captivated by him. I wondered what it was he was telling them. Was it about his colourful past? It looked very like it. The coffee in my cup turned cold as I sat there. The more I watched him, the more convinced I was that Basil had found his niche at last. The graceful way in which he glided among the tables, balancing plates along his arm as though he'd been doing it all his life. His happy relaxation, his obvious delight in dealing with his guests. This was really him. I found myself hoping quite fervently that there would be no further convolutions in the career of Professor Baz. "Are you going to speak to him?" Helen asked. I hesitated. No. No, better not. As we left, we passed within a few feet of the table where he was again attending the white-haired couple. They were all laughing, and the old gentleman raised a hand. "By the way," he asked, "where was it that you were doing this?" "Oh, here and there," Basil replied. "Here and there." Sister Rose gently lifted the trembling dog onto the table. He was a tiny crossbred terrier, and he looked at me with terrified eyes. "Poor little beggar," I said. "No wonder he's frightened. This is the one that was found on the road in Helvington, isn't it?" Sister Rose nodded. "Yes, running about aimlessly looking for his owners. You've seen it all before." I had indeed. The desperate search for the people he had loved and trusted, who had dumped him and driven away. The dashing up, open-mouthed, to somebody who looked familiar, then turning away in bewilderment. To me it was an almost unbearable sight, evoking feelings of rage and pity which almost choked me. I stroked the shaggy head. "Never mind, old lad. There are better days ahead." There were always better days ahead for the abandoned dogs at Sister Rose's little animal sanctuary. It was amazing how soon her care and affection reassured and transformed the helpless creatures. And through the open door of the treatment room, I could see the wagging tails and hear the joyous barking of the dogs in the row of wire-fronted pens. I was here to do the usual things. Check up on the health and condition of the new arrivals, give them their shots against distemper, hepatitis, and leptospirosis, remove the stitches from the spay incisions, as all bitches were spayed on arrival, and generally attend to any illness I might find. "I see he's holding up a hind leg," I said. "Yes. He doesn't seem to be able to use that leg at all, and I want you to have a look at it. I hope it's just a temporary thing." I examined the foot and claws. Normal. But as I felt my way up the leg, I soon found the cause of the trouble. I turned to Sister Rose. "He's had a fractured femur, and it's never been set. The bone has formed a sort of callus, but there's no real healing." "So this little thing had a broken leg, and his owners just didn't bother about it." "That's right." I ran my hands over the little body, feeling the jutting backbone, the almost fleshless ribs. "He's emaciated too, just about skin and bone. This is a neglected dog if ever I saw one." "And I'll bet he's never had any affection either," she said softly. "Look how he trembles when we speak. He seems to be afraid of people." She gave a long sigh. "Ah, well, we'll do what we can. How about that leg?" "I'll have to x-ray it later today to see what can be done." I gave the dog his inoculations, and Sister Rose carried him out and placed him in a pen on his own. "By the way," I said, "what have you called this one?" She smiled. "I've called him Titch. Not a very elegant name, but he's so little." "Yes, I agree. Very suitable." I was bandaging another dog's infected foot when I saw a man walking up and down the row of pens. He had his hands behind his back as he looked intently at the eager faces behind the wire. "I see you've got a customer," I said. "I hope so. I like the look of him. He arrived just before you, and he's making a very thorough search." As she spoke, the man half turned to have a closer look. There was something familiar about that stocky frame. "That's Roop Nellist," I exclaimed. "I know him." A few years ago, he had run a large grocery shop in Danbury, but he had expanded and opened another, bigger business in the bustling town of Hargrove, 30 miles away. He had moved away to live there, but he was still a faithful client, and had brought his dog to me regularly until it died at the age of 15 only a week ago. I finished my bandaging and went out to him with Sister Rose. "Hello, Roop," I said. He turned in surprise. "Now then, Mr. Herriot, I didn't expect to see you." His blunt-featured face, slightly pugnacious in repose, was attractive when he smiled. "I've been miserable since I lost our dog, and I'm taking your advice. I'm looking for another." "It's the only way, Roop, and you've come to the right place. There are some lovely dogs here." "Aye, you're right." He took off his trilby and smoothed back his hair. "But I've had a heck of a job making up my mind. It sounds daft, but if I pick one out, I'm going to feel sorry for all the other little blighters I'm leaving behind." Sister Rose laughed. "A lot of people feel like that, Mr. Nellist, but you needn't worry. I find good homes for all my dogs." "Aye, well, that's wonderful," he said. "I'll just have another stroll along here." He recommenced his inspection of the pens, walking with a pronounced limp in his right leg, a relic of childhood polio. Sister Rose hadn't been exaggerating when she said he was thorough. Up and down he went, talking to the animals, pushing a finger through the wire to tickle their noses. Many of the dogs were handsome specimens with a pedigree look about them. Noble Labradors, majestic golden retrievers, and a German shepherd which could have been a dog show winner. As I watched them all, tails wagging, leaping up at Roop, I wondered, as I often did, how they could possibly have been abandoned. Each time he passed Titch's pen, the little dog hopped along the other side of the wire on his 3 legs, keeping pace with him, looking up into his face. Finally Roop stopped and gazed for a long time at the little creature. "You know, I fancy that un," he murmured. "Really?" Sister Rose was surprised. "He's only just arrived. We haven't had a chance to do anything for him. He's in a shocking state. Very lame, too." "Aye, I can see that. But let's have a look at him, will you?" Sister Rose opened the door of the pen, and Roop Nellist reached in and lifted the little animal up, till he was head high, gazing at him, eyeball to eyeball. "Now, little fella, how would you like to come home with me?" The frightened eyes and the shaggy face regarded him for a few moments. Then the tail twitched, and a pink tongue reached for his face. The man smiled. "I reckon this is a right good-natured little dog. We'll get on fine together." "You want him, then?" asked Sister Rose, wide-eyed. "I do that. Right now." "Oh, I do wish we'd been able to get him straightened up for you first." "Don't worry. I'll do all that." He put the dog down and pushed a note into the donation box. "Thank you, sister, for letting me look round. What have you called this little bloke?" "Titch, I'm afraid. Probably you'll want to change that." He laughed. "Not at all. Come on, Titch." He limped away towards his car with his new pet limping beside him. After a few steps, he looked back with a grin. "Walks like me, doesn't he? Same leg, too." I saw man and dog a fortnight later at my surgery, when they came in for the booster inoculation. The difference in Titch was dramatic. He had filled out, and more striking still, the trembling and fear had gone. I said, "He's a different dog, Roop. He looks as though he's had some good food at last, and he's happy, too." "Aye, by gum, he did eat for the first few days, and he's settled down grand at home, too. My missus thinks the world of him." I noticed that as he spoke, the tiny animal's gaze was fixed unwaveringly on his new master. He was a shaggy little thing of baffling breeding, but his face had a scruffy appeal which was undeniably attractive, and his eyes shone with devotion. Titch had found somebody else to love. And this time I knew he wasn't going to be let down. Roop Nellist was not a demonstrative man, but the way he looked at his new pet and gently stroked his head made it very clear that there was something in the little creature to which he responded deeply. I took the opportunity to x-ray the lame leg, and the picture was as I expected. "It's too late to set the broken bone in plaster, Roop," I said. "The only hope would be to plate the leg, bring the ends of the bone together, and hold them there for a few weeks with a metal plate. Even then I couldn't guarantee he'd ever be sound. These things are best done at the time of the injury." "Yes, I understand that, but you know, I'd give a lot to see that little fellow going round on all four legs. He never puts that bad leg to the ground, and it upsets me. Think about it, and I'll do whatever you advise." Plating fractures was going deeper into orthopedic surgery than I'd ever done, but two things motivated me to have a go. Firstly, Roop Nellist had a steadfast faith in my ability. Secondly, my assistant, Callum Buchanan, was determined to drag me into the modern world of small animal practice. There was another thing, too. I kept hearing from people who lived in Hargrove about Roop's extraordinary affection for his new dog. It seemed that he took him everywhere with him, socially and in his work, showing him off proudly as if he were of the highest pedigree, instead of, as most people would say, just a little mongrel. Roop's business had continued to prosper with the opening of another large shop, and he was active too on the town council and in local government. It caused some surprised comment when he actually took Titch into the council meetings with him, and had he not been a formidable personality, growing in power, he'd never have got away with it. There was no doubt about it. I'd have to try to fix that leg. I found myself in a very familiar situation, having to perform an operation which I had never done, never even seen. I had received a good scientific education at the veterinary college, but I had qualified at a time when a great wave of new drugs and procedures was sweeping over the profession, and I was breathlessly trying to keep up with it all. All I could do was read up on the new things in our professional journals, and this had enabled me to do a lot of bovine surgery, such as caesarean operations, which had never been performed in our district before. In my modest way, I was a pioneer in that field. However, Callum was an enthusiastic advocate of the new ideas. He would tackle any kind of surgery with courage and determination, and he was enchanted at the opportunity to repair Titch's leg. And, unlike me, he had seen many of these orthopedic operations done. The modern veterinary colleges had fine clinics where all the latest procedures were carried out, something undreamt of in my time. We had to get in some new instruments and equipment, but we were ready to start by the following Sunday morning. We picked that day because the practice would be quiet and we'd have more time. I found, as with all new operations, that the actuality was 10 times more difficult and frightening than I'd expected from my reading. I seemed to spend a year head-to-head with Callum, bending over Titch's sleeping form, digging our way through the muscles down to the damaged bone, removing the partial callus and tying off the spurting blood vessels, freshening the end of the bone, drilling, screwing in the plates which would hold the broken ends together. I was sweating and exhausted by the time the last skin suture was inserted, and all that could be seen was the line of stitches. Thinking of what lay underneath, I breathed a silent prayer. Over the next few weeks, Roop Nellist kept bringing Titch in for examination. The wound had healed well with no reaction, but there was no attempt by the little dog to put the leg to the ground. After 2 months, we removed the plate. The bone had united beautifully, but Titch was still a 3-legged dog. "Doesn't he ever try to touch the ground with it?" I asked. Roop shook his head. "Nay, he's as you see him. Never any different. Maybe he's been lame so long he just holds the leg up out of habit." "Yeah, could be, but it's disappointing." "Never mind, Mr. Herriot. You chaps have done your best, and I'm grateful. And the little fella's grand in every other way." As he took his leave with his pet limping by his side, Callum turned to me with a wry smile. "Ah, well, some you lose." It was several months later when Callum read out a piece in the Darrowby and Hulton Times. "Listen to this. On Saturday, there will be a civic reception for Rupert Nellist, newly elected Mayor of Hargrove, followed by an appearance outside the town hall. Well, good old Roop, I replied. He deserves it, after all he's done for the town. I like that man. Callum nodded. So do I. And I wouldn't mind seeing him in his moment of glory. Do you think we could sneak through to Hargrove for half an hour? I looked at him thoughtfully. That would be nice, wouldn't it? And there's nothing much fixed for Saturday. I'll speak to Siegfried. I'm sure he'll hold the fort for us. Saturday morning found Callum and me among the crowd standing in bright sunshine outside Hargrove Town Hall. At the top of the steps, several large pots of flowers had been arranged on either side of the big doors. The multicoloured blooms added to the festive air and the feeling of expectancy. A group of BBC men stood with their television cameras at the ready. We hadn't long to wait. The doors swung open, and as Roop emerged, wearing his chain of office with the Lady Mayoress by his side, a swelling cheer arose from the crowd. His popularity was reflected in the smiling faces and waving arms around us. Then the sound increased suddenly in volume, as Titch trotted out from behind his master. Everybody knew about Roop's relationship with his dog. However, the sound was as nothing compared to the great roar of laughter when Titch strolled to the front, cocked his leg, and relieved himself against one of the flower pots, a gesture which would make him famous among TV audiences throughout the country. Everybody was still laughing as the little procession came down the steps and began to pass through the crowd, who opened up to make an avenue down which the mayor and mayoress walked, with Titch in the rear. It was a happy sight, but Callum and I had eyes for only one thing. Callum nudged me in the ribs. "Do you see what I see?" "I do," I breathed. "I certainly do." He's sound. On 4 legs. Absolutely no sign of a limp.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.